The gavel down to start the meeting. So good morning, everybody. This is the meeting of the East Herts District Council Development Management Committee. It's taking place on Tuesday, the 28th of February, here at the East Herts District Council offices in Hertford, commencing at 11 a.m. I have some standard announcements that I'm required to make at the beginning of the meeting. The first is just to remind everybody that we are being broadcast in some manner. Yes. So what that means is that members of the committee, I know you know this, you just need to stay in your marked positions because the camera knows who you are if you sit in the right place. So we'd be grateful if you do that. It also means that when people come and speak, clearly you'll be on the camera at that stage. I'm sure you're all ready for this, but you just need to be aware. And then perhaps I should just run through some health and safety announcements. We are not expecting any form of fire alarm. So if one does go off, it's for real. The exit to this room is either through the door that I'm pointing to now, which I guess most of you came in through. You can exit the building through the door that I'm now pointing to behind me. So they would be the exits. Equally, there's a loo on the corridor just through that door there. There are loos in that direction, but they're a bit harder to find and get to. So it depends on your how quickly you need to get to the loo. And of course, if the loos are full, someone will show you where a loo is. So we've got that under control. Okay. So the first formal item on the agenda is apologies. And we have one apology. Councillor Sally Newton, unfortunately, is unable to be with us today, but she is substituted for by Councillor Suzanne Rutland-Barsby. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Appreciate it. Item 2, chairman's announcements. I have no chairman's announcements, but there are one or two announcements I'll need to make at the commencement of the main item of business of the day. Item 3, declarations of interest. Yes, Councillor Ruth Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chairman. For the purpose of transparency, I would like to declare the following. My husband, Councillor Eric Buckmaster, will be speaking today in his capacity as a local ward member. This has no bearing on my role as a member of this committee. It is completely distinguishable, and I come here today to determine this application with an open mind.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Thank you. Eric Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chairman. I've never been the subject of a declaration of interest before, but I think I need to say something too. So I'm here today in my capacity solely as a member for Hunsdon Ward, which includes the proposed development areas, and solely to represent their interests and the wider community. And I haven't shared what I'm going to say today with any member of the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckmaster. Moving on then, item 4 relates to the minutes of 2 meetings. The first was on the 11th of January and the second was on the 8th of February. If anyone has any comments, now's the time. In which case, I think I'm required to call for a proposer and a seconder. Councillor Beckett proposing and Councillor Ruth Buckmaster seconding. This is for both sets of minutes. Yes, okay. All those in favour, please show hand.
I was absent from one of those meetings.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so we now move on to the main item of business for today. This is item 5A on the agenda. And per the agenda, item 5A relates to application 319. Relates to application 319-1045 OUT, which is an application for an outline application in the name of Places for People for the development of 8,500 new homes and associated infrastructure. This is a very, very lengthy report. It commences at page 25 of the pack and runs through to page 759. So by my approximate maths, that's about 725 pages of report. Just before we open up the item for presentation by officers and debate by members and public speakers, I need to address members of the committee as follows. Before we go into item 5A, I want to address a couple of procedural matters regarding today's speaking arrangements in respect of the determination of the application before the committee today. Firstly, we have a statutory consultee, Sue Fogden from the NHS, who has registered to speak. Ms. Fogden will be allowed a total of 6 minutes to speak at my discretion. This is consistent with the time for strategic sites, and I consider that reasonable and proportionate in these circumstances. Secondly, on Friday, 24th February at 11:59, Democratic Services received an email from Mr. Richard Ford, the solicitor speaking on behalf of one of the speakers, in relation to duration of public speaking time for objectors. This was obviously a very late representation, bearing in mind that this committee considered and agreed the public speaking arrangements several weeks ago on 8th of February. Nevertheless, I'm obliged to raise this with you, as under the Constitution, the committee can depart from the arrangements previously agreed and determine specific arrangements for public speaking on certain applications as it sees fit. In summary, you will recall that the following was agreed on the 8th of February. Those in favour, 12 minutes in total. Those in objection, 12 minutes in total. Eastwick and Gilston and Hunsdon Parish Councils, 12 minutes in total. All other parish council representatives, 5 minutes in total. It is now requested that the time is extended from 12 minutes to 30 minutes to be split between each objector on the basis that 12 minutes is insufficient for a proposal of this scale and size. I'm now going to ask our legal advisor to provide advice in relation to this late request in relation to speaking times. Victoria, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The committee can depart from the arrangement it previously agreed. Given the potential threat of a legal challenge in respect to the 12-minute duration for objectors and considering the nature of the request, it would not be unreasonable to agree an extension of time. In the circumstances, it would be reasonable and proportionate to agree to extend the time to 25 minutes as opposed to 30 minutes to be split between each objector. There are 5 objectors in total, as Mr. Ford and Mr. Hunsdon represent the same objector. You would need to extend the same time for speakers in favour application for fairness. It is advised that the speaking arrangements for the Eastwick and Gilston and Hunsdon Parish Councils remain at 12 minutes and the other parish councils at 5 minutes, as this is considered proportionate in the circumstances. I am aware that all speakers were contacted yesterday afternoon by Democratic Services to advise them that there may be a slight departure and in the fairness and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. In light of the late representation made and the advice from our legal officer, I would like to make the following proposal. In accordance with paragraph 2(9) in part 3B of the committee functions and responsibilities, the committee agreed to depart from the speaking arrangements agreed in minute number 336 of the Development Management Committee dated 8th February to extend the time for public speaking for those speaking for or against from 12 minutes to 25 minutes in respect of application 319-1045 OUT. I'm not seeing any hands going up by way of comment. Of course, you're welcome to comment, members, if you wish to. Otherwise, I think I've proposed, I need a seconder. Councillor Fernando, we take that as a second. All those in favour of my proposal, please show a hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, committee. That's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can now move into the application. We do have a number of public speakers. I will just name them now so that people understand the context and know who is likely or will be speaking as we progress. But we will commence this application, this debate, as we always do, with a presentation from the relevant officer or officers. But in due course, during this meeting, we will be hearing from Mr. Rory Joyce, Kirsty Elliott, Yasmin Gregory, Richard Ford, Angus Hudson, Peter Hannaford, Anthony Bickmore, Nicholas Cox, Sue Fogden. I have down here Councillor Leslie Wagland, but I'm not so sure that she will be speaking this morning, and Councillor Eric Buckmaster. And we also have, as is being pointed out to me, Uved Benik, I hope I've pronounced your name correctly, Uved, thank you, and Sammy Steele as speakers as well. So just knowing that those speakers will be coming, I'm now going to ask, I think, Jenny Pierce to present this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My presentation is a little over an hour long. I apologise. My presentation will describe the policy context of the allocated site, the site context of the application, and I'll explain the nature of this application, describing what is proposed for this outline proposal. We'll then hear from interested parties and we'll take member questions later. Section 70(2) of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 requires regard to be had to the development plan and to other material considerations. The development plan for this application includes the East Harts District Plan and the Gilston Area Neighbourhood Plan. The National Planning Policy Framework 2021 is also one of the other material considerations to which regard must be had. The East Harts District Plan, adopted in 2018, allocates the Gilston area for the development of 10,000 new homes and supporting community infrastructure. This is the single largest allocation in the plan and is allocated to be delivered within the plan period and beyond. Policy GA1 of the plan sets out the requirements of the allocation, which includes, amongst other things, that the development follows Garden City principles, provides for a range of homes, including affordable housing, homes for older and vulnerable people, land for gypsies and travellers and travelling show people, quality green infrastructure, open spaces and facilities for sport and recreation, community facilities, including education and healthcare, sustainable transport measures, including active travel prioritisation, protection and enhancement of heritage assets and ecological assets, new employment land and job opportunities, necessary infrastructure and utilities, and a mechanism for securing the long-term stewardship and maintenance of the community assets and also actively engaged communities. Policy GA2 lists the transport infrastructure necessary to achieve these policy requirements. The site is part of the Council's development strategy as set out in policies DPS 2 and 3, and policy DPS 4 requires the delivery of infrastructure to support development. The Gilston Area Neighbourhood Plan, adopted in 2021, was following a successful referendum. The plan comprises policies that relate to the principles of development and also contain detailed design considerations for master planning and detailed reserve matters application stages. The plan is part of the development plan and therefore considered throughout the report alongside the district plan. Members are also reminded that the government designated the strategic growth within and around Harlow as a garden town. The garden town area encompasses the allocated site at Gilston in East Harts and also sites to the east, south and west of Harlow. Collectively, with development within Harlow itself, the garden town comprises development of 23,000 homes, with 16,000 of them to be delivered within the current plan periods up to 2033. The 3 district councils of East Harts, Harlow and Epping Forest, plus the 2 county councils of Hertfordshire and Essex, have been working in partnership to bring about the delivery of this transformative growth based on Garden City principles. Garden Town documents that have been endorsed as material considerations are listed in Table 4 of the officer reports. The transport strategy and vision both set the ambitious target of 60% of trips originating within new communities and 50% within existing communities being undertaken by active and sustainable modes of transport. This application is one of 4 applications relevant to the Gilston area allocation, plus a listed building consent. The Central Stork Crossing and Eastern Stork Crossing with its associated listed building consent were approved in March 2022. Moving on to the site itself, the Gilston Park Estate application shown in red is for the development of 8,500 homes and as such represents 85% of the total Gilston area allocation. The overall size of the site is approximately 993 hectares, of which approximately 332 of those is proposed as village developable areas, which will become 6 new villages. It is the intention that the Village 7 application, which comprises the remaining 15% or 1,500 homes, will be presented to the committee in March. In terms of what is before members for consideration, this application seeks outline permission for a variety of land uses as set out in paragraph 1.5 of the report. All matters relating to appearance, landscaping, layout, scale and access where it pertains to internal accesses and circulation are reserved for future detailed stages. Details are proposed for the creation of 4 new accesses to the site, plus an amendment to an existing access at the Eastwick Lodge commercial area, just west of the approved Central Store Crossing junction. The outline application is supported by a number of plans and documents for approval, which are to be considered through the determination of this application. The approval of these plans and documents will ensure their content informs the master planning and reserve matters stages that will follow this outline stage. The development specification contains detailed criteria and principles for development. It explains the parameter plans in details and defines the limits for the development. The strategic design guide contains high-level and village-specific design principles to inform the master planning process. The SDG has been prepared jointly with Village 7 applicants and as such represents a single comprehensive approach to design, which will inform the master planning and reserve matter stages. The placemaking strategy contains the vision for the development, describing the type of development aspired to and setting objectives to achieve that vision. A suite of 9 strategy documents were originally submitted to the application for information purposes, but to ensure the objectives of each strategy were captured in a document that will have weight moving forward, each set of objectives is included in the development specification. As I say, the parameter plans define the extent of development. They set the spatial framework and maximum parameters within which development will occur, and they highlight the various constraints to development that need to be taken into account. They do not seek to fix all aspects of the development. Paragraph 1.9 of the report provides a full list of plans for approval as part of this application. In addition to the 6 parameter plans listed here are the detailed plans for the accesses as well as landscaping plans. You will hear me refer to the master planning process a lot in this presentation, so I'd like to take a moment to explain what that process is for those who are unfamiliar with the approach. Following the outline application, the applicant will work with officers, community representatives, statutory bodies and stakeholders to prepare a strategic landscape master plan. This essentially covers all the green spaces between the villages and will cover all 7 villages to ensure a comprehensive approach to planning for strategic green infrastructure, sports and recreation and drainage networks. The SLMP for short will also set principles for how links between villages will be created, looking at buffers, landscaping and ecological management of spaces. The majority of heritage assets are located within the SLMP area, and this will establish conservation management plans for heritage assets as needed. Village master plans will follow the SLMP, though work will progress on the SLMP and Village 1 master plan in parallel. This is beneficial for 2 reasons. First, it allows the quicker progress of Village 1, and secondly, it will allow connections between the development within the village developable area itself and the surrounding strategic landscaping to be planned and tested comprehensively. For example, the Village Master Plan will define the internal route and design of the Sustainable Transport Corridor, or STC for short, which you will also hear me refer to a lot. But the SLMP itself will design how the STC passes through the strategic landscape towards the next village. Each master plan will be supported by a series of up-to-date studies where necessary, such as ecology or habitats as required. Each will be supported by refined strategies prepared iteratively with emerging plans, such as drainage, landscape and ecology, energy and sustainability. Each master plan will contain a design code to provide details on what design features are mandatory and which are more flexible depending on each village. Each design code will have a regulatory plan which reserve matters applications will check against to show compliance with the code. Both master plan stages are followed by reserve matters applications. These are the detailed proposals which will provide information relating to appearance, landscaping, layout of uses, buildings and streets, and all detailed aspects of design. So in considering the outline application, the officer report has considered in detail each of the themes listed. These themes follow the requirements of Policy GA1 in the district plan. The report considers the proposals set out in the development specification, the parameter plans and the detailed plans submitted, and the evidence base contained in the environmental statement as a whole. In this way, a thorough consideration of the impact of the outline application can be undertaken. The application is submitted in response to an allocation in the adopted East Herts plan, and the structure of the application accords to the Gilston Area Concept Framework, which was prepared collaboratively with the local community. The framework agreed that the outline application be submitted first and will be followed by the strategic landscape master planning and individual master plans. Officers consider that the application proposal responds to the principal requirement of Policy GA1 for the delivery of development in the Gilston area, and as such, there is no in principle reason to restrict development on this site. Of the overall allocation, approximately 3,200 homes are forecast to be delivered within the plan period up to 2033 in villages 1 to 6. The remaining 5,300 homes will be delivered beyond the plan period, which provides a steady long-term supply of homes for the next 20 years. The Gilston area allocation is the most significant strategic site in the plan, and therefore this application ensures the delivery of a large proportion of the district plan's housing delivery strategy. This scheme is therefore vital to the council's 5-year supply of housing. The development will take the form of 6 individual villages connected by an STC, Sustainable Transport Corridor. The development specification sets out the proposed indicative number of dwellings to be delivered in each village, which will vary in scale from 700 homes in village 5 to 2,000 homes in village 4. However, the precise number of homes in each village will be defined in each village master plan. Because of the need to master plan each village and to deliver the supporting infrastructure first occupations are expected in late 2025, early 2026. A range of homes will be provided across the scheme, including homes for older and vulnerable people, families, self-build plots, affordable homes, and land safeguarded for accommodation needs of gypsies and travellers and travelling show people. Due to viability pressures arising from an increased range and cost of infrastructure, the scheme can no longer support 40% affordable housing. However, 23% has been secured as a minimum across the site, and there will be an agreed review mechanism process that will look to increase affordable housing delivery on the site if at future reviews the viability of the scheme improves. The following slides describe the parameter plans that set the extent and principles of the development. This image shows the current site and the location of wildlife sites on the site. These include the Eastwick Valley in pink and in a number of woodland blocks and plantations and hedgerows across the site. But the site is primarily in agricultural use. The dashed line you see shows the electricity pylon that traverses the site. There are also several smaller pylons to the south of the site boundary. This plan shows the existing vegetation laid over the proposed village developable areas shown in grey. A number of existing buildings on the site will be demolished as they are not fit for refurbishment, but the principal approach to be followed is that the master plans will explore the potential for buildings to be brought into use. The same approach is to be taken for hedgerows. The development specification makes provision for the protection of all vegetation, unless it can be expressly justified at the master planning stage. The report describes how the loss of vegetation has been considered in the context of the need to provide the STC link between each village, which by necessity will cut through the green corridors between each village. This parameter plan defines the parts of the village development site that will function as landscape or green buffers and village corridors, as well as those features that may be a constraint to development. The plan sets buffers around sensitive heritage or ecological assets within which no development can take place, or where development is restricted to low impact forms. For example, for areas of ancient woodland, a 20-metre buffer will be created. For non-ancient woodland areas, a 10-metre buffer will be created. For significant hedgerows, a 5-metre buffer from the hedgerow or from the edge of the root protection zone will be protected. For veteran trees, the buffer is to be 15 times larger than the diameter of the tree stem, or 5 metres from the edge of the tree's canopy, whichever is the greater. For waterways, the buffer is to be 20 metres with a minimum of 8 clear metres from the top of the bank on either side of the watercourse. This buffer will comprise planting appropriate to the habitat and will be free of any built development apart from those conducive to the location, such as mown grass footpaths and wooden furniture, for example. The parameter plan identifies the developable area of each village and the green corridors between them. The green corridors are shown in their approximate location, and this will therefore need to be confirmed at the strategic landscape master planning stage. How the village development treats and interfaces with these green corridors will be determined at the strategic landscape master planning stage and the village master planning stage, and also the reserve matters stages at increasing levels of detail. The development specification describes how green edges will be treated sensitively to avoid impacts arising from light and disturbance. These edges will be covered by design principles and design codes for individual villages and will include structural planting, sustainable drainage features. Where the STC passes through these green corridors, particular attention will be given to the design of the route to minimise road width, reduce lighting levels and street furniture to reduce visual and spatial impacts. Further ecological buffers are proposed on the parameter plan, where additional 20-metre buffers are proposed around particular features to protect the habitats they provide. The areas include Stone Basin Spring, adjacent to the Western Village 6 access, the Gilston Valley Riparian Corridor to the east of St Mary's Church, which is also identified as a permanent pasture, at the Chase, which is along the southern edge of Gilston Park, and around local wildlife sites within the site. These local wildlife sites tend to be the woodland blocks and watercourses where 20-metre buffers are already defined. In addition, an ecologically sensitive area is defined between the southern edges of Golden Grove and Sayes Coppice woodland blocks. Within this zone, artificial lighting will be kept to a minimum to avoid impacts on bats. 2 areas of permanent pasture are defined to the north of Eastwick within the Gilston Valley, which are areas of grassland that support a wide variety of grassland species that are to be retained and enhanced. The details of each of these designations will be subject to further detail at the Strategic Landscape Master Plan and Village Master Plan stages. Working in collaboration with Historic England and the Council's Conservation and Urban Design officers, the applicant made several amendments to this parameter plan, the most notable being the significantly enlarged zones defined as sensitive development areas. These are shown in brown hatching. These areas are focused on the areas of heritage significance, such as around St Mary's Church, the Eastwick Moated Site Scheduled Monuments, and the Mount Scheduled Monument at Gilston Park. Specific design principles are set out in the development specification to address the characteristics of each site. In summary, they include retaining views, retaining areas of open space around the assets, and avoiding dense or urban forms of building type, street layouts, and landscaping that may impact on the significance of the heritage assets and their setting. Parameter Plan 3 takes the constraints presented in Parameter Plan 2 and reframes them in the context of their contribution to the green infrastructure network throughout the site. Green infrastructure has a number of functions, primarily as ecological assets, but they can also serve recreational roles. Sometimes there are conflicts between these 2 functions when they're in close proximity. The green infrastructure networks also provide ideal routes for walking and cycling. Again, this can conflict with ecological objectives. So this parameter plan seeks to define where various recreational activities can be accommodated and where sensitive management of spaces are required to protect assets and to enhance them through woodland management programs, new planting, creation of new ponds, for example, as well as integrating sustainable drainage features into green infrastructure spaces. One key objective of the Gilston allocation is the creation of new strategic open spaces that provide enhanced habitat management and an appreciation of the natural and historic assets on the site. The application therefore includes the creation of 2 new strategic community parklands within the site boundary at Eastwick Wood Country Park and Hunston Airfield Community Agriculture Park. This parameter plan shows the proposed strategic access points, the STC and its limit of deviation, public rights of way and other pedestrian and cycle networks. The plan also shows how internal routes connect with the central and eastern Stalk crossing junctions and towards routes beyond the site boundaries. At this stage, details of new routes and how they will interface with existing features such as watercourses and existing road networks are not shown and will need to be considered at the Strategic Landscape Master Plan stage, where these interfaces occur within the green corridors within the villages, between the villages, and also at the Village Master Plan stage, where more will be known about the layout of streets and uses within individual villages. This plan shows the approximate route of the STC through the site. As I said, this route is subject to a limit of deviation within which the route could be located. This will be defined at both the Strategic Landscape and Village Master Plan stages. Where the STC is located in close proximity to heritage or ecological assets, as shown in Parameter Plan 2, the limit of deviation is significantly reduced in order to ensure the route avoids and minimises impacts on these assets. As you've heard, a key ambition for the development is the achievement of a 60% target of all trips within the development being by active or sustainable modes. The feature of the STC through the function, of the STC through the site has a key role to play in achieving that objective. Officers have worked closely with the applicant to agree principles for the design of the STC. These principles ensure that the STC is first and foremost a route for buses, walking and cycling. However, where connections are made between villages, in order to reduce the impacts arising from road infrastructure, there should be one connection only. This will mean that the STC will need to accommodate other vehicles for a limited length of the route. The plan illustrates key routes for walking and cycling through the site and defines these routes as either commuting or leisure routes. Of course, any route designed with cyclists in mind can be used for either, but the distinction often comes down to matters of design and directness. This plan shows only key routes, but cannot at this stage give a complete picture of the myriad ways that walking and cycling will be given priority through the design process, which will be a fundamental objective of the village master planning stage, and indeed the strategic landscape master plan stage, as it is often the quality of off-road routes that enable greater levels of connectivity between the villages, as shown on this plan. Parameter Plan 5 defines the outer limits of each village developable area, within which all built land uses will be accommodated, and most village sports and open spaces. Each village contains an area within which education and mixed uses will be concentrated. These zones will contain the village centres with retail and commercial uses, offices and leisure uses, plus community uses such as health facilities and education. Residential uses are also proposed within this zone. As you can see, the plan also shows the centre line of the STC. This is to illustrate how the village centres will be connected to this central route and be accessed by active and sustainable transport. The village developable areas are overlaid by the sensitive development area as defined on Parameter Plan 2. And as I say, the development specification sets out the design considerations that will apply to development within these zones, such as lower densities, building heights being just two ways of ensuring that built form respects the setting of heritage assets. This is discussed further in section 13.9 of the report. This plan shows the maximum heights that will be permitted within different parts of the village development. It takes ordnance datum and then applies a building height of up to 14 metres at ridge height across the site, with a limit of deviation of plus or minus 2 metres on existing ground levels to account for changing levels across the site. 14 metres is the equivalent of 4 stories. For the avoidance of doubt, ground floors are measured at 4 metres and subsequent floors at 3.2. There are 3 exceptions to this approach on this plan in terms of building heights: the village centre education and mixed use zone, the sensitive development zones, and the Gilston Park zone. Remodelling of existing ground levels will be required to achieve an appropriate development platform, and as finished ground levels are not yet known, being a matter for master planning and detailed design stages, ground levels are subject in some locations to a variance of 3 metres and 5 metres in specific locations. These are indicated on the parameter plan as necessary. The village centre is identified as locations where building heights cannot exceed 18 metres at ridge height. This is equivalent to a 5-storey building with a pitch roof, but excludes chimneys. However, the development specification sets out within Village 1, no more than 12% of the built footprint shall reach the maximum height of 18 metres. Within Village 2, no more than 15% of the built footprint shall reach the maximum height. And within Villages 3, 4 and 5 and 6, no more than 10% of the built footprint shall reach the maximum height between 14 and 18 metres. Parameter Plan 6 also shows areas, again annotated as sensitive development areas. These zones relate to the settings of heritage assets within which specific principles apply. In terms of building heights, for example, Appendix 5 within the development specification sets out that buildings around and in the vicinity of St Mary's Church, for example, must not exceed 2.5 stories. The plan highlights in yellow an area of land within the sensitive development area at Gilston Park, located south of Gilston House. This zone is subject to a maximum height of 11 metres with no limit of deviation at ground level. This is to minimise visual and spatial harm to the Gilston Park house listed buildings. The district plan requires the provision of employment areas of around 5 hectares to be delivered within the allocation. However, an assessment undertaken by the Garden Town refined this 5 hectares hectares of land to employment floor space, identifying a need for 34,000 square metres across the Gilston area as a whole, with 20,000 square metres of those to be delivered within the plan period up to 2033. Breaking this down proportionally by site, this equates to 29,200 square metres in villages 1 to 6 and 4,800 square metres in village 7, and the application therefore seeks permission for this total floor space. Recognising that the employment land demands have and will continue to change over time, officers consider that a minimum of 10,000 square metres should be secured across the site, and a Section 106 agreement will set out an agreed mechanism for collaboration on market assessments and demand analysis at each master planning stage. This is to ensure that village designs can take account of floor space needs over time and to facilitate a variety of employment generating opportunities, including rural employment. As was seen on Parameter Plan 5, the focus of commercial floor space will be within village centres, as well as on the southern edge of Village 6. Again, this will provide for different floor space needs to be met. The development will also create a considerable number of jobs in all areas of construction, and the applicant is committed to working with local education providers to offer training and apprenticeship opportunities. Jobs will also be created through the different land uses created on site, and there will be benefits arising from the development in terms of regenerational effects in Harlow. The application will safeguard land within each village for the provision of primary schools, providing for the potential of up to 17 forms of entry at primary level. Work is already well underway between the applicant and the authorities to plan for the delivery of the Village 1 primary school so that it can open on the 1st September after first occupation. 2 secondary schools will be provided with land safeguarded for a total of 20 forms at secondary level, and this will accommodate pupil yield arising from all 7 villages. Pupil yield forecasting and school place planning is complex and made more so as new settlements take time to establish. The delivery of school infrastructure will be determined through a dynamic education strategy as the development grows. An education review group will be established with the applicant, East Herts and Hertfordshire County Council. This will monitor build rates, trajectories, phasing information and pupil yields that are arising to plan for the timely delivery of new schools or expansion of new schools on the site. Each primary school will have an early years facility provided in the school, and floor space for commercial early years facilities will be provided in each village centre. These will provide not only education and childcare benefits, but also assist in parents returning to work. Special educational needs will be catered for through planned floor space within at least 1 primary and secondary school, and financial contributions are secured for off-site specialist facilities commensurate to meeting pupil needs arising from the development over time. A healthcare centre will be provided in Village 1. This will provide floor space for GP services, mental health care services and community health services, plus an ambulance bay. This is in line with the NHS integrated care approach to providing services in the heart of communities. Floor space is also planned for the provision of an emergency services hub facility for fire and police services. A community centre will be provided in Village 1, which will enable multiple community uses in the same floor space, potentially including library and temporary health service floor space, or it could be the base of operations for community governance activities. A dedicated youth facility is planned for, along with parks and open spaces within walking distance of homes, formal sports pitches and recreational space, plus strategic accessible natural green space. Comprehensive assessments have been undertaken as to the potential impacts on habitats and wildlife. There are 12 local wildlife sites within the site and a further 5 adjacent to the site boundaries. Of these, 7 are woodlands, 3 are permanent pasture, 3 are wetland habitats in the Stork Valley, and the 3 remaining sites comprise a lake, churchyard and a bat roost. The habitat surveys identified a broad range of habitat types, including arable, grassland, woodland, hedgerows and tree belts, scrub, streams, rivers and ponds. The species surveys identified that the site supports protected and notable fauna, including great crested newts, bats, badgers, reptiles, and aquatic and terrestrial invertebrates of conservation importance. With improvements to Fiddler's Brook tributary valley, the site has the potential to support watervole. The parameter plans demonstrate that the scheme will minimise harm to the most ecologically rich parts of the site by locating the village developable areas away from these locations, with protective buffers between development and strategic green corridors and village buffers. As such, Impacts on trees and hedgerows are minimal, but nonetheless, the loss of priority hedgerow habitat is acknowledged in the report. The loss of farmland habitat and hedgerow cannot be fully mitigated. This will have a detrimental impact on farmland and wintering birds and some bat species. One badger set may need to be relocated, and specific mitigation will be required to avoid impacts on a great crested newt commuter route and reptile habitats, which will be determined at the master planning stages. Some mitigation will be provided through employing conservation-led practices on remaining farmland, through new landscaping and planting of trees and hedgerows, providing artificial roosts, mammal and reptile paths, and designing lighting strategies that are wildlife friendly. Some enhancements will reduce the impacts to the conservation status of some species to an insignificant level, such as woodland birds and bats, badgers and great crested newt, and in the long term will improve the conservation status of terrestrial invertebrates. Notwithstanding this, the loss of large areas of agricultural land will have the greatest impact on farmland breeding and wintering birds in particular, the effect of which cannot be fully mitigated and remains a residual significant negative impact. In allocating the site, the Council accepted in principle that there would be a baseline level of harm to habitats and species, which were explored at a high level through the plan making process. The proposed application is considered to provide imperative reasons of overriding public interest. These arise from the benefits of a social and economic nature in terms of delivering a significant proportion of the Gilston area allocation and unlocking the delivery of the wider Gilston area strategic allocation to the total of 10,000 homes. The outline application will deliver and enable the creation of a sustainable transport corridor which supports the growth and sustainable transport objectives of the Garden Town and will provide significant new community infrastructure to support new and existing communities in accordance with policies. Officers consider that the principles set out in the District Plan and Gilston Area Neighbourhood Plan have been met and that there will be no offence under Section 41 of the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act 2006, the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981 as amended, Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017, Water Environment Water Framework Directive Regulations 2017, the Countryside and Rights of Way Act 2000, and the Protection of Badgers Act 1992. The proposed enhancements across the development, the proposal has the potential to deliver a biodiversity net gain of 33% for habitats, 20.55% for hedgerows, and 16.6% for watercourses. An ecological management plan will be secured by a condition for the management of and long-term stewardship of ecological assets. Financial contributions have also been secured to assist in managing recreational impacts of the Stork Valley, which is located immediately south of the site. A full appropriate assessment of the habitat regulations assessment has been undertaken and updated, and this demonstrates that there will be no adverse effects on the integrity of national network sites within the zone of influence of the development. The proposed village developable area is located within flood zone 1, meaning that the site is at low risk of flooding from pluvial, existing drains, sewers and water mains and artificial sources such as the Gilston Park Lake, and is not at risk from tidal or groundwater flooding. A change from agricultural land to built development will result in the need to ensure that flooding does not occur as a result of surface water entering the natural water network too quickly, particularly during a storm event. Therefore, an assessment of the potential effects of the development on the surface water environment has been submitted. In order to consider the worst case scenario, the drainage attenuation volumes have been calculated using the 1 in 100 year storm event with a 40% uplift to account for climate change. The modelling uses the Greenfield runoff rate of 6 litres per second per hectare for the worst case 1 in 100 year storm event, and the drainage strategy indicates a range of measures can be used to ensure surface water runoff from the development maintains that level of flow. One of the main tools is through the creation of landscape features that intercept surface water flow, such as ponds and attenuation basins, designed to accommodate water during heavy rainfall events, along with planting of trees and other vegetation, not only in open spaces and green corridors, but also incorporated into the urban landscapes, such as street trees, rain gardens, and public realm works. Following extensive engagement with the lead local flood authorities, Hertfordshire and Essex County Councils, the Environment Agency, Thames Water, a flood risk assessment, a surface water drainage strategy, and a sewage treatment and foul drainage strategy have been prepared. These strategies describe how surface water and foul water will be managed to ensure water quality is maintained, that flood risk is managed in accordance with policy, and that sewage infrastructure can be provided to support the development. The application is supported by an energy statement which has been updated to reflect changes to policy since the application was originally submitted. It also incorporates updates to Part L from the building regulations. And the energy statement sets out a proposed energy strategy for the village development that will contribute towards a vision of delivering comfortable modern homes that go above and beyond national requirements for minimising carbon emissions and reducing the environmental impact of the village development. Principles are captured and included in the development specification to achieve this vision, and a tiered approach to securing the implementation of carbon reduction and energy efficiency measures is included in the proposed conditions. Affinity Water have confirmed that there is no impediment to securing water supply to the development, and Thames Water have confirmed that programmes are in place to manage catchment demands for the treatment of wastewater. Given that this application is in outline form, with internal movement networks reserved for later consideration following the master planning process, the application material does not define the exact location of new active and sustainable travel routes, but instead provides indicative locations of different types of routes and connections, as shown on Parameter Plan 4. The application seeks, through the development specification, to achieve the 60% target of all trips originating in the development being made by active and sustainable modes of travel, and this will be achieved through applying the road user hierarchy set out in the Hertfordshire Local Transport Plan. The key feature of the parameter plan, as I said, is the identification of a sustainable transport corridor, which connects in a loop each of the villages with a connection through to Village 7. And the STC will connect via the essential store crossing to planned sustainable transport corridor networks within Harlow, towards which a financial contribution is secured. Each village centre will be connected via the STC, and each village centre will contain a sustainable transport hub. This will provide quick, efficient and direct connections between each village centre and the key destinations within them, such as schools, community and commercial uses. The design of the sustainable transport hubs will follow a hierarchy based on the size of the village. But one of the key ways to encourage travel by active and sustainable modes is to ensure that day-to-day service and facility needs can be met through facilities on site within each village centre. Another way is to make car travel a less attractive and more time-consuming option than the alternatives. And officers, as I said, have worked with the applicant to refine the role and purpose of the STC. And master plans will be required to demonstrate that priority is given to sustainable modes over other motor vehicles. These principles are included in paragraph 4.5.9 of the development specification. The Village 1 sustainable modes access and all modes access will be delivered at the same time, along with the realignment of the current Eastwick Road. This will ensure that from the earliest occupations, opportunities will exist for residents to travel via active and sustainable routes. The early delivery of a bus service to connect the Village 1 centre towards Harlow Town Station and Town Centre will be procured through financial contributions secured for the Section 106 agreement, with new routes and increased frequency delivered in parallel with the growth of the village development. This phased approach to the delivery of bus services has been agreed in principle with the Highway Authority. The application will also secure financial contributions towards the provision of sustainable travel vouchers, worth £500 available to each household. A Sustainable Transport Innovation Fund of £10.4 million is provided, of which £6.4 million of that is earmarked for public transport services. In addition, £1.25 million is provided for travel plan monitoring. A transport review group will be established that will regularly monitor the success of transport strategies against the objectives of achieving the mode share target. This will allow for the early identification of issues and the implementation of agreed mitigation measures as required, acknowledging that sometimes external factors may be responsible for mode share targets not being achieved. Extensive transport modelling has been undertaken to determine if the development proposals result in any severe residual cumulative effects. Assessments considered the effects of the construction activities on severance, pedestrian, cyclist and driver delay, for example. The outputs of the modelling has formed the basis of the agreed delivery triggers of transport infrastructure, including the central and eastern store crossings and other junction improvement schemes. The evidence shows that following proposed transport strategy measures, there will be a slight adverse residual impact in terms of driver, pedestrian and cyclist delay, amenity and severance during construction and operation. This is considered inevitable within an urban area subject to significant growth. However, the joint objective of the applicants and the authorities has not been to design infrastructure to mitigate these impacts, but rather to focus infrastructure on locations that diverts traffic away from the more central areas and invest in sustainable transport. It is considered that a reasonable, balanced approach has been adopted. Officers consider that there is not an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and the residual cumulative impacts on the road network are not considered to be severe. This image illustrates one of the accesses to be approved. This one illustrates the Village 1 sustainable modes only access. This junction has been designed to enable surface crossing on northern, eastern and western arm in its interim form, with the new active routes tying into the existing path network of the Fifth Avenue Bridge. The final form of this junction will have surface crossings on all approaches, and this will enable users to cross the junction in advance of the completion of the proposed dedicated foot and cycle bridge, the principles and parameters of which were approved through the Central Stalk Crossing Permission. To the west of the main junction, the application includes the provision of a new access point into the Eastwick Lodge Business Park, to the west of the existing car parking area. During the interim stage, the existing entry point will become a left-only exit, and the existing exit will be closed. In the final scheme, the existing entry point and left-only exit will both be closed. Additional parking will be provided, and the car park redesigned with a one-way system, so that vehicles enter and exit from the new junction further west. This will allow vehicles exiting the business parks to head westbound if desired. A crossing point will be provided at this junction for users of the footpath that runs along the northern side of the A414 towards Eastwick. This image also illustrates the Village 1 all modes access located to the east of the sustainable modes access. This junction in interim form provides the connections between Turlings Park and the Village 1 site to enable continuous connectivity while the remaining sections of the Eastern Stalk Crossing are completed. East-west vehicle movements are retained via a diversion from the existing Eastwick Road to the newly aligned section of the Eastwick Road on the approach to the Eastwick Road A414 Fifth Avenue junction. In its final form, the junction will provide a continuous east-west route for vehicles and active modes, and active routes will be realigned as user-controlled crossings. The top image shows the interim junction arrangement for the Village 2 access. At the interim stage, the access comprises a T-junction north of the existing Eastwick Road to the northeast of Pye Corner. Eastwick Road will continue to operate as it does currently, but with a signal-controlled junction enabling access to Village 2 only from the east, as in a left turn out of Village 2 onto Eastwick Road and a right turn in from Eastwick Road into Village 2. And this will prevent development-related traffic from using Pye Corner. A 2-metre footpath is located along the eastern side of the road, and a 2-metre footpath and 3-metre cycleway is located along the western side of the road. And advanced stop lines for cyclists are provided for on-road cyclists. A user-controlled junction is provided on the new road north of the junction. The final scheme design approved through the Eastern Stalk Crossing Permission shown in the bottom image completes this junction with Road 2 of the Eastern Stalk Crossing as the southern arm. Eastwick Road will be closed to motorised vehicles to the west of the junction at this point, which effectively creates a bypass to Pye Corner. There is currently a weight restriction on part of the Eastwick Road, therefore the Construction Traffic Environment Management Plan, which is required by condition, will set out the agreed routes for vehicles used in the delivery of this junction. Prior to the occupation of homes in Village 2, the internal STC linking Village 2 to Village 1 will be required to be operational. And to this effect, it is currently proposed that access to construct Village 2 will be primarily through the Village 1 junctions, though this will be confirmed through the Construction, Traffic and Environmental Management Plan. Part of the application for Kilston Villages 1 to 6 includes the detailed application for the Village 6 access. The form of the access is supported in principle, however, it only works in the context of the Village 7 access not being built. This is because it includes bus priority access into the site, which would not actually be required if Village 7 were to be built. Equally, if Village 6 were to be built prior to Village 7, the Village 6 access would need to be reduced in scale at an appropriate point in the future. Furthermore, the junction proposed at present doesn't currently set out where pedestrians and cyclists will go once they've crossed the A414 by the proposed crossing, and Hertfordshire County Council officers have advised that more information is required regarding that connection south of the A414 and how it ties into the Pond and Mill link. In a scenario where Village 7 junction is delivered and the Village 6 junction is no longer required to serve the village development, it is proposed that the junction is retained to serve the emergency services hub facility, as described in paragraph 13.5.31 in your report. The employment uses and travelling show person site identified in the southern part of Village 6 on Parameter Plan 4. And in the interest of encouraging trips by active and sustainable motor travel, this access will only be accepted by Hertfordshire County Council on the basis of the following: that it provides no through access to the wider development, that access is restricted to heavy goods vehicles, heavy duty vehicles serving those facilities. The intention is to restrict use of the access to prevent it from being used as a means of access for employees or equivalent in private vehicles. Any case for employment to be served from Village 6 access will need to be evidence and a local transport plan for compliant case made at the appropriate master planning and reserved matters stages. This means that the plan is recommended for approval at this stage, and the Section 106 agreement will provide details of the mechanism for bringing forward a revised design if required. The Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 sets duties for decision makers in relation to assessing the impacts of proposals on listed buildings and conservation areas. Section 66(1) states that in considering whether to grant planning permission which affects a listed building or its setting, the local planning authority shall have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. The effect of this duty is that any harm to a listed building or its setting through a development proposal should be given substantial weight and importance in the planning balance. Section 72(1) states that with respect to any buildings or other land in a conservation area, special attention should be paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of that area. However, Section 72(1) does not apply to setting. Similarly to the statutory requirements as they apply to listed buildings, harm to the character and appearance of a conservation area should be given substantial weight and importance in the planning balance. The Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act 1977 gives statutory protection to any structure, building or area of archaeological remains that is considered to be of particular historic and or archaeological interest. The Act therefore covers scheduled monuments which are located within the development. The application site covers an area of land within which there are multiple areas of archaeological significance, over 50 designated and multiple non-designated heritage assets. Given the scale of the development, there will be less than substantial harm of varying degrees on these assets, both within the site boundary and nearby. It should be noted, however, that the site allocation through policies GA1 of the East Arts Plan has accepted the principle that there will be a change to the setting of heritage assets by virtue of the allocation. As such, the allocation involves an acceptance in principle that some level of harm, including adverse impact, indeed, such impact was recognised at the time that the site was allocated. And this was addressed in a heritage impact assessment undertaken at the time, and the proposed mitigation contained in that assessment, which was considered during the examination in public, has now been included as mitigation in this application. The applicant has consulted with Historic England and the Council's Conservation and Urban Design team through each stage of the application process. As a result of this engagement, as I previously said, several amendments were made to the proposal. The parameter plans include sensitive development areas, which have the result of restricting the height and form of development in the vicinity of certain heritage assets. Through consultation, this sensitive development area around heritage assets were significantly enlarged. Developed land was removed from the south of St Mary's Church, and updated heritage design principles are set out in Appendix 5 of the development specification. The application proposes the creation of conservation management plans for heritage assets, which includes the creation of a heritage trail with interpretation and information for visitors. This will help in understanding the significance of each asset. Archaeological assessments will be undertaken, which will also enable a greater understanding of historic settlement in the area. No designated heritage assets are to be demolished within the development, and the scheduled monuments within the site will be retained and safeguarded during construction, in line with measures contained in a Code of Construction Practice. The proposal will not lead to substantial harm, which is the total loss or significance of a designated heritage asset. Therefore, paragraph 201 of the NPPF is not invoked. Paragraph 202 of the NPPF requires that where a development will lead to a less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, This harm should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimal viable use. Paragraph 203 states that the effect of a development on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset should be taken into account in determining the application. In weighing applications that directly or indirectly affect non-designated heritage assets, a balanced judgment will be required, having regard to the scale of any harm or loss. The assessment in the report confirms that less than substantial harm will occur to heritage assets. In some locations, this will be at the upper end of less than substantial. This harm should be given substantial weight and importance, and in accordance with the approach set out in the NPPF, should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. Special regard should be given to the desirability of preserving buildings or settings or features of special architectural or historic interest which an asset possesses. Officers consider that the less than substantial harm to individual assets and overall is outweighed by the proposed benefits that will arise from this application, which is submitted in response to a district plan allocation, with the Gilston area being essential to meeting the housing and development need of the district within and beyond the plan period to 2023. It is considered that the wider public benefits proposed by the application outweigh the less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of designated and non-designated heritage assets. Nearly done. This development will result in the loss of grade 2 and 3 agricultural land for which there is no form of mitigation. While over 400 hectares of land will remain in agricultural use, some of this will diminish over time as the Hunsdon Airfield Community Agriculture Park converts to a greater proportion of open parkland rather than being in arable use over time. To make best use of the embodied carbon and enrichments that have developed through the agricultural practices, soils will be retained, stored and repurposed across the site. Risks associated with the former land uses in terms of ground contamination are considered low, but will be managed through standard codes of construction practice. No obvious sources of contamination are proposed through the application. Construction operations will be undertaken following relevant approved standards to avoid the creation of potential contamination pathways, which may otherwise impact on groundwater networks. To mitigate noise associated with construction, the Code of Construction Practice proposes that all construction works will occur during normal working hours, with restrictions on movement of vehicles and operations outside of these hours. Other mitigation measures are proposed, including low noise road surfacing and providing regular updates for residents. The master plans will also need to demonstrate good acoustic environments externally and internally can be achieved. Officers acknowledge that the introduction of the village development will introduce an urban form of development into what is currently a rural landscape, largely devoid of artificial light. However, this is an impact acknowledged in the allocation of the site in the district plan. Officers are satisfied that the proposed parameter plans and development specification principles will ensure that adverse harm from artificial lighting effects on ecological assets, existing and new residential receptors will be minimised through suitable approaches to design. High-level lighting design principles are included within the development specification, which commits to lighting design principles that will be designed with a high-efficiency luminaries, to be directionally and energy efficient, to minimise adverse impacts on road users, the amenity of residents, neighbouring uses and the wider landscape through good design, which minimises potential glare, light spill, trespass and sky glow. Nonetheless, officers recommend a condition requiring the submission of a lighting strategy with each village master plan and reserve matters application to demonstrate how lighting employed for the development meets the objectives set out in the development specification. The assessments undertaken for air quality take a precautionary approach to modelling. In short, this means that assumptions about the rate that vehicle emissions will improve as a result of new technology in future years are conservative, in that the modelling assumes that these improvements happen later and slower. Of the 63 modelled existing receptor locations, there are 2 that are at risk of having moderate adverse impacts due to the scheme in scenario years where part of the development is in operation. A receptor in London Road, Sawbridgeworth, which is already designated as an air quality management area, is expected to exceed the annual mean nitrogen dioxide limits in the first interim year, both with and without the scheme. The increase in the first interim year is very small, but because the location remains above targets, the impact is classified as moderate adverse in terms of the environmental assessment. In later years, however, nitrogen dioxide levels will be within targets and impacts will be minor adverse at worst. A receptor in Printers Way in Harlow is expected to have moderate adverse impact in the second interim year and completion year due to an increase in traffic flows due to the Eastern Store crossing, but nitrogen dioxide levels will be well within the targets in all assessment scenarios. While these forecasts are undesirable, they represent a pessimistic scenario, and the properties within the village's 1 to 6 development itself will have nitrogen dioxide levels that are well within targets. The applicant, along with the Village 7 applicant, has worked with the council, Garden Town partners and community representatives to develop a Gilston area governance and stewardship strategy. The strategy sets out a framework for the stewardship of the development, which will evolve through the next planning stages as the development itself grows and as the new community grows. Stewardship is not just about managing green spaces, but is about enabling community participation in decisions that are important to them about how community assets are delivered and managed. As such, the strategy proposes that a Gilston Area Community Management Trust is established with clearly defined core responsibilities related to the management and guardianship of spaces and community and cultural development, and also potential community service responsibilities such as training, education, providing local services, for example. A range of assets will be transferred to the Trust, such as the larger strategic community infrastructure facilities that serve the site as a whole, as well as village community infrastructure such as neighbourhood parks and open spaces, allotments, village-specific sports facilities. The strategy describes that the Trust will need to ensure strong management and accountability for service delivery, demonstrable public benefit, and inclusive community participation. There will therefore be one overarching Gilston Area Community Management Trust, the Gilston Area Community Interest Company, which is a commercial trading subsidiary, a Gilston Area Community Forum, and 7 village advisory groups. The strategy recommends establishing a shadow advisory body to be formed shortly after the signing of the Section 106 agreement and grant of any outline consent to help improve and shape the development of the emerging trust. The shadow advisory board will comprise representatives from the developers, the Garden Town, East Herts Council and the Neighbourhood Planning Group, who will approve the creation of the Gilston Area Management Trust and form the charity, ensuring that relevant consultation is undertaken as necessary. The Shadow Board will then transition after the initial development period, with most members of the Shadow Board expected to become directors of the Trust to provide continuity. The stewardship strategy is considered to set a good framework for the evolution of the community governance and stewardship of the development. The outline application is supported by a comprehensive suite of documents that together provide a clear understanding of the parameters of the proposal. The strategic design guide and parameter plans and detailed development specification contain principles and commitments to quality placemaking principles that identify the constraints to development and define areas within which particular design and layout measures are required to ensure that future master plans and detailed reserve matters applications avoid adverse impacts on heritage and ecological features. Notwithstanding this, the delivery of the development at this scale will result in a fundamental change to the nature of the locality. Rural villages will be surrounded by or will be adjacent to new urban environments, with its visual impacts and intensity of activity currently not experienced in a landscape that is largely agricultural in nature. However, these harms were acknowledged in the allocation of the site, and officers considered that the benefit to the new development outweighs the visual and landscape harm, the less than substantial harm to the significance of heritage assets, and other harms that will arise from the delivery of the proposals as identified in the report. As such, officers considered the application accords with the development plan and material considerations, and recommend that the application be granted subject to the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 legal agreement. Officers request that authority be delegated to the Head of Planning and Building Control to finalise the detail of the legal agreement and planning conditions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Jenny. I think you might want to have a glass of water or something. Well done. Just before we move on to public speakers, can I just take this opportunity to let everybody know that we, as we always do, it's unavoidable, I think. We've had various late representations that have come in for consideration. I'm loath to ask you to just speak any further just at the moment, Jenny, but just in terms of the late representations, we have received late reps, haven't we? And would you like to say anything at this stage about them at all, or would you like to defer and come back to late reps later in the meeting? Okay, that's fine, absolutely fine, okay. Okay, so in that case, we're now going to move on to our public speakers. We have 6 people who wish to speak, public speakers who wish to speak against the application. And just so that we're all on the same page, I'm just going to run through those names again and just make sure we're all happy. So we've got Mr. Rory Joyce, Kirsty Elliott, Yasmin Gregory, Peter Hannaford. They will each get 5 minutes, and Richard Ford and Angus Hudson are sharing 5 minutes. And I'm just looking around the room to make sure that there's no point being taken there. I believe that they're agreed time allocations. Okay, good. All right. And then I think this is the batting order, isn't it, Peter? Once we've had those 6 speakers, we will be sharing 25 minutes among them. We will then have speakers 4, and we have 2 names here, Uwe Bienik and Sammy Steele. I'm not quite sure whether they'll both be speaking, but on the speaking times that we agreed at the beginning of the meeting, they will have 25 minutes to share between them. So we're going to start then. If Mr. Rory Joyce would be good enough to do speak. Yeah.
Chair, through you, if I may, just on late representations, as you alluded to, we have received a number of late representations late in the day. Officers have done their best in the time available to produce 2 documents which have been published in response to these, which both summarise what the representations say and then provide a response by officers to the main points arising. The late representations, I understand, are also on the website. If it assists, I can name who those representations are from.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
really very much in everybody's
So,
hands as to how we go
So
forward.
just going through the additional representations summary A document, we've had representations from the Hertfordshire and West Essex Integrated Care Board. Also from Maria Michael, who's a local resident. We've had representations from Town Legal on behalf of Hunsdon House. The 3 letters from Town Legal. Representations on behalf of the applicant, which was a briefing to members. Representations from Nigel Clark on behalf of Stop Harlow North. Further representations from Paul Cheeser. Hopefully that is pronounced correctly. Anthea Bickmore and Sarah Barker, who are local residents. Also further reps from Natural England and National Trust. And finally, from Sandra McAdam, who's a local resident. So all of those have been summarised in representations A, and I understand both these documents have been made available to members in good time. I understand members arrived early to committee so they could digest all of the information and have full regard to that during the decision. And finally, in additional representations summary B, this responds in the main to late representations which were received on Monday at 12:29 on behalf from Pinsent Masons on behalf of Mrs. Pope and Mr. Beaumont. So again, the representations are summarised and responded to within document B. Within those documents also there are certain minor, generally minor updates to the main committee report. And again, I understand all members have had time to read through those documents and take them on board. Thank you, Chair.
Lee, that was very helpful indeed. I can confirm that members came in early this morning precisely to have time to review late representations, which they have done. Again, I'm very much in everybody's hands here. If there's anything that any officer or yourself or indeed our internal legal officer wishes to say about the specifics of the late reps and you wish to do that now, then you are very welcome to do so. Otherwise, we will eventually get to Mr. Joyce, but it's okay. We'll get you eventually. You're content. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Mr. Joyce, don't press that, just depress the button because I have to just give you the rules of engagement. So I'm sorry, it's very important. We do this every time. So Okay, so you've got 5 minutes, and the clock will start when you press the red button. So that's why I didn't want you to press the red button because we weren't ready to start. But as I suspect you may know, and we do this for every single application. I will, if you're still speaking at 5 minutes, I will stop you. So you have 5 minutes, and then you'll be cut off. But the clock will be turning up there, so you can see how much time you've got to go. And this will apply for everybody. So, and I will repeat this, I'm afraid, for every speaker that comes to speak. So you'll get quite used to this by the end of the meeting. So when you're ready, press the button. Away you go.
Thank you, Chairman.
By all means, introduce yourself before you start. Do introduce yourself. Yes. Yeah. No. We'll reset the clock. Don't worry. Just introduce yourself.
I'm Rory Joyce from Brunel Planning, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of Huntston House.
We'll start your clock again. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for 6 out of the 7 new garden villages that will be located in what is a beautiful rural area that was designated as Greenbelt. It's got a wealth of important heritage assets, and we are asking you to defer a decision on just the 6 villages today without including the 7th, in the interest of just doing this right. When the land was released from the Greenbelt, everyone agreed, including the local plan inspector and the neighbourhood plan inspector, that the new 10,000 home development should be landscape-led, heritage-led, and comprehensively planned. But you do not have that comprehensive information formally in front of you today. You only have part of the picture. You do not have the Village 7 application. Your officer's report openly identifies the, and I quote, interrelationships between the 2 applications. I know that the Harlow North to Centre Sustainable Transport Corridor is being legally challenged, precisely because it is being salami sliced and not subject to a comprehensive consideration. Let's not do that here. This 10,000 new home development is a once in a generation planning decision for Gilston and does need to be done properly. And that means does need to be done comprehensively. It's common sense. It's a single development. So we ask you, Chairman and councillors, to defer a decision on this application for just some of the 10,000 homes, with no certainty at all of the later delivery of the associated essential infrastructure and essential community facilities, including schools, health facilities, sports facilities, and gypsy pitches and traveller pitches. It is suggested in the officer's report that this deficiency is essential provision associated with this application and could hopefully be made up later in a different application for Village 7. That cannot be the right approach. The officer's report openly admits that the 2 applications, Village 1 to 6 and for Village 7, are part of the same development. It openly admits that your officers have been considering both applications in parallel since they were submitted. Of course, that makes sense, as they are both part of the same development. The report acknowledges that if Village 7 is not approved as well, there will be an under-provision of sports pitches, but more might potentially be provided in future on Huntston Airfield, and that the 2 applicants have agreed between themselves how they will provide the gypsy pitches and the traveller pitches. And it states that if Village 7 does not come forward, then more gypsy and traveller pitches may well be placed somewhere else in the future, in Village 4. It openly states that you, the members, have received briefings on each application, and I quote, enabling a comprehensive approach. That would be right. It's obviously a single development. However, only one of these 2 applications is before you today. In short, we're asking you, we are not objecting here to the principle of creating 7 new villages as part of the comprehensive development. We are asking you to defer a decision on this incomplete, deficient application for part of the development. We understand it's a deferral for a very short period, only a matter of weeks, but it would allow you to follow a proper town planning process to do it right. Let's give this once in a generation planning decision for Gilston the comprehensive consideration that it deserves, so that you can bring forward an exemplary development of the 7 garden villages together. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joyce. The next speaker will be Kirsty Elliott when Mr. Joyce is vacating what will increasingly become a warm seat, I think. Okay, now we're going to have exactly the same drill, so don't press anything until we're ready to go. Okay, so I think just the first thing we'll obviously allow you to do is just to introduce yourself to the room, for which you will need to press the red button, but that will not count for your time. So introduce yourself and then take the red button off, and then we'll go into your 5 minutes, and it's 5 minutes and you will be cut off if you're still speaking at 5 minutes. So just introduce yourself now, please, Ms. Elliott.
Thank you. I'm Kirsty Elliott. I'm the Vice Chair of Turlings Park Management Company.
Okay, if you have to press the red button off, you see it's a bit silly this, but never mind, we'll get there. And then when you're ready in your own time, you can start when you wish to press the red button.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here to represent Turlings Park Management Company and the 200 properties and families that live on the estate. Only I don't think that I'm going to be able to do them justice today as a result of the way that this process has been run. Even at 8:30 p.m. last night, as I tried to rewrite this, I wasn't clear how much time I was going to be allowed to speak for. Would it be 2 minutes? Would it be 5 minutes? We were unhelpfully advised to prepare for both. So after I finished my day job, I then had to do a last-minute rewrite on the off chance that I might get 5 minutes. I feel strongly that your process has taken my voice and therefore the voice of residents away. A last-minute change to try and avoid any challenge remains wholly unfair to residents who volunteer to represent the communities they serve and in which they live. How are we supposed to keep up with the ever-moving goalposts and ensure that we represent our communities in the best way possible? Perhaps the reason for this disregard is that residents have been dismissed as just noise with nothing of relevance to contribute. I found that personally insulting to the number of voluntary hours that I and my colleagues on TPMC and HEG-MPG have invested into our community. Whilst I might not always agree with the points of the planning officers today, I will certainly afford them the grace of not dismissing what they have to say without listening, or indeed before they have had the opportunity to speak. I will try not to resent that they are allowed however much time they need, as this is considered so important, yet as a resident with relevant experiences, I am deliberately limited and fighting for time. I do hope that you've had the opportunity to read the email that I sent yesterday and that you have taken the points on board. The decisions that you make today will cost millions of pounds and will affect the lives of residents of Gilston and the surrounding areas for years and years to come. The points are very relevant to the decision that you are going to make today, and I would ask that you consider whether you are indeed in a position to make that decision or whether it would be more appropriate to defer the decision. The issues faced at Turlings Park have been many and extended over more than 5 years and include an unrealistic service charge set by the original managing agent, an incompetent original managing agent being appointed by the developer, Japanese knotweed delaying completion of pedestrian works on Burnt Mill Lane, roads remaining unadopted over 5 years after final occupation, completion of works to amenity land prior to the transfer of land having to be fought for, the land transfer itself only happening after persistence by the resident directors, including the developer attempting to insert a ransom strip for their own benefit and claim it was there from the start, and the location of the play area installed by the developer being in proximity to 3 ancient oak trees that had not been appropriately maintained during the construction period. There are no quick fixes, and without residents such as myself, the noise, dedicating hours of our time to chasing and cajoling the developers and indeed the council, many of the planning commitments, including those in the Section 106 agreement, would not have come to fruition. Is that what you are looking to sign up all of the new residents of Gilston Park Estate to? If not, then deferral is your only option, as the relevant safeguards are not included. No one has followed up with me on all these issues, even though they are well known, even to seek my views on how a situation like this might be avoided in future. I'm repeatedly told that lessons have been learned. However, I see no evidence of this in any of the documents I've read. I fear that East Hertfordshire do not have the resources to protect the 200 families at Turlings Park, that 10,000 new homes and families will be totally overwhelming. You have not put in place the necessary structures to allow you to appropriately monitor this development. As ever, I would like to endorse the points made by HEG MPG today and the parish councils. They have covered far more technical points than I have. However, it is important to represent the experiences of TPMC as part of this process. The commitment and dedication of those volunteers should also not be underestimated or dismissed. They work tirelessly to engage with both the council and developers, however hard it gets. I would like to acknowledge this on behalf of residents. As a final point, just as I feel like I'm not able to represent the families at Turlings Park, I think that they will also feel like you are not representing them with your decision making if you approve the application today. And I believe that you will see this in the upcoming elections when they vote for parties that will listen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elliott. Well done. Next speaker is Yasmin Gregory. Okay, we'll just let you sit down. Now, I know it's repetitious, but you're an individual, so I am talking to you. So we'll do exactly the same with you as we've done with the others. So you just introduce yourself to the meeting. You need a red button for that, so people will hear you. And then once you've done that, just press the red button off, and then you get your 5 minutes. It starts when you press the red button, and if you're speaking still at 5 minutes, we will cut you off. But okay. Go on.
So with my preparation, I did the same. It was 2 minutes, and then at 5 o'clock last night, sorry, it was 5 minutes. I've not really been able to prepare many notes, so I've done some research. So
it's fine. You just do your own thing. It's absolutely fine. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so just first introduce yourself to the meeting and try and press the red button with another finger, because that one will hurt you. No, press the red. Well, they won't hear you. Use a microphone. You see, that's the whole point. Just press it and then introduce yourself. No. So away you go. Introduce yourself.
Right. I'm Yasmin Gregory. I'm here on behalf of Friends of Latin Island. I'm also here really as a Harlow resident.
Okay. If you don't press the red button off. Okay. Now the next time you press it, the 5 minutes starts. So be ready.
Right, well, it seems that it was ages ago that we were here last time when we were talking about the river crossing and how that was approved. And so we've waited, and I know there's been a judicial review pending, and yet work has already started. I look at the plans and I listen again to Jenny, and thank you, Jenny, for speaking slowly this time. And I just don't get it. I just do not understand how building these homes on top of such beautiful woodlands, on beautiful green belt, how that is going to help people. If we talk about, we've got a homelessness crisis. So we're going to put 8,500 new homes, but that's not going to make a dent on any social housing register. You talk about affordable homes, but we've not even approved plans, and they're already been reduced. I think the report was vast, and I hope that the councillors have had time to digest it and to really, really understand it. A while ago, I was invited because somebody else couldn't make it. That's like the story of my life. That's the only way I get invited to things. And it was in the village hall, and there were places for people there, and there were people from East Herts Council there. And I didn't know that they were East Herts Council because I was new to all this. And we spoke of what would this development look like? And I can remember somebody in my group, we were talking about the homes that were being provided and how it would be access into Harlow and Harlow railway station. And I did actually clarify this comment with somebody else. And I said, did they say that? And this was like a few months after the event. And they said, yeah, I think they did. So we're drawing all these things. We've got these trees and we've got everything else going on. We've got like little buses and little bikes going along. And I said, right, okay, so you're going to go from here to here and we're going to be using these facilities here, these facilities here. They go, yeah. But not that the people from Harlow would be able to afford these houses. Now, for one of those rare moments in my life, I actually didn't say anything, because you know me by now. I have to say what's here. It goes from lung to tongue. You know, it's a blessing and a curse, I can tell you. So what we have is we were building all these things where you had your houses, you had your shops, you had your buses coming every 15 minutes, you had your schools going up there. But all this is done afterwards. You say, oh, that's the detail. Places for people have had sufficient practice at knocking out these developments. I mean, they're a massive, massive group. There's over 20 companies in the group. So they know what they're doing. So you talk of putting schools in. Well, we put schools in last. That's depriving children of education. I know this because the school in Harlow, which was promised, has been delayed by 2 years. And we're hoping that it's going to go ahead. So I understand that things go wrong. You're looking at putting in a development where everybody's just adjusting to house prices, where there's a demand on these supplies, which it's more expensive. I think we just need to take a step back. I think we just need to breathe. Because at the moment, you've got all these houses going in, and it's not going to affect the problem that we have, which is homelessness. There's a development in Harlow. There's at least 3 office blocks in Harlow that I know of that are filled to the brim with people. They need houses. That's real places for people that's needed, not office blocks. You've got 165 units in one block. Now, those people won't be able to move to one of these developments. So there's not going to be sufficient there's not going to be sufficient planning. I think we need to defer it. I think we need to go back. And I know, as Kirsty said, you are here because you are the voice of the people. You are the voice of the people who can't read these plans, who haven't got they just cannot get their head around it. So that's your responsibility. And I urge you, I beg you, I plead you to use your responsibility wisely and do not be too quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gregory. Thank you very much. Okay, now we've got Richard Ford and Angus Hudson, please. Don't do anything until I've Richard. Now, just to start with, do I infer, because you're the only person that's come to the microphone, that it would just be you speaking?
That's correct. So Mr. Hudson's kindly donated his 2.5 minutes
That's
to me.
fine. Okay, so if you just kill your red button for a minute so I can just run through the routine. I appreciate you're very, very experienced with this. So you've agreed with Mr. Hudson that you'll take the 5 minutes allocated to you jointly. That's your decision. If you would just initially introduce yourself to the meeting and then kill the red button. And then when you press the red button again, that will be your 5 minutes starting. And if you are still speaking at 5 minutes, we will cut you off.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Planning Committee members. So my name is Richard Ford. I'm a planning lawyer at Pinsent Masons.
I represent Mr. Beaumont and Mrs. Pope, who are local landowners and residents of Gilston Village. They own the majority of the land for the Eastern Stork Crossing, and their concerns are that that land will be blighted, the retained land that they have, when the Gilston Villages scheme progresses.
Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you. So I strongly urge you to defer this application today. Firstly, the application is premature. There are 4 key parts to this. Firstly, it's premature in relation to, as you've heard from Mr. Joyce, the Link Taylor Wimpey application for Village 7. Villages 1 to 7 are part of a single local plan allocation, a single EIA project. There is envisaged to be a single Section 106 agreement. There is codependency of infrastructure upon which all of villages 1 to 7 rely. The viability of each of the villages 1 to 7 needs to be looked at holistically. Now, these matters have not been comprehensively assessed, and they do need to be determined together. The second point on prematurity is that the related Central Stork Crossing and Eastern Stork Crossing planning permissions are, as you know, under challenge. There is no sound basis for determining these applications, whilst the lawfulness of those decisions are under challenge. Thirdly, the environmental statement for these applications for villages 1 to 6 is deficient because it does not look at the environmental impacts of the Harlow to North Centre Sustainable Transport Corridor component, which is specifically designed to serve villages 1 to 6 and village 7. That's been, as you heard from Mr. Joyce, unlawfully EIA salami sliced out, as it's called, from the EIA for villages 1 to 6 and the Central Stork Crossing and Eastern Stork Crossing. Again, that's under challenge, so there's no sound basis for determining these applications today until that challenge is resolved as well. And fourthly, very importantly for you, the viability of these schemes is clearly, this application for villages 1 to 6 is clearly under particular pressure. And it's a very bad time for you as the council to be deciding to grant planning permission when the viability is so challenged. There is only an upwards viability review mechanism for affordable housing. All of the other broken promises in relation to infrastructure are not subject to any improvement in relation to viability. The facts are these: you were promised 40% affordable housing, but you're only getting 23% being committed to. With that, upwards only viability review mechanism applying to that component. But it's only 23%, that's not good. You were promised an affordable housing mix that met the local needs of people in Harlow. You are not getting that either. It's non-policy compliant. That's not good. You were promised 50,000 square metres of employment land, yet the Section 106 heads of terms, which if you read it carefully, only secures 8,500 square metres of employment land. That's 17% of what was promised, with Village 7 providing very little in addition. That's not good. There's no NHS hospital contribution. That's not good. You're only getting 5 of the promised 6 primary school schools committed to, with the 6th just safeguarded land. That's not good. The developer, however, is seeking 16.2% blended house builder return. And on top of that, a development management fee of 4% for themselves. Now that's in excess of what you would typically expect to see on a garden community scheme of between 12.5% to 15% return. That's not good. It's time to renegotiate. It's premature. The costs of delivering these schemes are coming down, not going up. The prices will improve and you'll get a better deal if you defer this application. There are a number of EIA assessment flaws which makes it unlawful for you to grant planning permission, as set out in the letter that I sent yesterday, which officers respond to today. The HIA is not done correctly. There's no update to the social economic assessment because the application isn't providing that affordable housing. They haven't gone back and looked at the socio-economic effects of the scheme to take that into account. Ancient woodland and veteran trees assessment is not done correctly. Your own landscape officer doesn't agree that the parameters are sufficiently detailed for example, in the sustainable transport corridor, to assess the visual impacts correctly. And then lastly, the overall planning balance hasn't been carried out correctly. The update doesn't deal with general policy compliance. So it deals with general policy compliance, but not specific departures. Please defer this application so these issues can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. A very, very rapid conclusion in the last 3 seconds. You did well there. Thank you very much. Okay, we now have Peter Hannaford. Come and sit down, Mr. Hannaford. Okay, I expect you could tell me what I'm about to tell you by now, couldn't you, really? So the way it's going to go is you just press the red button and introduce yourself. And then when you've done that, kill the red button. Because the next time you press it, it will be your 5 minutes starting. And we will cut you off if you are speaking at 5 minutes. So far, nobody's fallen foul of that. So there's no pressure. Okay.
So my name is Peter Hannaford. I live in High Wyche. I've been in High Wyche for 25 years. And I'm here to represent the views of the residents in my village. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm here to represent, as I say, I think there's already enough written and spoken about the objections to the overall proposal which is being presented today. Objections which we share and which we all agree. Our objections may seem small in the overall scheme of things, but I can tell you to the villagers that I represent, they are massive in terms of our life. We've been aware of the progress. We've been aware of the proposed development for many years and been following the progress with interest. However, on 1st of December 2020, some residents received letters from EHDC informing us that apparently no provision had been made for a site for gypsies and travellers in the original application. Several maps appeared with potential locations, including one between Golden Grove and Sayes Coppice, adjacent to Village 4. It seemed very strange to us to put this site in this position. I always understood that there would be a policy of integration for such sites within new villages. So this created an enclave outside the main site boundary, as I say, which seemed contrary to policy. But the proximity to High Wyche village raised concerns and prompted a large number of objections from villagers. Subsequently, we understood that traveller provision would be provided within villages 4, 6 and 7. Nevertheless, it now seems from the proposal in front of you that our concerns have not been alleviated. Although figure 1 of the proposal in front of you shows the boundaries for site for village development, this is repeated in figures 3, 6, 7 and 8. Para 13.2.10 in that proposal has identified, quote, a more immediate need for gypsy and traveller accommodation and requests that this be brought forward to meet, quote, these identified needs. The parcel of land referred to for the gypsy and traveller accommodation is outside the Gilston Park boundary, as shown in figure 1, and seems to have been added as an afterthought. You have to go down to figure 18 on page 149 to see that the boundary seems to have been moved to accommodate this site. Our real and serious concern is the para that says feasibility work has demonstrated that access to the site could be achieved by using the existing road network. It's therefore physically possible for the Village 4 site to come forward earlier than neighbouring village developments. Whoever carried out this feasibility work has clearly never visited the location. The site can be accessed only by 3 single track lanes with few passing places. The nearest accessible village would be High Wyche along one single track route currently only used by residents, dog walkers and horse riders. Existing lanes to and from this area are about 1.3 to 3.2 kilometres long and between 2.6 and 3.5 metres wide. I measured them again yesterday. If someone thinks that this road will accommodate flatbed traffic, or accommodate traffic including caravans, large four-wheel drive vehicles, lorries, flatbed trucks with showman equipment and emergency services, really? It will undoubtedly require extensive widening and rebuilding of 2 small bridges across the streams. I would urge you to visit the site if you haven't already done so. Your own planning policy team clearly also have concerns. You'll see in 10.3.2 that the team advises that scoping exercise is being carried out to demonstrate the feasibility of the areas to be safeguarded. This is important. It goes on to say this is particularly important given the proposed location of the land adjacent to Village 4, identified as the landscape area, which is not yet identified for the development purposes on parameter plan 3. This seems to have ignored everything in paragraph 13.2. Apart from the town and parish council objections and 514 other objections that have been summarised in one short paragraph in 12.1 of the proposal, I think this shows disrespect to the time and effort that's been put in by the objectors. In summary, I would strongly recommend the travellers' sites be excluded from the outline consent until a full scoping exercise has been carried out and demonstrates them to be feasible. Para 13.2.7 on the village site says, it is considered that with the right design approach and landscaping, this can be achieved. Further, even if Village 4 site is feasible as an early delivery opportunity to meet short-term needs, it shouldn't be smuggled through as part of the outline consent and Section 102 agreement for Gilston. It should be deleted from this application and treated on its merits as a new separate allocation for a traveller site in this location. Thank you.
Mr. Hanover, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Bang on time. Okay, so we've now got speakers, or a speaker, we'll see, 4. I think both gentlemen are coming to the seats. This is your prerogative, so or not? Just one? Just one of you, okay. Yes, yes.
Through you, Chair. Just one procedural matter. Ms. Elliott referred to an email containing late representations. Just to confirm, I understand that was sent to all members of the committee, so that was received. Due to the timing of it, which was 8:28 p.m. last night when it was received, it isn't within a written updated note. I hope people will appreciate there was a lack of time to do that, but it has been taken into account, and I understand it has been read by members.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to come back to that at some point, but thank you very much. Okay, right. Well, you're going to get the same small speech from me. So the first thing you do is introduce yourself and then kill the red button. And then when you're ready, when you press the red button again, you will have up to 25 minutes to speak. It's quite a long time. If you are still speaking at 25 minutes, I will cut you off. Okay, where you go.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Just to introduce myself, I'm Uvid Beanick, Development Director for Places for People, and I, along with my team, are responsible for the delivery of Gilston Park Estate. Members, the Gilston area forms a key part of the Council's development strategy as defined in the adopted East Herts Local Plan. This is a forward-thinking and bold approach for the delivery of much-needed housing and improved infrastructure, continuing Hertfordshire's long tradition of embracing Garden City principles. Just as the original Garden Cities were designed to bind the most important aspects of both town and country, Gilston Park Estate is a unique opportunity to marry the two once more through the creation of 6 new villages that enable the delivery of 8,500 homes. Gilston Park Estate is landscape-led, which means that each village is carefully sited and integrated into its surroundings, having regard to existing biodiversity and heritage assets and nearby existing villages. The villages will have access to circa 500 hectares of improved open space, public realm and exceptional sports facilities. Each village will be designed to be supported by a mix of services and facilities that will meet many of our residents' day-to-day needs, such as the following: primary school places with the potential of a primary school in each village, secondary education places, primary and community health care facilities, shops, cafes and restaurants, and employment floor space. The villages will also benefit from being in close proximity to the services and facilities within and around Harlow, Village 1 being a 5-minute cycle, a 15-minute walk, or a short bus journey to Harlow Town railway station. Understanding what makes village life so special sits at the heart of everything we are planning at Gilston Park Estate. So let me tell you a bit about us. Places for People are the UK's largest social enterprise, focusing on driving better social outcomes in the areas where we operate, delivering greater health and well-being through leisure, new and affordable homes through placemaking, and support for those most vulnerable through the Places Foundation. We own or manage more than 230,000 properties and communities across the UK that are home to around 500,000 people. In addition, we provide a vast range of services, including funding and energy advice to help sustain tenancies, and more recently in 2021, the creation of an emergency hardship fund. We have also recently started a scheme known as Warm Places, whereby all our leisure centres are available a few hours a day for anyone to come in for a warm shower and a hot drink, no questions asked. We build homes for people at every stage of their lives, ranging from students, first-time buyers, and young renters right through to those seeking to retire. Our focus is on creating inclusive places where people can afford to live and with facilities that help build thriving communities. We operate over 100 leisure facilities with an average of 2 million visits a month. Through our expertise in this area, we provide health and wellbeing programs in all our communities tailored to their local needs. Each and every day, we commit through our independent charitable organisation to provide grants and social investment to improve the lives of people and communities that have experienced disadvantage and are furthest from the labour market. Gilston Park Estate gives us the opportunity to deliver better outcomes in East Herts, Harlow and further afield. It is the opportunity to put into practice comprehensive social investment through placemaking and regeneration. As it is for East Herts, Gilston Park Estate is PFP's single largest development, and it is a responsibility we do not take lightly. We understand the primacy of genuine stakeholder involvement, thorough design and planning, as well as assurance of the deliverability of a final scheme through detailed modelling. For many years now, we have been advancing our proposals for the site in earnest, working with Garden Town partners, residents, and community groups, such as the Hunsdon, Eastwick and Gilston Neighbourhood Planning Group. This has resulted in a well-rounded, ambitious outline scheme that strikes a careful balance between managing the significant development that is due to take place in the Gilston area with the preservation and enhancement of the landscape and habitats across the development. We have sought to meet the parameters set out in your local plan, the neighbourhood plan, the Gilston Area Charter SPD, and the Garden Town's emerging suite of development ambitions. On a very human level, that focus has meant understanding existing residents' concerns and issues and ensuring that the benefits that come with this development are theirs as much as it is those moving in. Our stewardship strategy, worked up in collaboration with your officers and HCGT, along with Taylor Wimpey, who are bringing forward Village 7, allows us to put into practice Places for People's comprehensive social investment vision through placemaking and regeneration. It goes above and beyond policy by ensuring that a wide range of community infrastructure is community-owned, protected, managed and funded in perpetuity. As part of the strategy, measures will be put in place that protect strategic open space and parks for existing, new and future members of this community, also in perpetuity. Importantly, it provides not only a robust and sustainable basis for management of the assets, but a strong platform for placemaking, community development and cohesion. It is important that we remember the decision-making process that sits behind the delivery of Gilston Park Estate, as well as all the other developments coming forward as part of the Harlow Gilston Garden Town. The outline planning application is just the beginning. In addition to the work we have undertaken over nearly 4 years since the submission of the application before you today, master planning work has also started through engagement with local people and communities. Sitting behind all this work are the benefits that Gilston Park Estate will bring, and a few headlines include 8,500 new homes playing an integral part in meeting the requirements set out in your local plan and delivering opportunities for people to get on the housing ladder, as well as homes for older persons and custom self-build opportunities. Guaranteed delivery of almost 2,000 affordable homes, equivalent to 23%, but with potential for more through a carefully structured review mechanism. The affordable housing outcome and overall scheme viability has been rigorously scrutinised by your council, the Garden Town partners, and your independent consultants. Over 500 hectares of public open space, grassland and habitats. This is for public use and enjoyment, as well as the enrichment of biodiversity across the site. 17 kilometres of new cycle, pedestrian and road infrastructure. 2 secondary schools and up to 6 primary schools and additional early years facilities. 3,500 square metre new primary healthcare facility, including mental and community health. Significant leisure and sporting facilities, including tennis and bowls. £3 million of contributions towards Stort Valley improvements. And £6 billion is the forecasted economic impact of the Gilston Park Estate alone. However, the benefits of Gilston Park Estate go well beyond that which I've just mentioned. In totality, the scheme delivers almost £1 billion in new and improved physical and social infrastructure. However, these benefits can't start to be realised until the outline plan application in front of you all today is approved. Garden Town partners, your officers, statutory consultees and our project team are aligned in the suitability of the proposals in delivering on the aspirations for the site. This is the culmination of years' worth of work to move from policy concept to delivery, through to completion in future years. The vision for the Gilston Park Estate, which is embedded in the outline proposals, was developed as part of the concept framework from 2016 onwards. This is a document prepared collaboratively with the council, the community, PFP and the then owners of Village 7. It contains an agreed set of development objectives and describes a landscape-led approach to development. This was formally endorsed by the council and informed the preparation of the district plan in 2019. In particular, policy GA1, which is a very comprehensive and detailed planning policy. We have sought to address all the criteria outlined in that policy with the proposed planning conditions and obligations that accompany the officer's report, securing their delivery. The Neighbourhood Plan Group took the concept framework as their basis for their award-winning neighbourhood plan, which was adopted in 2021. Now that Gilston Area Neighbourhood Plan is informing the preparation of the strategic landscape and village master plans, which is the next step in the process to delivering development on the site. PFP see the master planning stage as a further important opportunity to engage with stakeholders and the local community ahead of preparing detailed designs for individual buildings and open spaces as reserved matters applications. Gilston Park Estate forms a large part of the Gilston area, and we have worked closely with Taylor Wimpey and the Village 7 team to ensure that our proposals are aligned in design and infrastructure terms and that we support the comprehensive development of the full site allocation. I'll now turn to the specific areas in more detail, starting with transport. We know how important transport infrastructure is for all stakeholders and existing residents who want more capacity on the network and sustainable travel options to enable healthy living. Substantial improvements to the existing highway infrastructure will be delivered as part of the development, including, as you know, the A414 Central Stort Crossing and an entirely new and approved Eastern Stort Crossing. This links into the proposed new sustainable transport corridor, a route providing frequent public transport between Gilston, Harlow Town Station and the wider growth areas in the HGGT. At peak times, there'll be a bus service every 5 minutes, putting in place transport that will get people away from the use of private cars, combined with a placemaking approach that creates a genuine opportunity to enable people to choose to live sustainably. We will invest in a new attractive network of cycling and walking trails, feeding into the existing network of public rights of way, Stort Valley Towpath and the wider area. For residents in Gilston, Hunsdon and Eastwick, that means greater permeability to move around the area. Other transport benefits include dedicated sustainable modes only access into Village 1, a travel hub in every village to facilitate ease of movement between sustainable modes of travel, funding towards Harlow Station improvements, including a new Northern Station entrance and cycle capacity improvements, £37.5 million towards wider STC delivery across the HGGT, £1 million contribution for improvements to London Road and Sawbridgeworth, nearly £2 million contribution towards the Amwell roundabout upgrades, pedestrian link upgrades to Burnt Mill Lane and links to Parndon Mill, and further upgrades to Edinburgh Way in Harlow. Collectively, the placemaking approach and transport initiatives will enable the development to achieve the target of 60% of all trips by sustainable travel modes. This target will be closely monitored by the Transport Review Group with a financial fund secured as a planning obligation. Behind the drive for sustainable transportation is the need to protect and enhance the environment for future generations. In addition to this, Gilston Park Estate will deliver significant environmental benefits. Biodiversity net gain is at the heart of the proposals, not only because it's a moral duty, but because the enhancement of the environment is critical and central to Garden City principles. We will deliver strategic green corridors and landscape areas throughout. These will be developed in consultation with local communities and take into account the opportunity for ecological protection and enhancement. Work has already been undertaken on this, including developing the strategic landscape master plan for the site, which will continue in earnest post-determination of this outline application. Tree and plant selection will support indigenous species, promote diversity, and be responsive to local climate and geological conditions. Overall, the application provides and commits to a minimum of 10% biodiversity net gain, but we expect the outcome to be nearer 30% for biodiversity net gain for habitats with ongoing monitoring. We have also worked closely with your officers, the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency in respect of water management, all of whom support the proposals. Carefully worded conditions are proposed which ensure that flooding and drainage matters are considered at each future stage of the design process, ensuring a robust approach. People sit at the heart of our company, the clue being in the name, as well as the proposals for the site. Not only does the enhancement of our natural environment improve outcomes for future generations, and not only will they engage in the ongoing management and community ownership of the estate for its own benefit, but the built form that is secured through the development will improve economic growth down to the individual level. Job creation is an important part of any garden town. We are committed to driving local employment through construction jobs and the delivery of employment space on the site. We firmly believe that this will help to create a diverse employment base and skilled labour supply and enhance the regional economy to the benefit of East Hart, Harlow and the UK Innovation Corridor. As part of the plans, Places for People will be working with partners to promote and deliver up to 29,000 square metres of new employment space and 25,000 square metres of retail and leisure, as well as creating thousands of new construction jobs and apprenticeships and working with local colleges in Ware and Harlow to deliver priority employment to local people. We estimate that Gilston Park Estate will support a minimum of 1,500 permanent jobs in the future. Amongst the extensive commercial floor space and education facilities, community space will become the heart and soul of Gilston Park Estate, with Village One being the focal point. We know through our own work and programmes how important a community centre is for developing community spirit and the health and well-being of residents. So PFP will deliver up to 1,000 square metres of community space in Village One. This will sit alongside the 3,500 square metre primary healthcare centre and mental health facilities, as well as 460 square metres of dedicated youth space, not to mention the healthy living principles built into all aspects of the scheme through placemaking and extensive open space. When Places for People took ownership of the Gilston Park Estate, we knew just how crucial it would be to bring our principles and values to support and uphold the vision that you have set out. We have consistently sought to deliver the greatest benefit to all through the proposals before you today, and have prioritised the early delivery of infrastructure whilst maintaining a deliverable scheme. This has been challenging, but through collaborative working with Garden Town partners, your officer teams, local people and businesses, we believe that this outline application is the right starting basis for a truly remarkable community at Gilston. It is, though, still comparatively early in the process. Notwithstanding the years of work that you undertook as part of your local plan and that which has now been continued in the progression of the crossings application and this outline submission, there is still a detailed master planning process to take place to set out the delivery of the site at a detailed level. This process will help us once again move from concept to delivery in the way that proves the most beneficial to new and existing residents and that continues to realise the Garden City principles most appropriately. Places for People is immensely proud of the proposals before you today and the position that we are in as the UK's leading social enterprise to maximise the social benefit created from the new community. Together with you, the local community and our Garden Town partners, we can build a legacy at Gilston Park Estate which the current and future generations can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay. Now, just to interject, we've got, according to my notes, unless Mr. Cox is now here, we've got 3 more speakers to come. We've been going for a little bit of time, but I certainly intend to take the remaining 3 speakers, and then we might have a break and see how we go. But we're going to do the next 3 speakers and then take stock. So I'm now going to ask, please, Anthony Bickmore to come and speak to us. Mr. Bickmore is the chair of Hunsdon, Eastwick and Gilston Neighbourhood Plan Group. Now, we're going to, my speech to you is a little bit different from that with other people because you get 12 minutes. Okay, so first dibs is you just introduce yourself, and then once you've done that, kill the red light and then start again, and then it's from that point that your 12 minutes will run. If you are still speaking at 12 minutes, we will cut you off. But, okay.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Bickmore. I am a local resident who's been living within this area for over 40 years, been raising a family there. More importantly, I am chairman of the Hunsdon, Eastwick and Gilston Neighbourhood Plan Group. And that's a neighbourhood plan group which works to represent jointly the 2 parishes affected by it. Eastwick and Gilston get completely taken over by this scheme. Hunsdon to a lesser extent, but it still has massive impact. So we work together to try and make sure that we can focus resources in an efficient way.
Okay. So if you kill your red light now, then when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman and councillors, for the 12-minute speaking slot. We regret not having a long time, or indeed the opportunity for the private briefing which the committee allowed for the applicants. We have not been able to give you written notice of our points because your new rules have made that impossible in the time available. Today is a momentous day, not only for parishes which I represent, but also for residents across East Herts who want to know where your council stands on defending the environment and addressing the needs for housing, including affordable housing. Your responsibility as committee members is therefore considerable. Our credentials as a group reflect the 2 parish council sponsors and our engagement in the Gilston project, underlined by the creation of the neighbourhood plan, which is part of your development plan. Our neighbourhood plan seeks to provide acceptable ways to deliver the Gilston allocation and share the vision for the area. We are not objectors. We are trying to ensure that your council delivers on the promises it and the developers have made. Our approach of constructive efforts and consistent use of appropriate planning tools like the neighbourhood plan is exactly what the Secretary of State wants to see and believes this is a foundation for achieving the right development in the right place. Are interested to see that the promises made are not watered down even before the first outline permission is granted. I've got 8 detailed points, and then I'll round out with a conclusion, subject to time. You've encouraged us correctly not to repeat our earlier representations, so these are from the case officer's report. We believe that the application should not be approved in its current form, and the reasons are, firstly, the Gilston allocation is a single allocation that has been cut into by the landholdings. You've heard that from other speakers. From what we have read, the section 106 heads of terms are vast gaps on important matters which are still to be agreed and documented. Contributions for key infrastructure are to be shared between the developers, and it's not clear how that will work. Our recommendation and request to you is that A, the heads of terms are finalised in full and reported back to your committee, and B, the 2 applications should be determined at the same time. A decision today to approve the application will in essence box you in when it comes to considering the Village 7 application, as well as creating difficulties with the Section 106 and infrastructure delivery commitments. Delaying the application will not delay the delivery of the project, but allow a clarity of comprehensive development. 2, housing and affordable housing provision. That was a core part of your case for the release of the Greenbelt. In the exceptional circumstances case, made an examination in public. You set out the need for 40% affordable housing. This was reflected in the planning application when it's submitted. But you're now being asked to accept 23%. That means some 1,500 families, which you said in a public inquiry needed affordable homes, will not have access to one in Gilston. The review mechanism, as proposed by officers as a mitigation measure, relies on significant cost savings being achieved during implementation. Why not explore those cost savings now? Especially when escalating costs of heavy and unnecessary road infrastructure are added to the Section 106. Where will you as a planning committee find the balance of affordable housing you persuaded the inspector was such a strong local need for, and release the largest release of the English Greenbelt? We recommend that affordable housing is prioritised over the construction of unaffordable roads, and that a value engineering exercise is undertaken. The only way to ensure the appropriate level of affordable housing is to reject the 23%. 3, when you consented the highways applications a year ago, the applicants did not, we believe, make it clear to you that these road schemes absorb so much of the land value gains that only weeks after those consents, the developer said the scheme was unviable. They and the officers must have known that at the time. Why has the Gilston allocation changed from providing a broad range of housing needs in East Hertfordshire to providing strategic highway scheme, mainly in Harlow and Essex, as a priority? We recommend that you question the priorities and the large amounts of taxpayer money being invested here, and the £250 million of benefits being poured into Harlow, with almost zero benefits for the people you represent. 4th, your council policy is to have proper master planning of major developments. The officer's report, as far as we're concerned, makes it alarmingly clear that this will not be achieved, and that the proposal will require plenty of compromises. Why? The parameter plans seem to allow development with very narrow landscape buffers between the villages and inappropriate height, which will predetermine much of the master planning. The Strategic Landscape Master Plan and Village 1 Master Plan was indeed started, but it was stopped, not at our choice. The hope is that the committee continues to support your Gilston Area Charter SPD, which requires master planning to take place without fettering the outcomes before it starts. The officer's report still describes 6 Hertfordshire village in Hertfordshire countryside, but accepts at a compromise that buffers will not be enough to create the ecological or sufficient corridors between the villages, and refers to the creation of a new urban environment, with large areas being built to 6-storey height at densities up to 130 dwellings per hectare. That's much more similar to central London. That is at odds with your council's enabling vision when you release the Green Belt. We recommend that you condition the parameter plans as illustrative and subject to a full master planning process rather than improving them as part of the outline planning application. 5th point. The officer's report is too dismissive, in our view, of the need for mitigation of the developer's highway impacts on existing communities, and tries to sidestep the important policy point requirements of the neighbourhood plan. It goes as far as to report that no harm has been identified to existing settlements that require mitigation. This must be challenged given the scale and impacts of the proposed development, which will be experienced over more than 20 years. 2 examples. Firstly, the road conditions in Pye Corner will become totally unacceptable if you decide to accept the recommendations that 3,500 homes can be constructed and occupied before any works to remedy the blight in Pye Corner is delivered. 3,500 homes? Even worse is the intention to require Village 7 to pay for the improvements at Pye Corner when the 2 applicants are so physically separate. What if they default or simply do not develop Village 2 and all the traffic it generates goes ahead? How can you enforce the contribution and deliver the necessary works? Secondly, in Hunsdon, the width constriction in Church Lane will remain and become more so. The B180 through Hunsdon to Widford and the Haddams will be an attractive run and passing by 2 schools and a playground. Traffic volumes will increase due to this development. We ask you to insist on proposals to control these impacts and keep our villages safe. What mitigation of these impacts do you feel you should be providing for the people you represent? Can it really be right to leave the residents of Pye Corner with the impacts for 10 years and simply do nothing for the residents of Hunsdon? 6. The central crossing is known for its current congestion, but it does not now have to be completed until 1,500 new homes have been built. This extra traffic plus construction traffic and the delays of introducing sustainable transport measures will worsen the position. Are you sure that the mitigation measures are reasonable? And if not, what controls will you have on the development? We believe you should reject this delay, otherwise the 5 years of gridlock will result, because you know this infrastructure is needed before the development of the houses. 7. The heads of terms for the Section 106 agreement are incomplete and trigger points and other key pieces of information are missing. There is no certainty regarding the timing of the delivery of key infrastructure to be provided in the early stages of the development programme. More than anything, we believe that 8 heads of terms are simply too vague. You must ensure that as a planning committee, you have proper and public oversight of the details for this massive application and do not delegate the finalisation of the Section 106 to officers as currently recommended in the officer's report. If you have the slightest doubt, you should seek more clarity in this determination. 8. Health and medical services. The NHS has made it clear to your officers and the applicants that it will not for years be able to staff and equip the health centres which the applicants have agreed to build in Gilston. It has asked for contributions to enable this to happen in a timely manner, but the applicants have refused to support primary care or indeed acute services. Nothing scares our residents more than the fact that lives will be lost and health and care will be put at risk by this development and the lack of funding for medical needs needed by the residents. You should ask why there is no mention of this in the officer's report, which praises the building of a nice new health centre, and you should insist on checks and balances which will put a brake on new homes without contemporaneous healthcare and support. Conclusion, I hope you'll find that there are the eight good reasons I've mentioned in consideration means that the application should indeed be deferred. However, if you are insistent on resolving to grant the current consent at this meeting, please carefully look at our suggested conditions, which we believe are necessary to help you secure your vision your council started out with and protect the lives and well-being of all residents and ensure that as members retain full scrutiny over the Section 106 heads of terms and do not delegate these critical matters as currently recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bicknell. Thank you. Okay. Now on my original batting order, I did have Mr. Cox next, and I'm just going to one last call just in case he's arrived. No, seemingly not. Okay. So in that case, we're going to move on to Sue Fogden. I'll let you come and sit down and then we'll run through the drill again. Okay, so okay, you've got 6 minutes, but just as a first stab, if you just introduce yourself to the room, press the one that's nearer me, that's more in front of you, and then once you finish saying who you are, kill the red button, and then gird your loins for the 6 minutes. Okay, there you go.
Hello, Chairman and members. I'm Sue Fogden from Hertfordshire and West Essex Integrated Care Board. We are the Commissioner of Healthcare Services. That be acute hospital care, community, primary care, mental health and ambulance services. And I represent them all today. Our position is that we would like this application deferred. And these are the reasons I set out. As a consultee on the planning application, our concern relates to an unresolved health care Section 106, which is needed to mitigate the impacts of the development on local primary, community, mental health and acute healthcare services and ambulance services, as I mentioned. The acute matter has additionally been raised separately by Princess Alexandra Hospital, PH for short, which also falls under our remit. Our position on the application is set out in our letter dated the 24th of February, which you have acknowledged in the pack, and thank you. Having to address this important matter so late in the day in this way was not our preference. But unfortunately, officers have been unable to meet us until recently, which was last Thursday. Too little, too late. We therefore find ourselves in an unfortunate position where no acute care contribution is being offered or supported. This is in despite of the submission of consultation and supplementary responses supported by our unchallenged NHS health impact assessments, additionally used to inform the authorities, the infrastructure IDP for the wider garden community. For the health centre, the council and the applicant have decided, without any consultation with us at all, that service land will be provided, the applicant will develop it, and in return, the ICB will have the privilege of paying a market rent with annual RPI upward only inflationary rent reviews. This is not acceptable to the ICB or the patients that we represent. As our letter of the 24th of February 23 sets out, what will make this development acceptable is suitable, sufficient, service land at nil value, and for the financial contribution to be paid to us, the ICB, the Commissioner of Healthcare Services, to determine its own procurement and delivery route. Provision for an ambulance service contribution also needs to be made as previously identified. For acute care at the overstretched PH Hospital, the level of local impact generated by this large housing development should not be in dispute. Although we understand there is a difference of opinion on how household populations are accounted for and how funding shortfall arrangements are justified in the Section 106 context. Officers consider Section 106 funding meets the SIL tests for healthcare, but for the primary and mental health, but not for acute care. Although advice from leading counsel on the acute care suggests otherwise. This situation therefore needs to be bottomed out before approval is given to avoid any potential challenge and delay, and hence our request this application is deferred. We really hope, Chairman, that members will lend their support to resolving the outstanding healthcare situation in favour of suitable development contributions. This would help to ensure sustainable development is delivered at Gilston and allow us to remove our holding objection. We remain very much open to discuss the matter with your officers and the applicant. It is therefore requested that if the application is not deferred, any resolution to grant permission should be on the basis that a suitable Section 106 primary acute healthcare and ambulance contribution is agreed between all parties and brought back before committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fogden. Now, again, on my the note that I had coming into this meeting this morning, the next speaker listed is Leslie Wagland from Essex County Council, but I don't believe she is here. It's just a final call. It's okay. No, okay. In which case we move on to Councillor Eric Buckmaster. Councillor Buckmaster will in fact be our final speaker from the floor today. Again, Eric, we'll let you introduce yourself. You are the local member. I know you'll say that when you introduce yourself, but for the benefit of the room, Eric is a local member. And as a local member, there is a kind of a benchmark as to time, but it falls within my discretion. So I think you can take it that I'm likely to exercise my discretion to allow you to say whatever you wish to say, Eric. But if you wish to stay there, you're very, very welcome. It's up to you whether you want to come forward, just so you're a bit more visible to people. It's entirely your choice, Eric.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay here, Chairman.
Okay,
And
in that case, somebody needs to turn that red light off if you'd help us out, Suzanne. Thank you.
okay, and it will be around 12 minutes.
That's okay.
Thank you.
All right, so if you just introduce yourself first
Yeah.
and then kill the red light and then come back again and you have your 12 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon now, everybody. I'm Eric Buckmaster. I'm the ward member, local councillor for the Hunsdon and Gilston area. All right, thank you, Chairman. We knew a long time ago and still know that this isn't going to go away, which is why the neighbourhood plan parishes and I, along with them, have engaged for the past 5 years with officers, developers and the Garden Town stakeholders, and including reps from the county and district councils, and will continue to do so in the interests of current and future communities. As you've heard, this is not about objection to development, but challenging important elements. Is everything in place for approval today? Many of the speakers have said that. Do you feel sufficiently informed given the complexity of this application? You have received presentations from the developers and officers, plus site visits, but only 9 or 10 days to digest the 760-page report and some additional key documents that were published in the same short time frame, and then around 10 to 4 yesterday to receive the amendments across the 337-page heads of terms plus the late reps you've heard about today. One may conclude it needs more work in some very important areas, many of which have been highlighted by the Neighbourhood Plan Group and others, but also additional briefings needed to prepare you for making a decision. To reiterate some of the community concerns, they include the narrow space between villages, and this was always billed as 7 discrete villages, the issue of no improvements to Pye Corner before 3,250 homes, I think it is now, the issue of affordable homes at the very low delivery of just 23%, and the central crossings by 1,500 homes, when it ought to be before any occupations or even much earlier. 2 of the key ambitions of our district plan was that infrastructure would go in first and would deliver a high level of affordable homes. The Gilston area is such a large proportion of our plan. This low level of affordable homes may never be recovered. While there's a stated commitment to review it, your instincts may tell you there's a low chance it will increase above 23% if that's the bar you set today. This is big, really big for all of us, unusually in this case for every one of your communities across the district, and a build out of up to 2.5 decades. This is inextricably linked to the river crossings and growth across the Garden Town area. The impact is not just 8,500 or 10,000, but actually 24,000 across the area, not including Hertford and Ware. The Harlow and Gilston Garden Town Facebook page over the weekend was certainly confirming the interconnectivity with the development in Harlow in terms of delivery and obligations. I'm going to comment on 3 areas, which are highways, air quality and flood risk. First is highways. Any objective view of the crossings is that they predominantly protect Harlow, much less so East Herts. The sustainable travel corridor moves from Gilston through Harlow, linking the new communities, and the second accesses part of East Herts to move traffic further down River Way, then back into Edinburgh Way. I appreciate the need of sustainable modal shift targets. They can be designed in, but we're still talking about the growth and impact of more than 24,000 homes across our sub-region, not just the 8.5 or 10. Harlow is already congested at peak travel times, and heavy congestion occurs through Gilston, Highwyche and Sawbridgeworth, all of which are directly connected to links with the A414, both to the east and the west, and onwards to the A10. We know that the queues into Hertford often go back as far as the BP roundabout. We know that traffic heading for Harlow spans back towards the Hunsdon junction. The A1184 through Sawbridgeworth is regularly cut off through utility company activities, and we're told by them that the cause is the volume and weight of traffic now, and partly through motorway traffic when the M11 is closed for maintenance. Our market towns now comprise mainly services. Businesses are telling me they're losing income because they or their clients are unable to get through to keep appointments owing to highway disruptions. Residents are crying for help and asking who will take control. I believe the traffic models and estimates of impacts assessed in 2020 are underplaying the impact on Sawbridgeworth, High Wyche and Gilston. Housing growth in Sawbridgeworth has increased the population by 10%. Bishop Stortford South is being built out, and the impact of Junction 7A on traffic flows is still being assessed. And then there is the bounce back after COVID. Traffic modelling and impacts across the region need to be presented to you and fully explained. This level of housing growth, including services to them and people going about their business, not to mention more than 2 decades of construction traffic, if not carefully managed, could have a damaging impact on neighbouring communities without any protection offered to them, as also requested by those representing the parishes today. Harlow and Gilston and Sawbridgeworth would be better protected through providing the highways infrastructure first. Now going to go on to air quality. The Garden Town development is very close to our market towns in East Herts and connected through common travel routes. Owing to the existing network pressures, they have something very important in common. Bishop Stortford, Sawbridgeworth and Hertford are existing air quality management zones. Also in nearby Broxbourne on the A10, the government was taken to court over the air quality and the type of ultra low emission zone was recommended. This hasn't proceeded owing to complications and the knock-on effects on other areas. Ironically, the responses in your reports, as we've heard, say that the impact on air quality on these areas is low to moderate because they're already above permitted levels. Even with more electric vehicles, it only removes one element of pollution. Particulates 2.5s are emitted from tyres, brakes and the road. Had I not been here today, I'd have been attending a public health seminar on air quality. There is some good work going on with air quality, but this matter is one in which we all need further information so that we can understand whether or not, through our decisions, we're actually countering the efforts to have cleaner air for our communities. The air quality officers can't answer your questions today. They are at the air quality seminar in Stevenage. And now flood risk. Within the past 18 months, Hunsdon and Stansted Abbot have suffered severe flooding events. I currently have flood investigations and modelling being undertaken in Stansted Abbot and in Hunsdon, as well as grant-funded property flood resilience measures. The A1184 through Sawbridgeworth and Spelbrook has frequently flooded, cutting off the highway. Now, regarding the approach to flood risk management in the report, I have some concerns. There is very little commentary in the report. However, the response from the lead local flood authority on the 12th of January was an objection. The reason for the objection was that the flood risk assessment did not meet current guidelines, needed to be updated, and required a new environmental statement. The planning portal shows that on the 6th of February, a further response maintaining that objection was sent. On the 14th of February, a final response was acknowledging the extended time over which the development will take place, that further work will be done, and that an alternative could be a series of conditions and scenarios. So that was removing the objection. It is very complex. While possibly technically acceptable, it could be concluded that it creates a risk of uncertainty over a period of years whether the conditions will actually be met. One might conclude that actually what is needed is an updated flood risk assessment and new environmental statement that can be clearly explained to you and upon which you can ask questions before you're able to determine the application. And this is a matter of vital importance. So some concluding observations. The presentations you've received prior to this meeting concentrated substantially on what is proposed to be delivered in the developable areas. There's a lot of additional information in the report and on the portal, but it remains quite localized. barely mentioning how this will affect existing communities with very low or non-existent contributions towards protecting them. As mentioned at the start, a lot of great work had been done, but there are still huge challenges and more detailed explanations required. I believe that you will need to be able to go back to your residents in Hertford, Ware, Stourbridge or Bishop Stortford and the villages to be able to explain how your communities will be impacted from massive growth in Gilston and the Garden Town, whether through highways impacts, flood risk and air quality. There may be no break on this development once outline permission is given, so fully understanding the impacts is essential. Constructors and hauliers routinely break conditions in construction management plans. I see them in our weight limited lanes every day, including through Pye Corner, including on the way here today. I've been battling with developers for the past 2 years. Lorry drivers do not routinely adhere to construction management plans. When our main routes are congested, drivers will use alternative routes. There is also the high risk that during and following development, motorists will use the villages to avoid the heaviest congestion. The shortest route to Bishop Stortford from the 7 new villages may be through Hunsdon, Whitford and Much Haddon. The problem with conditions is that they depend on the willingness and expediency of the council in enforcing. Frequently, developers apply to change conditions after you have agreed to them. And as we speak, there's a live application to amend a condition about routing from a distribution company that you approved last year. Having witnessed the severe disruptions arising from developments of just a few hundred homes, I am extremely worried about the consequences of something of this huge scale. This is not business as usual for you. So I would take a breath, pause, use today to assess what you can be sure of, but more importantly, what you can't be sure of. Take on board what the parishes and others are asking for, including comments on the timing of infrastructure delivery and how it affects residents in Pye Corner and Turlings Park and Harlow. The delays and risks in determining this application are not down to you, but the 18 months taken on the viability assessments. There is still time to do more work and modify the application in the way the community has requested. Time to enable officers to provide sufficient detail of impacts on the wider network, to identify the hotspots and where county flood officers can fully explain the flood risk assessments and where you can spend more time to ask questions of air quality and ecology officers. I believe these are the gaps in the process and your knowledge you need to acquire so that you can confidently explain to your residents that you understand the impacts and benefits and are confident in the decision you have made, whatever that is. We are accountable to them alone, and you alone have the authority to determine how this proceeds. It's not just an application for a few hundred homes, but one with implications on a regional basis, and you need to be absolutely prepared for that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buckmaster. Okay, now that is the end of the speakers. I'm going to suggest that everybody in the room would benefit from a 30-minute break. I'm advised that the committee needs to vote on this because strictly it amounts to an adjournment. Do I have a proposer in favour of all hands are going up? I take it therefore I've got a seconder as well. Okay, so let's just vote 30-minute break and let's just in fact let's put a time on this. I can see Carolyn's anxious to release. Okay, if we can come back into this room at 10 past 2. So this is what we're voting on. All those in favour, please show a hand. I proposed it. Councillor Kemp seconding it. Right. Just do that again. Let's vote on the adjournment. I'm proposing, Councillor Kemp seconding, all in favour of adjournment till 10 past 2. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Oh yes, and I'm also advised to instruct members not to talk about this application to anyone during the break, please. Thank you very much. We said we'd be back at 2:10 and we're only 4 minutes off that, so I think that's very good. Okay, right. So as members of this committee know, because again we're following standard practice, but for the benefit of the people in the gallery, what now proceeds is the phase of debate amongst the committee members, and generally we move into this by asking officers to respond to the comments made by the public speakers. So that's where we'll start. But generally, this provokes, apart from anything else, questions from members as well. So we'll see. So if it's okay with you, then Jenny, and I should just say that what we're looking for here is responsive answers. So if you feel, Jenny, that you'd like Lee to come in, or Victoria, you feel you'd like to come in and add something, that will just assist the process. So with that, I'll pass the baton over to you, Jenny. If you want to start with the first of the public speakers and then just take us through their points and the responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I will try to, I was making plenty of notes, so I will try to make sure I cover every point. I think the first point that needs to be responded to is the matter of Greenbelt. The site is no longer in the Greenbelt by virtue of the district plan allocation. In terms of the matter of comprehensive development between Village 1 to 6 and Village 7, as the report says, there has been a lot of collaboration between officers in terms of understanding the impact and implications of the two sites comprehensively. So at the earliest stage of the application, there was a single environmental impact assessment scoping opinion, a scoping report done where the site was considered comprehensively at that point. And moving forward, once the applications were then divided into two applicants, further scoping opinions were made at that point, and changes were made to the way that the applications were structured. And the approach that the authority agreed was that each site was going to assess the other in a comprehensive way through the cumulative assessment of impacts. So the applications assess their own impacts, then they consider the assessment of the impacts of the adjacent sites, and then they take into account all of the sites in the local area as well to make sure that totality of impacts in the sub-region are considered as necessary. In terms of the correlation between Villages 1 to 6 and Village 7, the only thing that is, I'd say, required by Village 7 from the Village 1 to 6 application from Village 7 is the matter of 2 sports pitches. So that's 2 football pitches, which actually, if you look at the reports, we considered that impact, and essentially there are opportunities within the Villages 1 to 6 application itself, whereby you create one more adult pitch in one of the villages, and then you can overlay it with junior and mini pitches, and that accounts for your 2 sports pitches deficit. And also that has to be weighed against the considerable sports facilities that are provided in all other respects: tennis, cricket, bowls, plus the leisure centre, to name a few. So in terms of the balancing of whether or not there's a reliance upon Village 7 in terms of sports pitches, officers consider that that matter has been addressed by opportunities within Villages 1 to 6 itself. In terms of the reliance on the Village 7 site to provide some G&T pitches, that's a matter of agreement between the applicants and how they were going to divvy up the allocation requirement of 15 pitches as a whole for gypsies and travellers. This is considered beneficial because, of course, we have 2 different types of gypsies and travellers, and their needs are very different, and therefore providing it in 2 sites is more beneficial to be able to meet the different needs. But if Village 7 didn't happen, there is land available within the Village 4 land safeguarded area for up to 12 pitches itself to account for 85% of the Villages 1 to 6 requirement of the policy. So again, there's no reliance upon Village 7 in that respect. And as you can see, we've taken due consideration of those relationships. In terms of the salami slicing point about the north to centre sustainable transport corridor, I'll look to legal advisors on that one.
Thanks, Jenny. Yes, so I think this is covered within the updated report in terms of the additional representations. And also within the main committee report itself, where officers concluded that the environmental information before them was sufficient and adequate. and that the project for EIA purposes was villages 1 to 6 plus the crossings. Officers have confirmed in the report they're satisfied that the north to centre STC and the wider STC network throughout Harlow is a separate project, and the reasons have been set out within the report, including, for example, the fact that they are being delivered by separate bodies, the fact that this development is making a proportionate financial contribution but isn't reliant on that STC network coming forward. As I say, further details are within the report. There's also been talk about salami slicing and why isn't Village 7 part of the same environmental statement. Again, officers are satisfied that the environmental statement is adequate and sufficient. That's a planning judgment, and that the information in respect of Village 7 is sufficient to determine this application. In terms of comprehensive delivery, while I'm talking about Village 7, it is important to clarify that members will be determining the application for Village 1 to 6 today. So we cannot impose requirements on Village 7, but nevertheless, there has been collaboration between the two applicants. So what you've been presented with in the heads of terms and next to the report is comprehensive. So the expected obligations in relation to Village 7 for information purposes only have been set out, but so you have a clear picture as to what's expected. And as Jenny's made clear and the officer report is made clear, officers consider that villages 1 to 6 are not dependent on Village 7 coming forward. So for example, if there was delay to Village 7, if members decided to refuse Village 7, that wouldn't hold back Village 1 to 6, and members have reached that planning judgment. Thanks, Jen.
In terms of the comments made around the management of Section 106 processes and the management of conditions, the district plan has a policy specifically designed for the monitoring of the Gilston development, acknowledging the scale of the development, acknowledging the long time frame of the application and the long time frame and the multiple changes that can happen in that time. Policy in the district plan requires the council to take the onus to create an action plan for monitoring. So we will be working obviously with the applicants to provide the information for that, but the onus is on us as an authority to make sure that we are cognizant of what's going on at all times. We're monitoring trajectories, we're monitoring pupil yields and all the various review groups that I've mentioned in the presentation. So we will have much better ability to be able to react quickly if there are issues arising. There will be a single point of contact for residents throughout the construction processes, for example, so that there is a person, a named person and a phone number and a website that people can contact to find out information. So we have learned some lessons from previous issues on 106s. We have resources in place to be able to deal with this application moving forward. And it is a big beast, and the authority is very mindful of that. Just the length of the conditions, the number of the conditions and the number of Section 106 obligations are significant as well. So you can see that there has been a lot of thought put into monitoring all aspects of the process moving forward. Of course, we also have the Gilston Area Charter, which sets out the process for dealing with the master planning processes and the way that conditions are discharged. So all of those sorts of things are again part of our development plan understanding, and so we will be able to, as I say, keep a handle on monitoring moving forwards. Mention has been made about work starting on the crossings already. As Lee has alluded to, this is separate applications. No work has started on the crossings that this committee approved last year. The impacts on woodland has been comprehensively considered within the report. And as I mentioned, that the green belt is no longer applicable here because the application, or the allocation rather, removed the site from the green belt. In terms of housing needs, yes, it is an unfortunate position. It's the way that the planning system works, where we are applicants are entitled to consider the viability of their scheme. As we've mentioned a couple of times, the affordable housing review mechanism process is one which is going to be complicated, and it's going to be requiring a lot of resource moving forward to make sure that at each stage of the application moving forward, so at every village, There will be at least one review mechanism undertaken. So one review of all the existing costs that have been incurred, the projected costs that are expected to happen, so that we can again respond at the beginning of every village through the master planning and then halfway through a village as well, to make sure that we've again understood realities of development economics moving forward. So we're continually checking and challenging that process about how much affordable housing is delivered on the site. It is an upwards facing review, so we are never going to achieve less than 23%. And that's been something which officers have been very keen to make sure is the baseline of this application moving forward. By providing a huge range of housing on this site, there'll be all sorts of housing. We don't have the details yet because we are still at outline stage, but the expectation is that there will be everything from apartments for younger people, starter properties, self-build properties, family size houses, older persons properties, care home properties. There'll be a huge range of facilities that are available that give people the options to buy and options to rent. So yes, the base number of affordable housing is not where we wanted it to be, and that is acknowledged in the report. But given the huge extent of infrastructure, given the extent of infrastructure that's to be delivered early, is quite some considerable cost, and we do acknowledge that. So infrastructure increased in terms of the type and range of the infrastructure as well. So it's not just that, you know, inflation's gone up, so therefore things cost a bit more. We've actually asked through the preceding 3 to 4 years for an awful lot more from this application. And again, that has consequences. So the more we ask for, the earlier we ask for it, it will have an inevitable impact in terms of financial ability to be able to deliver it all at the time we want it all to be delivered. So there is, you know, the harsh realities of development economics is where we are at, but the process that officers have agreed moving forward does allow us to, as I say, come back for multiple challenges in the future to try to improve the situation as we can.
Jenny, just to add to that on in terms of viability, because I think one of the speakers, Mr. Ford, mentioned the rate of return to the developer that's been included, and also the timing of the viability. And it's right to note that, as set out within the report, the council has had specialist valuation advice from BPS on the viability, and his updated report has been published, which advises that it is a reasonable basis for moving forward. There will be an upwards only viability review going ahead, and the purpose of that is if things do improve, as the place matures, as we hope values improve, so too the viability and the level of affordable housing. So that's the purpose of the viability review. Do you want me to go through some?
I wonder if I might just interject there. Mr. Ford made up 6 or so points, didn't he? I wonder if, since you've mentioned him now, Lee, Jenny, it might be appropriate just to run through those so he receives a response, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in terms of Mr. Ford's points, as I mentioned earlier, the late representations received, there has been a full written response to those, which has been published. But I'll run through some of the main points that Mr. Ford's raised. The first one, I believe, related to prematurity in connection with Village 7. I believe I've covered that already. Officers are satisfied that they have adequate information and that there will be the necessary controls in place through the 106 and conditions to ensure that necessary infrastructure is delivered when required. And further, as Jenny has explained, Village 1 to 6 isn't considered to be dependent on Village 7 coming forward, and that it can mitigate its impacts without doing so. Point number 2, there was mention that the crossings permissions that this committee issued not too long ago were subject to a legal challenge. That is correct. The legal position is, though, that those planning permissions are valid and can be relied upon unless and until quashed by the court. The background is that the claimant, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have permission yet to bring a judicial review challenge. 2 judges have looked at it and rejected it as being unarguable, but the Court of Appeal, we're awaiting a final decision from the Court of Appeal on the latest appeal. In relation to the judicial review challenge to the north to centre work, so that's a challenge against Essex County Council in respect of proposed works, and Harlow District Council in relation to lawful development certificate that's been issued. Again, a legal challenge has been made, but that has been resisted by both Essex and Harlow, as I understand it. No permission to bring a judicial review challenge has yet been given by the court. We've set out the detail in the report. And again, that lawful certificate remains valid unless and until quashed by the court. The allegation within that claim is about salami slicing. I've already covered that off earlier, and as I say, both authorities are resisting. There's also a timing issue because the challenge has been brought quite a long time after that certificate was issued, and again, that's another ground of resistance that's been raised, but it's unnecessary to get into all the detail of that challenge now. I think point number 4 was that viability is currently under pressure, and so it's bad timing. I talked to that point earlier. As mentioned, this is a very, very long-term development. It's expected to go through a number of economic cycles throughout its life, and that is the purpose of the viability review. So if things do improve in the future, whether costs go down and whether house values go up, that will be captured on an open book basis as part of the viability review. Just checking my notes. Jenny, do you have any additional points on Mr. Flood? Yes. On employment land, I think there is a correction on this. Again, the heads of terms are set out annexed to the reports. There has actually been an update to the heads of terms since the original report was published. In terms of employment land, the key commitment, I'll just get it up, is to there will be a minimum floor space. So it's commercial floor space under number 9. The developer will be under an obligation to ensure that no less than 10,000 square meters of floor space is provided and made available across the site for commercial uses, and they have to use all reasonable endeavours to deliver 29,000 square meters. So with commercial floor space, it's typical for delivery of the full amount to be subject to there being a market for it, that occupiers want to take it, but officers have reviewed the position and have within the heads of terms included a minimum amount which needs to be delivered, which is 10,000 square meters. I believe in the previous version reference was made to 8,500, which has now been corrected to 10,000 square meters. That's in the latest version. Any additional?
So there was a question about the change to
Just sorry, Jenny. Do you mind if I just come back to Mr. Ford? I just think one thing that we should respond to. In his presentation or in comments, Mr. Ford used the expression broken promises. I just feel that he's entitled to a response to that, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, and Jenny, you may wish to add to. I think there's been absolute transparency about the changes that have been made to the application since it was originally submitted, including the changes in particular to the level of affordable housing, the minimum level of affordable housing. That's been consulted on in an open way, and officers have formed a view based on the application that's before them, and the recommendation is for approval. I think if I'm right, the main change is to the minimum level of affordable housing, which is down to 23%. In terms of other commitments previously made, other intended Section 106 commitments, I think I'm right that there hasn't been significant changes to those, but Jenny, you may wish to.
Just come in again just to help you. I made a note that a point made by Mr. Ford was to the effect that there is a reduced provision for schools.
Okay, so this relates to the viability response or the viability submission, which says that in the applicant's view, the pupil yields arising from this scheme will not require full 20 forms of entry. But the way that we work on in terms of the pupil yield modelling is that we follow the Hertfordshire County Council approach, which is essentially 500 homes equals one form of entry. So we have to plan as an authority for the full 20 forms of entry. And the applicant has said, okay, fine, it might be that 20 forms of entry are required over the lifetime of this plan. So therefore, we are going to safeguard the ability to deliver that within each village. So there will be safeguarded land to provide that. Although in their cost plan, they've suggested that actually you might not need 6 village primary schools, you might only need 5. As I mentioned in my presentation, the way that we're working with the county council is to have this education review group, which is a dynamic strategy. So it means that we're not just going to say, right, you have to build a 3 form of entry school at X million pounds if it's not needed. So you will continuously look and again, continuously monitor the way that pupil yield is coming forward. As I said, we know that new settlements are different. You know, it takes a long time for peaks to arrive. So for example, 10 years is considered the average between a new development being produced and understanding what that overall pupil yield arising from those houses generates. So we're not going to plan short term for schools or get rid of the ability to make sure that there's sufficient education on the site for a long period of time. As we said, this application is 20 years in the making, so therefore we're going to be continually reviewing that process over time. So the 106 itself still makes provision for it, and if it's required, the applicant will still be expected to pay for it. So there's no kind of reneging on promises in that regard.
Thank you. Lee, if you've got anything further to say in respect to Mr. Ford's points, you're very welcome to do so at any time, but now would be convenient for obvious reasons. But if you don't, you don't.
I think one other point was about the habitat regulations assessment and ecological assessments not being carried out correctly. It's the officer's view that they have been. The habitat regulations assessment has been through due process with Hertfordshire Ecology and also with Natural England, who have assessed and checked those processes, and they've agreed that process and signed that off. As I said, the officer's report considers comprehensively the matters in relation to species and habitats and woodlands, and that's all dealt with in the report. In terms of heritage, those impacts again have been considered throughout the report. And there was one final point about the changes to the planning balance, in the suggestion that the change that officers have put forward in response to the late representations doesn't address the matters of departures. This application isn't a departure from the plan. There are some policy aspects which, in terms of affordable housing, yes, it's not fully met in terms of the 40%, but that doesn't mean that the application is automatically a departure from the plan. The officer's report at the end of each section, there's a policy compliance check where we go back and check how the application responds to the various development plan policies, including the neighbour plan and the district plan and other material considerations, and that balanced judgment is concluded towards the end of the report.
Chair, I think just for completeness, I believe there were points regarding socioeconomic effects and also ancient tree and woodlands, and again those points have been addressed by officers within the updated report in response to the detailed written reps. So I don't think I need to say any more on those.
And I just noted down that Mr. Ford made a point about the NHS aspect, but I take it we can cover that when we deal with the speaker later on. If just really just for thoroughness, if I can take you back before we go forward, if I can take you back to Ms. Elliott. One of the points that I wrote down that she was making was that she was wondering how this development would be monitored. I think that's the word she used. And Yasmin Gregory, according to my note, was concerned that schools were being left till last. If you could just comment on both those observations, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I did mention about the monitoring policy within the district plan. So as I said, that puts the onus on us as an authority to make sure we're monitoring every stage of the application moving forward. In terms of the schools being left till last, you'll have heard in my presentation that that we've actually been working really well and really closely with the Hertfordshire County Council over the last 2 to 3 years in terms of education planning. So we have, I mean, the County Council's already appointed architects, for example, for the first primary school. We've done transport assessments for the first primary school. We've done consideration of the master planning in relation to the primary school land. There's a school site pro forma, which the application has to meet, which is going to be embedded in the Section 106 agreement, which again sets the parameters for education facility land transfers in the future. So the intention is that because we've done all of this work already, and we were making huge progress on the master planning until we paused to be able to focus on other things. We've already got a long way down the line in terms of being able to say what the Village 1 primary school will comprise. Contributions have been agreed in terms of temporary facilities on site and off site. We're still exploring whether or not we can actually have an earlier delivery of a secondary school by using part of the wing of the primary school. I mean, conversations have gone that far. So we have already made huge progress in the first school. And as I said earlier, the intention is that that primary school will be available for the 1st September opening after first occupations. So of course, if the first houses don't come forward until October, November, December of a year, then the school will be ready for the September following, which is standard practice. We don't tend to open schools any other time of the year. So this that's the process moving forward. So I say we've got a huge amount of progress underway and already kind of confirmed in terms of the first Village 1 primary school. And again, because of the way that we're approaching the education review group, again, we'll be able to make sure that the timing in terms of understanding master planning and impacts and pupil yield will be able to correlate moving forwards, so that at every master plan we will already know what sort of pupil yield we need to be planning for, so that school can be open at that level when it needs to be. So for example, the majority of schools will open at 2 forms of entry. The first Village 1 primary school will open at 3 forms of entry. And so the later primary schools may well be extended to 3 forms, but that will all be in response to the education reviews moving forward.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I know you've made your notes at the various points made, but if you wouldn't mind, if we just try and take them in the sequence of the speakers. So I think we've had a response now to the points made by Mr. Joyce, Ms. Elliott, Ms. Gregory, and Mr. Ford. That brings us on to Mr. Hannaford. Mr. Hannaford was very, very concerned about travellers and access, and
Yes.
Was questioning whether an officer had attended on site just to see the realities of the access situation.
Yes, officers have driven their little red car down those particular roads to access the site. There has been some assessment work undertaken by the applicants where they've looked at the length of vehicles that can be accommodated down those particular roads. In some locations, yes, it will be tight, but we're talking about, occupation will happen. And then, you don't get lots of moving vehicles of large length anyway on a frequent basis from one of those particular uses. Yeah, I completely understand concerns in relation to the vision of a gypsy and traveller site. They have an acknowledged need in terms of a need for early occupation as well. So we have an updated accommodation needs assessment, which says actually we need to be making all efforts we can to bring some of these sites forward as early as possible. Now, the Village 4 site is at the moment, yes, if you were to look at it in isolation, it would be on its own. It wouldn't be adjacent to a village. It would be very much an isolated location. However, the intention is that it will come forward, it will be service land, it will be alongside the new villages, and therefore those properties will have the benefit of proximity to the new facilities in both Village 3 and Village 4. The reason why it is on the edge, it's not because it was an afterthought, it's because actually that particular land use and those particular occupants require land for grazing animals, for example. They need land for storage of their vehicles and for their properties. So you can't get grazing land in the middle of the village centre. So that's the whole premise of having a site on the edge. of a village. We have liaised with the Gypsy and Travel liaison groups and the Travelling Show Guild as well, in order to understand what those needs are in terms of their accommodation needs, in terms of the land type, in terms of proximity, in terms of segregation, in terms of separation for security purposes of their own benefits. And so all of those factors have been taken into account in trying to identify a suitable location that tries to get the balance of all the required needs moving forward. As I say, they are an acknowledged need in the plan, and an acknowledged need which has to come forward as soon as we can facilitate it. So there's nothing that would preclude a site coming forward. The way that it works is that there'd be a separate reserve matters application for that use anyway, that would come forward separately following the outline application. So granting permission at an outline stage is not the end of the deal. There is obviously the next stages of reserve matters application process to follow, and that will look at things like landscaping, access, turning points, fencing, security, all those sorts of things as well. So I say members can be comforted that there will be that next process in terms of refining the detail of those facilities.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Now, I hope members will bear with me in this process. I think it's important that people in the room can see that we're running through the points made by the speakers. The next speaker was Mr. Beanick, representing PFP. I think just by way of balance in the conversation today, was there anything that he said that you thought was inappropriate or not a fair comment? I think it's right that we let the room see that we're testing what Mr. Beanick said as much as we are testing everybody else's comments.
I don't think we have anything more to say. I mean, I think the application is recommended for approval.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so if we just, as I say, members, bear with me, we just work our way through the speakers. Then Mr. Bickmore came and spoke to us and made a number of well-articulated points. Some of them, I think it's fair to say, overlap with points made by others, so you may already have commented on some of them. But if, per your notes, there are points made by Mr. Bickmore that have not yet received a response, if you could let us have that, please. If I might just sort of kick you off on that, I think one of the several points that Mr. Bickmore made was that this project isn't so much a housing project for East Hertfordshire, but a highways project for the benefit of Harlow. If you've got a comment on that, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, so taking that point, I can completely see why that view has been taken. I think the reality is that the modelling shows that most of the transport impacts will actually be felt in Harlow and in the surrounding major roads. So there is by default a need to make sure that where transport impacts arise, that they are mitigated, and when the transport impacts arise within some of the junctions within Harlow, and that mitigation has been proposed and dealt with in the Section 106 agreements, and the way that the contributions are being sought towards some of those mitigations, and the applicants themselves are actually undertaking some of those highway improvement works as well, rather than it being a financial contribution to Essex County Council to deliver. So they are also kind of on the hook for delivering some of those mitigations themselves. But yes, I can see that, you know, that in terms of just looking at the financial contributions, that you would make that judgment that the benefits go to Harlow. I think the benefits that arise for East Hertfordshire and Hertfordshire in general, and also for the sub-region, is the very scale of this development. I mean, there are very few and far between schemes of 10,000 homes which come with and get planned for all of the commensurate community facilities that one needs. You know, traditionally, East Hertfordshire and Hertfordshire as a whole, it's been it's been historic growth and growth that happens kind of by accident and over time. And so there's very few opportunities since the new towns where you got the opportunity to plan for something of this scale. And so because of the amount of time it's taken officers, we understand all the complexities that come through dealing with an application of this scale. We've made all efforts to leave no stone unturned in terms of challenging each and every aspect of this application and what it proposes. such that the facilities that are proposed on site, I mean, if I did want to take something from Mr. Beanick, is actually, this is £6 billion worth of value that this scheme will deliver for this locality and for the region. And so that's not to be sniffed at in terms of being able to provide new homes, new community facilities, new opportunities for our residents to own and rent their own properties. So that's one of the main benefits that comes from this development. And of course, where you've got existing settlements, they will, there's some pros and cons here. They will suddenly have 10,000, well, not suddenly, it's going to take 20 years. They're going to have 10,000 new homes and all those community facilities on their doorstep. New schools, new leisure, new parks and open spaces, new libraries, new, you name it, there's going to be stuff delivered on this scheme. And this won't be the end of what comes forward on this site either. So there will always be new facilities for the existing community to benefit from. So it's really tricky in my view of how you kind of create separation between existing settlements and protect all their amenity, but also make sure that the connections are there between the existing residents and the new facilities that are of benefit to them as well. So there are, yes, financial contributions towards roads in Harlow, but there's also considerable value that will come from the delivery of the development on this particular location.
Can I just come in there, Jenny, just to say again that, oh, goodness me, try and keep my glasses on, mustn't get overexcited. Again, Mr. Bickmore, I think made the point that officers in their report and recommendations have been too dismissive of consequences to local traffic. And if I understood him correctly, he was saying that it's not his word, but it's curious that Village 7 in effect will pay for aspects that relate to Pye Corner. Again, I wonder if you or Lee have any comments on those points.
I think it comes back to that point on comprehensive development. The site is a single allocation. The way that officers have approached the two applications is that there's an 85-15 split and division in terms of what is core infrastructure. So the Eastern Stork Crossing is a piece of core infrastructure that serves not only the benefits of both applications, but also the wider locality. So therefore, it is right and proper that commensurate funds are put towards that particular piece of infrastructure from the schemes that are generating the need for it. So that's why it is expected that there will be contributions from Village 7 to the infrastructure that's provided on 1 to 6, and vice versa in some locations, in particular regard to sports facilities. So there is give and take actually in terms of the way the two applications come forward. So as I say, it is right and proper that commensurate funds are put towards the comprehensive development pieces of infrastructure.
Thank you. Okay, Lee, if you wish to add, you please do.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Mr. Bickmore, who handed up a speaking note, which I will, but it does help in terms of coming back on some of the points. I think his first point was regarding this being a single allocation and requesting deferral until the Section 106 heads of terms are finalised and the two applications are determined at the same time. I believe I've addressed that largely. In terms of the heads of terms, they are heads of terms. They do capture the key commitments that will be required to be secured. They are of a standard level of detail. They give officers sufficient information and members sufficient information as to what needs to be secured, with the detail then to be resolved within the actual Section 106 agreement itself. As I've mentioned before, officers don't consider it necessary for the two applications to be determined at the same time, for the reasons I've set out earlier, and therefore this application is ready to be determined, and that is the recommendation of officers. I think the next point was regarding affordable housing and the level of affordable housing. I believe we've covered that in some depth. I'm just Pye Corner, is that? Yeah, in terms of the crossings, it is worth noting this. Both the Eastern Stork Crossing and the Central Stork Crossing, as noted in the 106 heads of terms, the key commitments from the developer will be the timing of when that vital infrastructure needs to be delivered. So there will be a limit on the number of houses across the allocation as a whole which can be built before those crossings are delivered. So the Village 1 to 6 developer is committing to deliver those or stop its development unless those crossings have been delivered, regardless of what happens on Village 7. So I think that's an important part of context in terms of the financing. Because the crossings also meet a wider need, including Village 7 and other strategic sites in the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town, other sites will be expected to make a financial contribution, but the applicant PFP is taking the delivery risk and funding risk of those crossings. And if they're not in place by the dwelling triggers, then development will need to stop. So again, that's developer risk. I think those were the main points, Chair. Thank you.
Of course, Jenny. Yeah.
So there were a couple of statements made by Mr. Bickmore in relation to building heights. So you'll have heard in my report that the maximum that can happen across the site at any one location is actually 5 stories, so it's 18 metres. And there are limits within the parameter plans as to the proportion of the village centres where those high buildings can happen. Of course, when it comes to building heights, this is an outline application. All we have to work with is the parameters, and those are upper parameters, the greater extent of parameters within which development can be defined. So the master planning process, which will be comprehensive, it will be very detailed, that at that stage we will be able to know what the visual impacts of those 5 stories buildings are going to be. They're not going to be blanket 5 stories across the entire site. It has to respond to landform. It has to respond to the constraints and the sensitive development area constraints that I've outlined in my presentation. So I don't think it's, I mean, the nomenclature of village has been one which has troubled me for a while. I think anyone that knows me on this scheme will acknowledge that. They are going to be urban forms of development. They are going to be villages in the scale of them, but you're not going to get away with hiding the fact you've got a 3-story building, a 3-story apartment block. And yes, you do find them in villages. So when I mention urban form, it's because there is currently no urban form at the moment in that location. It is a rural landscape devoid of built development in the majority. So there will be urban forms of development, streets, buildings, commercial facilities, lighting, concrete. There will be urban development in that location. So those impacts are acknowledged.
Sorry, Chair, there are just a few additional points just to be thorough on this. On the highways mitigation, and there is a query as to why as Jenny mentioned, the 106 includes highway mitigation within Harlow. The mitigation that's to be provided and the contributions to be secured in the 106, in order to do so, they need to meet certain legal tests, 1, that they're necessary, and 2, that they're considered reasonable. So unless officers considered those thresholds were satisfied, they would not be in the 106 agreement, and officers take that very seriously. So these are not handouts, these are necessary mitigation for transport impacts that are likely to be experienced. There was one point, and there was a request about the parameter plans being expressed to be illustrative only by condition. That's not something which is advisable from a legal perspective. This is an outline planning permission. There's been an assessment of environmental impacts. The parameter plans, they are maximum parameter plans, which fix what development, the maximum parameters of development that can come forward. If they were to be illustrative only, that leaves open the door for greater development to come forward, which would cause greater environmental impacts than has been assessed. So it is necessary to fix those parameters. And then what comes forward within that, the detailed development within that, will be subject to future processes, future master planning and future reserved matters, which will be subject to lots of scrutiny and public consultation. But the maximum parameters are necessary to secure at this stage to avoid worse, to ensure worst case effects are mitigated. In terms of the Central Stalk crossing, I think there was suggestion, there was talk about the trigger relating to that and concern about the highways impacts. We have Roger Flowerday here from Hertfordshire County Council. Roger, it may assist if you come back on that through.
That's
Please
okay,
do,
Chair?
Roger, that's
Yep.
fine, yes, thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the Central Talk crossing, there's the evidence that's been submitted to support the application doesn't demonstrate that there's going to be an impact, an unacceptable severe impact as a consequence of that trigger. So there's no evidence in front of us that would suggest it's required sooner, and therefore on that basis we couldn't reasonably ask for that to be brought forward. If I may, while I have the floor, just a couple of other points to support colleagues. So it's a very large application, as you've heard from Jenny today, and it's difficult to predict every eventuality into the future. So it's quite right for us to only seek to mitigate impacts that we can see in the evidence, and that's what we've sought to do. But equally, knowing the scale of this application, we've sought to put in the appropriate safeguards. That's why you've heard about the Transport Review Group and the other review groups that we've put in place. And the point of those groups is to allow us to continually monitor the situation and then react accordingly if we see something. So I think particularly in the case of impacts on the villages, Hunsdon, for example, because we will be monitoring throughout the development, we will be able to determine whether or not inappropriate numbers of trips are making their way through a village. And there is a Sustainable Transport and Innovation Fund pot identified in the heads of terms, which we can then call upon to mitigate those impacts if we see them manifest. So I think what we've done is we've taken every reasonable step to mitigate what we can see now and take steps to safeguard against future eventualities as well.
Thank you, Roger, that's helpful.
Chair, point 7 from Mr. Bickmore was regarding the heads of terms for the Section 106 and the recommendation of officers in line with standard practices that delegated authority is given to officers to finalise the detailed legal drafting of the Section 106 to secure the headline commitments set out within the heads of terms. That is fairly standard practice. I think Mr. Bickmore was requesting that there isn't that delegated authority and that there is additional oversight from the committee and that the 106 is brought back to committee. That would be fairly unusual in my experience. It is fairly standard for the delegation of the detailed drafting to be delegated to officers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lee. Okay, in terms of the speakers then, just running through them, I think we've now, in the nicest way, got to Ms. Fogden. If one of you would like to respond to her points, please.
Okay, so this one has been a really tricky one for us to consider this as officers. But what it comes down to is a matter of evidence. At the moment, we officers don't feel that there has been sufficient evidence put to us, which would actually justify and meet those SEAL tests that Lee referred to, that makes this application, it makes it necessary that this application deals with shortfalls of funding and shortfalls of infrastructure within the NHS, particularly within the Princess Alexandra scheme. So it has been something which we've looked at in a huge amount of detail. We've taken legal advice on, the applicants have taken legal advice on, and that is unfortunately the view that officers have taken. What the main thing that we've sought to secure, however, is that there is a facility on site. There is a facility that meets the day-to-day needs of residents, that deals with the GP requirements, deals with mental health and community health as well. So the floor space that the applicant is proposing to deliver, and it is again, it's to deliver that facility, is something which officers consider mitigates the impacts arising from the development in terms of those primary healthcare needs. In terms of acute care, that is a centrally funded piece of infrastructure, a centrally funded service that the NHS has a duty to provide. It's very difficult to be able to justify individually or collectively that developments themselves are responsible for dealing with shortfalls that arise in NHS funding. So it's not normal practice for planning to intervene in terms of the way that land ownership and transactions occur. So if the applicant is willing to build a facility, it has the ability to negotiate with the company that's taking on that facility as to whatever those terms are. But we are looking in the heads of terms to make sure that there is a reasonableness test that happens at that point so that reasonable terms are agreed. But as I say, planning is not normally the place for those negotiations to take place. I don't know if there's any more from our legal representatives.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, just on the facilities. So the 106 heads of terms secure delivery of the relevant facility, including an ambulance bay, require delivery of that and that to be made available to the NHS. And the applicant has offered that in the early years there will be a subsidised market rent. As we've noted in the update report, we officers also intend to include within the agreement that it would be on reasonable commercial terms at a rent for the proposed use. But generally speaking, those detailed arrangements, as for any GP practice, are not generally for the planning authority, but the facility will be delivered and it will be available. As Jenny mentioned, the planning authorities had some detailed advice on this matter from senior counsel. So we've got Douglas Edwards, KC, with us here, who's going to assist, and I'll ask to pick up any additional points.
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you, Chairman. The only point that I would add to that is, as far as the request for a contribution to acute services is concerned, this has been a matter that went before the courts quite recently, the High Court in particular, where there was a request from an NHS provider elsewhere in the country in association with a large residential development of broadly the similar scale that the committee is dealing with today, where the NHS was asking for a contribution towards the delivery of acute services to address what the NHS said was the additional demand from a development. And the court, having looked in great detail as to how acute services were provided, confirmed that essentially the provision of acute NHS services is a matter that is paid from tax, effectively is paid by central government, and therefore it would not normally be the case that a developer would be required through a Section 106 contribution to provide funds towards the delivery of acute NHS service provision. Now, there are exceptions to that, but it's only when the NHS provider can provide very clear evidence of additional demand for acute services and a range of other services as well arising from a development, which require additional infrastructure, which would not otherwise be required if the development didn't come forward. So it's only if that quite high evidential burden is crossed that it would be appropriate, applying the tests that planning authorities have to when seeking contributions, that is it necessary to overcome a planning objection, that type of contribution would be justified. And you've heard already from Jenny that officers have looked very carefully at this and are not satisfied that so far as the acute services are concerned and the contribution that's being sought, that evidence is available to allow the contribution to be required. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Just before we thank you. Just before we move on from Ms. Fogden, I'm just obliged to put it to officers that Ms. Fogden, in her words, said that there had been no consultation at all. And I think she's entitled to a response to that from officers, please.
There hasn't been consultation over the last year, I think that's fair to say, because we've been dealing with the crossings applications. But we have over the last 4 years had multiple meetings, multiple exchanges of information, multiple exchanges of emails and phone calls, and of course consultation responses. Those consultation responses have been considered, and as we've heard, we've taken some quite considerable consideration of those particular responses. So yes, we haven't met in the last few weeks. We met last week because obviously we were bringing it to a head. But that doesn't mean to say that officers were not fully aware of the requests and that we had negotiations. And that actually it was the negotiations that changed the way that we are proposing to secure the primary healthcare, for example. So originally it was proposed there'd be a centre in Village 7 and a centre in Village 1 and potentially a satellite centre in Village 4. Through the negotiations, which we have had with the NHS, it was determined actually you could get economies of scale and a much more refined service by having one facility within Village 1, which would be the kind of the hub of the rest of the Village 1 to 6 and Village 7 developments. So that's why the floor space is considerably larger at the Village 1 health centre than elsewhere would otherwise be required. So Yes, we haven't met for about a year. We have still exchanged emails, still spoken at length and negotiated with the applicant in the room as well as with officers. So as I say, through that negotiation, we have come to the position that we have taken today.
Thank you very much. Could I just thank members for bearing with this process? It's much appreciated. It's been quite a long time for you just to sit there, but I can clearly see that you're listening and taking everything on board. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. So that brings us on to the final speaker, who is local councillor Eric Buckmaster. Again, you'll have made your own notes. I'll leave you to pick up the notes you've made, and then if there's anything that I've also got, I'll raise it with you.
Okay, so most of the points about the infrastructure have been already addressed in terms of the triggers for the Central Store Crossing, for example, and Eastern Store Crossing. Yes, as I said earlier, the level of affordable housing is less than what we wanted it to be. As I say, the realities of development economics have kind of forced this position, and as I say, we've taken all opportunities we can to secure an uplift in the affordable housing through the proposed review mechanism process. And again, as Councillor Buckmaster is right, yes, this is a big scheme. It's not just Gilston that this affects. It is ultimately going to be, a new settlement of 10,000 homes, 20,000 people. So, and that's going to take 20 years to deliver and to develop. So that is going to be, a big change in the locality, and that has been fully acknowledged throughout this process. We've addressed matters about highways and Harlow. Businesses are losing income due to congestion. That will hopefully, with the mitigation that is going to be provided for financial contribution towards some transport works, sustainable transport works within Sawbridgeworth as a result of this application and others. Hopefully things will improve within Sawbridgeworth. It's a particularly tricky location with the A1184 and turning to Bell Lane. It's long been an issue, and I don't think one single application is going to resolve that, but working with the County Council on their transport strategies, we hope to be able to make improvements in Sawbridgeworth and the localities nearby. In terms of the transport modelling, transport modelling is well, I'd say a dark art, because it certainly confuses me. So and yes, modelling is just one tool, and as you've heard us say, particularly when we're discussing the crossings and earlier today, modelling has a purpose and has a role, but it does not provide an answer. And the modelling that has been undertaken has actually, again, with every other aspect of assessment, has taken cumulative assessments into account. It looks at all the proposed developments in the locality, all the garden town sites, planned for and known sites that have come forward as windfall applications have even been captured by the transport modelling. It took account of the junction 7A with and without it, improvements to junction 8 at the M11 in Bishop Stortford. Its reach was quite broad in terms of the modelling catchment that was taken into account. So by doing different levels of modelling, you've got strategic county level modelling, you've got detailed parametrics and junction level modelling, you can get a really good understanding of where those impacts happen, when they happen, and how to mitigate those impacts as well. So the transport modelling has been a comprehensive, I mean, I have lost count of the hours spent listening to modellers argue over inputs. It's been a very long and arduous process to understand the implications in terms of transport. I think that the request is that infrastructure happens first. I don't know anyone that's got £100 million in their pockets to deliver a road before the houses, but again, it's an infrastructure. Approach to the infrastructure has been to try to get infrastructure as early as it can be, but somebody has to pay for it somehow. So there is, as Roger says, again, the modelling and the evidence suggests that the infrastructure isn't needed earlier, so therefore we can't ask for it to be earlier. In terms of air quality, again, I've discussed that in my presentation. Again, there was assessments undertaken for air quality. There are existing issues within the localities in Sawbridgeworth, Bishop Stortford and Hertford, for example. I actually objected to the one in Broxbourne because of the impact on the local schools. But there was there is evidence that shows that actually over time, the impacts are reducing to such a point where the exceedance doesn't exceed. So 40 micrograms, I forget the terminology, but 40 micrograms is normally the limit or the target. And beyond that is considered to be an exceedance. At the moment, the Sawbridgeworth AQMA, Air Quality Management Area, is an exceedance, but the evidence and the trends that are showing through the evidence is that those exceedances are decreasing, such that by the time this application is actually ready to start developing houses and start, churning the transport impacts, those impacts are very minimal arising from this particular scheme, both in Sawbridgeworth and elsewhere in the locality as well. Yes, we've had lots of discussions on flood risk. We already know about the existing issues within Hunston and Stansted Abbots. Some of those, it's not just about surface water, but there's issues with infrastructure in those particular locations too. Some of it is, seasonal. Some of it is known. The flood risk assessments that were undertaken from this particular application actually demonstrate that there isn't a worsening of a situation from this scheme. And by having this staged approach to very, very detailed conditions that have been negotiated and discussed at length, all those policy requirements to ensure that flood risk doesn't occur from this scheme have all been met. Councillor Buckmaster referred to particular letters of objection from the Lead Local Flood Authority. I think it's, by way of explanation of that, a new team was brought in. The new team hadn't had the benefit of the three previous years worth of history, understanding on this particular scheme, and came in and applied a very straight, narrow perspective, having picked up a couple of pieces of documentation from the application and gone, okay, we're not quite understanding this, so we're going to object. We had worked with those, we've now worked with the offices so that they understand the way that the process works, or the way that the information is going to be refined over time through the master planning process. And they are now satisfied that they understand what the principles and the objectives are in this application, and they understand that there is a process by which all that information can be provided to them and managed over time such that there is no impact arising in the future. So there is no need at this particular point at the outline stage to undertake a new flood risk assessment, because the flood risk assessment that was undertaken has built into it the various safeguards and uplifts required to accommodate the changing Environment Agency standards, for example, that suddenly appeared in August that nobody knew about, that was just put out there with no consultation. But nonetheless, all of those impacts have been understood and have been measured and have been taken into account in the flood risk assessment. So therefore, officers do not feel that there is a need for more information at this point, or an updated flood risk assessment to be undertaken for this particular stage. Moving forward, however, when you do the master planning and you start understanding where streets and layouts and buildings and urban form and green spaces are going to happen, at that point you can then do more refined hydraulic modelling, and you'll be able to make sure that attenuation within each village and within the strategic landscape area have accounted for the surface water runoff and any attenuation required at that particular point in time.
Pause for breath. I've just got a couple of points that relate to Eric Buckmaster's comments. And then I think we'll work our way through the speakers then. And members, what I'm proposing is that we might then take just a 10-minute break, just for fresh air or whatever. And then we'll come back, and then all the questions that you've been storing up, ready to unleash on everybody, you can ask your questions. So the final thing that I wanted to pick up with the officers, following on from Eric Buckmaster's comments, were that I thought that Councillor Buckmaster was expressing concern that although obviously attention, for example, has been given to Gilston and Pye Corner, has enough attention been given to less immediate locations, but nevertheless locations that will be affected by this project. Sawbridgeworth is obviously close to Eric Buckmaster's heart, but he mentioned further away places, Hertford, Broxbourne. And another point that Councillor Buckmaster made, maybe just in passing, is that there will be 2 decades of construction traffic here, and can we provide residents with comfort that that will be managed in an appropriate manner.
Okay, taking the first one on settlements. So yeah, the assessments that have been undertaken for this application and indeed my assessment when I was preparing the report was to look at the potential impacts of the application on adjacent settlements. So for example, in Eastwick, where there's a potentially emerging conservation area, for example, we treated it as if there is a conservation area in place, such that full consideration of the impact of the development in terms of the significance of the heritage impacts, heritage assets within Eastwick have been taken into account, for example, in terms of Hunsdon. The woodland planting, for example, the woodland management plan and the woodland planting proposes to have lots of additional woodland up in that particular location, such that in terms of visual impacts, there is very little impact in terms of properties from Hunsdon looking towards the site. There is obviously a huge distance between Hunsdon village and where the built development is going to go in the village developable areas in villages 1 to 6 and village 7. So in terms of impacts in that regard, that's been considered. You've heard about how we can manage and monitor impacts in terms of transporting the localities in the adjacent villages. Already from Roger, there's potential for changes to happen through both the strategic landscape master planning and the master planning stages to look at, again, some of the existing roads, such as Gilston Lane, for example. Would you at some point in the future decide actually you don't want to have continual route from Gilston Lane all the way from the Eastwick Road right the way through to Village 4, or would you want to close that off at some point so that it only serves Gilston Village and Gilston Park Estate, as in the Gilston House Estate, which would then alleviate traffic going along that particular route. So there's lots of different ways that you can monitor impacts over time within each of the existing settlements as well. Let's say, so though, there has been consideration of the villages, the existing homes, existing residents, and all those impacts have been acknowledged in the report. And I say, you can't just develop 10,000 homes without some impact on existing properties. So as I say, the report is upfront in that respect. Yes, there will be 2 decades of construction practice, but with the development of this scale, that's not all happening at once. I say it's you're going to have development you're going to have construction impacts that move around the site. So the first impact will be on the 2 accesses, the Village 1 accesses. Then once they're completed, then they become the haul roads that become the place where the construction happens inside that. So there's less impact on the main roads as a result of that. So when you're building Village 1, the impact will be there. Again, when you're moving into Village 2, you might have some of Village 1 still happening and start of Village 2. So there'll be ways that you can basically manage and again monitor the impacts arising from the construction over time, because it's not 20 years of development across the entirety of the scheme. It's moving around, and therefore those impacts will be concentrated and focused in those particular locations where construction is happening. So yes, I don't think we're denying that there will be impacts in terms of construction. All of those things have been assessed in the environmental statements and addressed in the officer's report.
Okay, with this, did you want to add anything at all, Lee? Again, I'm not requiring you to do so. No, okay. And just since there was a final reference to highways and the dark arts, Roger, I dare say there will be questions for you. If you want to say anything now, do, but otherwise I'm sure you can wait for questions.
Thanks, Chair. I think, yeah, it is a dark art, by the way. I think in terms, just to go back to what I said earlier, is that we have put those safeguards in place to ensure that we can monitor and we could take action if we see things that are happening that we hadn't predicted and need to be addressed. So we've taken steps to do that within the heads of term. I think it's also worth reflecting on the fact that the original application didn't include the Sawbridgeworth contribution. So we identified an impact and we pursued it and we've secured that. So because we did identify an impact that hadn't been mitigated. So that shows you how we have properly considered these applications and we've taken steps to address impacts that we've seen that hadn't been mitigated.
Thanks very much. Okay, members, so I think we'll take a short break. I'm looking at the clock. I think we should break and come back in here at 22. So just given that apparently we need to vote on this, I am proposing that we adjourn until 22:04, and Suzanne Rutland Barsby is seconding. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Shall we be back at 20:04, please? for coming back pretty much on time. We're just 1 minute out from our intended timing, so it's very, very good. Thank you. Okay, so repeating the thanks to members of the committee for your patience so far, which is much, much appreciated. Over to you. Peter Ruffles, Ian Kemp, Rishi Fernando, in that order, please.
Glad you started my hand first, Chairman, because it's something, a small thing that I think follows on from your last picking up of points from those who've made representations. And there was a late representation last evening from Sandra McAdam that members will have read and known was to do with the gypsy traveling showman element. And I think Jenny has explained the sorts of things that were called for an explanation in that representation when she mentioned security and she mentioned paddock and that sort of thing. But I think Mrs. McAdam's chief point was a philosophical one in a way. Why a particular location and why not pepper potting that is very often used when creating new communities? I think I know the answer, but just for the sake of making sure that Mrs. McAdam's point wasn't lost. And Chairman, could I just mention 2 or 3 other tiny things that are put in the shade by other elements that we're going to talk about in a moment or two. I am your champion of the historic built environment at East Herts, and the job is, as it says, to make sure that historical settings and historical structures are looked after. And I am happy now, there's been a lot of dialogue with the position we're in this outline development in relation to those historic structures, with one tiny exception, and I would like just to flag it up even though it goes forward into the detail stage, and that is the protection of pillboxes on the airfield. I know it's tiny and you're looking for bigger, meatier things, but I just wonder whether that protection shouldn't be overlooked in the next stage as we move out of the outline to detailed considerations. And then the other one is similar. On page 31, we're looking at matters, in particular the bullet point to do with layout. I don't know whether members can see that, but I just want to make a sort of semi-academic point in a sense, going from this position forward, because should the outline permission be granted, one thing that isn't mentioned in the descriptions of the sorts of things that are looked at during layout is the shape between buildings. We talk about the public realm and the impact of a row of houses, let's say, on the eye, but very, very important, I think, and not specifically referred to, not the play areas and the open spaces nearby, which is what somebody thought I meant previously, but the actual gaps between newly constructed buildings. And that links in, and it matters here with my earlier point about the sight lines through, to make sure that protected are the settings of the historic structures. And also linking in a sense, those structures are protected during the construction stage, those historic built structures, pretty well, according to the report that we have. But I'm worried a bit about the equivalent protections, quite separately, of the tributary corridors, habitats, and several have been mentioned in a lot of detail, and I know this greater crested newts become a laughing point, and hooked moss as well. but I just wonder, they're fragile habitats, and I just wonder whether there is enough protection for them afforded at this stage, in the same way that the historic structures are protected.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Ruffles. As this committee knows, but for the benefit of our guests today, normally take questions in batches from councillors, but there was quite a lot there. So Ian and Rishi, I'll come back to you in a moment. So officers, some very interesting points there from Councillor Ruffles.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, there were. In terms of I'll try and take them in order. So the first one is about the location of the Gypsy and Traveller site. As I mentioned earlier, there's specific reasons why we've opted for this site, which is outside the village developable area for reasons as I said, for grazing land and for recreation space of the particular uses itself. The reason why you would opt for 2 larger facilities rather than lots of small ones is purely about the way that the families collaborate together to buy sites and to occupy sites. Normally 7 to 8 pitches at one location is optimal, considered optimal. Too much beyond that it can cause problems. Too little space means you would just have to identify more sites. And actually it's the principle of the sites in the first place that cause most consternation, rather than having one site which provides for that identified need in one go. So that's hopefully an answer to that one. So yes, you could have lots more small ones, but then you would have probably more objection to lots of smaller ones rather than one. So there are benefits in having one larger site for a number of reasons. In terms of historical settings and structures, yes, the pillboxes, I understand there's 14 individual assets that are covered under one scheduled monument designation, and therefore by its very nature they are afforded that protection that you would have through the Ancient Monuments Act. So in terms of construction impact, I mean there's not actually proposed any construction in that location, so it is all open space, and therefore would have the benefits of there not being physical built development in the proximity of it in any way. The Heritage Trail proposal has an opportunity to actually bring more life to those facilities, to those features, through interpretation, through understanding, and actually celebrate it a bit more because it has an amazing history on the airfield. So hopefully the heritage work that will come forward through the conservation management plans will help to kind of celebrate those particular features more. In terms of the equivalent protection of habitats, so you heard in my presentation about the different buffers and the different distances and constraints to where development can occur in relation to those particular habitat areas and tributary valleys. So you've got 20-meter buffers is basically the general standard. Of course, within the village developable areas, development doesn't, although there's a block for developable area, houses and buildings won't be right on those edges. So there was, within the parameters and within the development specification, there's an approach called soft edge. So within every village, on the outer edge of the village, there'll be a soft approach to that setting. So each village will have a blend, a bleed from the green corridors and the strategic green spaces between the villages and the built environment itself. So not only do you have the benefit of the buffers, you also have the statutory benefits of the local wildlife site designation. And then you've got the design and the master planning process, which again sets out through ecological management plans how those edges are treated, how those spaces are treated. And also, again, there's an opportunity for understanding of what those features are. So in particular, there's Sayes Coppice, for example. I mean, I've learned an awful lot about bugs and all sorts of weird things as a result of these assessments. But there's particular invertebrates there which thrive in that particular location for particular natural reasons, for watercourse and the woodland ecology. So obviously you'll be able to have your ecological management plan will be very specific about how that particular locality will be treated, which will be very different to a location which is more just historic or ancient woodland, for example. So the approach that you can take through the strategic landscape master plan will then allow you to be very bespoke, depending on what feature you're looking at.
Right, thank you, Jenny. Thank you for your questions, Peter. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officer for her excellent and comprehensive presentation, which answered many of the questions I might otherwise have had. And I'd also like to thank the public speakers for the many good points that they made, which raised additional questions. And I think it was very good that we then followed directly with responses to those questions, which also answered many of the queries I'd have had. But I am actually largely building on those questions from the public speakers and some of the other arising points on them. Some of these, quite a few of them, in fact, are to do with timing. Very welcome to hear that the schools will not be left till last, that they will be provided in each village, I think you said in the September of the year after the first occupation of any houses within that village. Is that secured by condition? If not, should it be? Similar question with the healthcare facilities. Is there a point at which those are due to be delivered? And I'd also be interested to hear whether this practice of charging market rent for them, is that fairly common in similar developments around the country, or is this unusual? That seemed to be a challenge from the NHS. Linking to that, this committee, I think members will be aware that we have had our frustrations with the NHS over the past 4 years at times when they have not put forward Section 106 submissions in the form that was required, and we have reluctantly been unable to grant their requests. It sounds at the moment that is the case here for the acute healthcare. There may be other options, however. The question I have there is, given the situation with the Section 106, it sounds as if that's quite flexible. If a new way of funding some NHS requirements was found and felt to be appropriate, could that be added into the Section 106? Similarly, there was a statement from one objector about Pye Corner suggesting that the improvements there would be funded by Village 7 rather than by Villages 1 to 6. Now, obviously, if Village 7 doesn't go ahead, would it be possible to transfer that to Villages 1 to 6 because of the flexibility inbuilt in the Section 106 agreement? Particular reason for asking these two questions is because it was suggested in both cases that those might be a potential reason for deferral. And if there is flexibility in the Section 106 decisions, then it would seem there would be no reason to defer in those cases. Lastly, going back to the traveller provision, and there are two different sites down, one in Village 4 and one in Village 6. I wasn't clear which of the two would be delivered first, although it sounds like it's Village 4. Questions were raised about the travelling show people with their large units. But I hope I'm correct in understanding that those would go in Village 6 and therefore would be almost directly accessible from the A414. So I'd be grateful for confirmation on that. And linked to that was a fear that was expressed very reasonably that construction traffic should not go down any of the existing lanes. And all of us have visited the site, and I would certainly agree with that 100%. The existing road network beyond the actual B road is obviously completely unsuitable for heavy construction traffic. As has been said, Village 1 would be supplied from the access from the Eastwick roundabout, and presumably the other villages would be supplied, construction traffic would come along the Hall Road, which would eventually then become the sustainable transport corridor. Again, I wanted to check whether, is this a condition? Is this secured by condition? Because I think it's a principle worth establishing, not just for this scheme, but for other schemes, that Hall roads, spine roads, link roads and so on should be the preferred means of access wherever they can be used to avoid excessive traffic falling on local country roads or residential roads that are not suited for it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thoughtful comments as always. Thank you, appreciated. Okay, way you go, officers, and or Lee, if you, as you wish to chip in, if or not.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the schools and it being secured by condition, it's actually going to be secured for the section 106. So you'd have heard me refer to school site pro forma, and the way that we have to make sure that land is transferred to the county council to enable the delivery of the schools, and there's a 3-year prior to opening period. So 3 years to 2.5 years is the optimal time for the school planning and then school construction for opening. So those kind of timeframes and time limits are going to be set out within the section 106. The heads of terms deliberately don't capture all that detail because there's an awful lot of detail otherwise. But that's the process that's followed. So it's actually for the section 106, not the conditions. The point about, okay, yep.
Thank you. Just on the section 106. So in the heads of terms, it's at sections 6 and 7 of the heads of terms, which sets out the requirement for the developer to reserve the land for education purposes. The county council will then have the ability to call for the school sites. That will be early within each village when they call for it. As Jenny says, there's a lead-in time to the school delivery. The developers will then be making financial contributions. That's the default position. It may be the county agrees to the developer to do it, but the intention, I think, is that the county will deliver the schools, funded by the developer. And the county will also be mindful in schools that there's sufficient need, because they won't deliver a large secondary school until there is a critical mass. So that there's, and as we move throughout, there will be an education review group which will monitor progress. So it will monitor the need on the site and the timing of delivery. So that the detailed drafting of that will be secured in the 106, but the headlines are in the heads of terms.
Okay, so you're saying it's actually the county's responsibility rather than the developers for actually making sure that the schools are designed, planned and built on time?
That is quite typical, yes. So the developer's obligation is to reserve the land and provide the financial contributions for it to be delivered. Yeah. And then the county has a duty as educational authority to meet the needs of the population.
The next question was about market rent and the NHS. I'm not qualified to answer that one. I don't know what the arrangements are across the country. Lee might be able to help. Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it is fairly common for Section 106 agreements to adopt this approach, which the developer has adopted for other large developments. We haven't done a review of every 106 agreement across the country. It is fair to acknowledge there are some examples the other way as well, which is where the freehold is transferred together with a financial contribution. However, and the updated heads of terms provide for that as a possibility through the in response to representations from the NHS, provided that's agreed by the LPA and the developer. The LPA's preference is for the developer to deliver the facility in accordance with an agreed specification, which by an agreed trigger point, the specification will have been approved by the local authority in consultation with the NHS. Officers consider that provides greatest assurity that the facility will be delivered when it's needed. And then it is, as I say, fairly standard for there to be a market rent charged for the proposed use. And we will be including some reasonableness provisions within the Section 106 agreement as set out in the report, but that is a fairly common approach.
Thank you. And the link question was, what was the delivery time scale for the health centre?
Yeah. Have we set that up? Yeah. The precise trigger of that isn't in the heads of terms. That in itself isn't unusual because they are heads of terms. We've captured a number of key triggers for things such as the crossings. We haven't got triggers yet agreed in the heads of terms for every single piece of infrastructure, because that would be very unusual. So that trigger is to be agreed moving forward by when it needs to be delivered, but clearly officers will be very mindful of the representations made.
You okay, they're in? Yeah, thank you very much. Rishi, would we Thank you. That's fine. No, it's true. I'm going to let Rishi come in and then we'll pick up the last 2 or 3 of your questions because Rishi's been, it's okay. It's just he's been waiting quite even longer than you were.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just to echo my fellow colleagues' comments in terms of thank you to everyone that's presented to us today so far. The first thing I want to do is just a bit of point of order, which has been raised by Miss Elliott and in some of the comments regarding the politicalness of this committee. I just wanted to take a moment to reassure that this committee is cross-political, that we are here independently, we don't come in with a predetermined view, and we are here to listen to cases on its merits, and we have robustly questioned and challenged officers and numerous applications. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for the record. I have many questions, but I'll start off with, I had a few questions on Natural England's comments and some of the woodlands. So in the Natural England consultation response and the East Herts District Council landscaping officers, the specified or recommended buffer zones don't seem to match with that of the recommend what's coming through in the conditions. In Natural England, they recommended a 50-meter buffer to ancient woodland. I believe that was 20 meters mentioned by Jenny, and then a 5-meter canopy distance from canopy, I think is in the report, but then Natural England recommended a buffer of 15 meters. So just get a bit of understanding on how those figures came about. And then also just to follow up on that, there was a late representation by Natural England in the original report. It did make many references to that there was no objection from Natural England, and then this late representation with an objection has come in. Just again to get some more information on what the level of conversation was between Natural and where this came from, so we have a bit more background, would be very useful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very helpful, Rishi. Just to officers, if we could take Ian Kemp's final points before we get to Rishi's, that would be much appreciated by Ian, I'm sure. Pie Corner, Village 7, construction, traffic, travellers.
So I think one of the questions was about the question of the funds from Village 7 towards the Pie Corner works. Essentially, the Pie Corner works is, if I understand your point correctly, is it about the bypass element of it, or is it about public realm improvements within Pie Corner?
A comment by a public speaker who said that Village 7 money was going into some of the Pie Corner improvements, and obviously if Village 7 didn't go ahead, then that would need to be rethought.
Okay, so the obligation on the Pie Corner improvement works is actually already tied into the conditions that were approved as part of the crossings. So the Eastern Store Crossing application approval lists the conditions to actually deliver some improvement works, public realm improvement works within Pie Corner. So that obligation remains whether or not you get commensurate funding from Village 7 towards the Eastern Store Crossing. And as Lee has already outlined, regardless of whether Village 7 comes forward or not, the applicant has committed to delivering the Eastern Store Crossing. So at its own costs and its own risks in that respect. So in that regard, again, there's no reliance on Village 7 funding for that. Obviously, every little helps, as they say. So that will happen. Again, there's agreements between the applicants and how those funds are shared. In terms of travelling show uses, so yes, the intention is that the travelling show site is located at Village 6 and Gypsies and Travellers are Village 4 and Village 7. So the intention is that, as I said earlier, there's this kind of, if Village 7 happens, then this approach takes place at Village 6 access. If Village 7 doesn't happen, then you'd retain the Village 6 access for all routes. But the intention is that at the master planning stage, we undertake a design assessment where you basically design that heavy duty vehicles, heavy goods vehicles can access the employment area and the blue light services and the travelling show facility. But other vehicles associated with all of those uses wouldn't be able to use the A414 access. You'd have to design into the village master plan ways that you would then prevent basically through access happening. And that's all about making sure that you're achieving the mode share objectives. So everyone else would have to use the sustainable transport corridor to get to that employment area. And I'd say those sorts of things are going to be detailed design aspects moving forward into the Village 6 master planning. In terms of the management of construction activity, yes, the intention is that once you're starting to build the haul roads and the access roads into the villages, that they become your primary routes for everything else to happen off of them. So you wouldn't then expect vehicles to be using Gilston Lane, for example, to access Village 3 for construction purposes. You would expect the new internal roads that have been constructed through Village 1 and Village 2 to be the routes that those vehicles would then take. So again, it's about managing those impacts as the villages happen and as the development moves around the site in general terms. And yes, there will be, well, there's several conditions actually in the proposed condition pack relating to construction management, and there will be penalties put on the on any breaches of those particular conditions as per our normal enforcement practices. Shall I turn to
Ian's finger is hovering over.
Yeah, and do those conditions include a specific requirement that construction traffic should go around the haul road and the sustainable transport corridor and not down any existing?
They don't at the
lanes?
moment, no. What they do is they require a construction traffic environment management plan to be submitted for approval, so that the Highways Authority are the ones that help us to basically determine the routes, the acceptable routes that construction vehicles take place.
I think it would be reassuring to the public if it was either a condition or some sort of very strong recommendation that should be the only route by which the traffic went.
Okay.
What's the most appropriate on that?
Ian, I think we'll note the way you've left it there, okay, and we won't forget that in this meeting. So I think you've now got, you've covered Ian's questions. You can now move on to Rishi's questions, Jenny.
So yeah, yes, you're right. In terms of Natural England, they were suggesting, and the Woodland Trust as well, they were suggesting 50-metre buffer around ancient woodland is required. The only location where there's less than 50 metres is around Home Wood, which is right in the centre of the site. And there will be a 20-metre buffer, particularly around that location. But again, you have to remember what I said about the way that the soft edges apply in terms of the design criteria of each village, such that there will be greater distances actually around the edge of every village. The buffers that Natural England require are actually in relation to no built development, not that nothing can happen in those buffers, but you would retain a distance from those particular assets for basically to protect from air quality is primarily their main issue, and also increase recreation and things like that. So through the ecological management plans that's proposed, there's a whole raft of mitigation measures for dealing with managing recreational impacts and physical impacts as a result of recreation on any of the woodland areas, such that we consider at this point in time that there will be sufficient safeguards in place for that mitigation to be achieved. I think the 15 metres is from the tree stem rather than 15 metres from the tree itself. I think that was clarified in a couple of conversations I've had with them on the phone. In terms of the Natural England lake representation, so previously the way that the Natural England and the National Trust actually, because they collaborated on this particular point in the lake representations, the way they'd phrased it before was they don't object on the basis that they get financial contributions towards the National Trust woodland at Hatfield Forest. That is, again, it's one of these really tricky ones where they haven't actually provided the evidence that we require as officers to be able to justify a contribution towards that particular facility. So there's been a ongoing piece of work for a couple of years by Natural England and the National Trust in relation to trying to identify a tariff, because of course, with any large strategic piece of woodland, you're going to draw in visitors from wide catchments. But the approach that Natural England and the National Trust have advised officers prior to this lake representation was actually, you've got an awful lot happening on site. You've got strategic accessible natural green space being provided on the site through the creation of the Eastwick Woodland Park and also through the Airfield Country Park. So you would have plenty of opportunities on site. I mean, more than 50% of the actual village application area is undeveloped. So by virtue of that, you would have that doorstep facility for people to be able to enjoy woodland areas, enjoy recreation in green spaces, such that because they haven't been able to justify a particular contribution or identify what that contribution would be spent on and how that would actually mitigate the impacts arising from this development. Conversely, with the mitigation occurs on site to start with, such that you would prevent any recreational demands towards a facility which is around 10.4 kilometres away. Officers haven't felt able to support that particular justification, so therefore, by default, Natural England and the National Trust have objected.
Thank you, Jenny. That's okay, isn't it? Answers. You've got a follow-up?
Just a point of clarification then. So has there been ongoing discussions in order to try reach some for them to provide evidence? And because it's just, again, the timing of the late representation, that's more just clarification on that. And then just one point on Councillor Kemp's, more of a comment than a question, just about the acute care or NHS. You know, it's just, as the developer said, this is a development and for the community in perpetuity. So rent lease doesn't necessarily imply that something's going to be delivered forever. So I understand why there's concerns regarding those arrangements, but it's promising to see that the heads of terms have been updated to reflect the options available. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. I'm looking for hands. I've got Tony already, a torrent of hands. So we'll start on this. David and then Terence, did you put your hand up? In that order, please. Yeah, thanks very much, Chairman. My thanks to Jenny. You brought it to life. 57 minutes, but it was pretty good. You brought it to life for me. Thank you. Am I alone amongst us? I got this 7 days ago. There's well over, I think it's approaching 1,100 pages. I've managed to get to 480 something. We are close to Tolstoy's War and Peace. It is said that a competent reader of Tolstoy's War and Peace could complete it in 33 hours. I'm afraid I'm behind the curve. But a lot of what I've heard encourages me. There's one or two things that discourage me. Firstly, can I join with Peter in supporting the preservation of the heritage? And it's not just the pillboxes, as Peter well understands. There's all sorts of other World War II heritage, some of it underground, but it all needs protecting. Jenny, you started by giving us the comfort of saying that there were elements within the district plan that supported the ongoing monitoring through a policy. Could you, when the time comes, point me to that? Because that feeds as well into something else. We keep being told, rightly so, that it's okay, we've got a policy, we've got a group to look at that. Yes, we'll be able to enforce that. I'm concerned that we're not. Practice has proved that even simple things like wheel washers, even simple things like thou shalt not start work before 8 o'clock on a Saturday, doesn't work. We don't enforce it. We can't enforce it. This is the biggest contract of its type in Hertfordshire for a very, very long time. And do we simply have, will we have the policy, the authority, the responsibility, and the wherewithal to actually enforce some of these comforts, which, please don't take this the wrong way, but some of them sound a bit glib. Oh yeah, we'll do this, and oh yeah, we'll do that. Well, with this committee have been down the road of, oh yeah, we'll do this and we'll do that quite a few times over the years, and sometimes it hasn't quite panned out. This is going to happen over the next quarter of a century. We're not going to be here. The officers are not going to be here. I think we really, really have to firmly ground and understand what it is that we want to do to protect the interests of our residents who are going to have to live with this. So that's my primary concern, Chairman. Thank you, David. I'm going to, very, very clear point there, David. So I'm going to let Terence come in with his questions. Please, Terence.
Thanks very much, Chair. Once again, thank you everybody for your representations and presentations today. I appreciate a couple of my questions, maybe a bit further down the line, but they do reflect issues that were raised by residents. coming in, and I haven't heard necessarily that the answers have been coming forward. One of them was from Turling Park residents around the stewardship costs, and whilst I probably appreciate we're not in a position necessarily to have control over that going forward, I do wonder whether we have the ability to put like some kind of cap and collar system in relation to unprecedented increases in residence charges. So maybe whether something like a cost plus 10% charge is in force, and whether we have the ability to do that under our Section 106 agreements. I appreciate, coming from a sustainability background, that we are trying to drive this development as a low car use. But I'm also concerned, and backed up by Jenny's comments, about the aerodrome and woodland areas deferring access to Hatfield Forest. Similarly, it will also be a desirable go-to location for the residents of Hertfordshire. So I want to know whether provisions being made for that in terms of car parking, because the majority of those will be coming from areas that won't have access to links to the transport network. If you come in with a dog and kids and whatever, you know, it's easier to come in your car. So I haven't seen any provision for car parking or access routes for that as a destination. And then my final point, I think. Yeah, I was going to go on about NHS funding, but I think we've done that. Places for People have committed to a 10% net gain in biodiversity. I see when we know that the figures that they're purporting are beyond that, 30% for 33% for habitats, 20.55 for hedgerows, and 16 for watercourses. Then my question is, can we not increase our minimum requirements on that? Because obviously I can easily tell everybody I'm going to be 9.5 stone by next Christmas, and we all believe, well, no, I'm not going to be. So maybe just to increase that to safeguard those figures a little bit more as well. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Tony, you've got a question?
Yeah. Mine's a bit more simple, I'm afraid, but I've noticed a few comments from members of the public about the green corridors between the villages. Can we actually put a dimension on that? Because they're talking about narrow corridors. That was the first thing. And the second thing on the green areas, if there's green areas within the villages, have we thought about the idea of them being registered as village greens with DEFRA to give them protection into the future? And the other thing I was going to mention was that wilding on the river edge, the streams, rivers, call them what you will, but can we get some wilding done there? Maybe under the pylon area where we can't do much, but we could do wilding, wildflower meadows. Just those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all three of you. Officers, if I could ask you to leave David's question until last, because it's a very all-embracing point that David Andrews has made, if that's okay, and then take Terence and Tony's questions first, please. Thank you.
I've actually got one for Councillor Rishi as well, because he asked about a question of whether there'd been engagement with Natural England on the Hatfield Forest. Yes, and actually the council has funded some work to understand what those impacts are, and to also understand and to try to reach agreement in terms of the actual tariff itself. So some work that's been led by Place Services, which has been funded by Uttlesford, East Herts, Harlow and Epping Forests, towards that particular piece of work to actually understand and explore what that access management strategy could be. So the council has fully engaged in that particular process purely to try to understand what we could do about it, because obviously the zone of influence for Hatfield Forest is around 10 kilometres. That covers quite a lot of East Herts, and so therefore we have to understand exactly how we approach that. Unfortunately, when that request first came in, that was after the district plan had been created, so we kind of missed the boat in terms of being able to kind of test that process through the local plan itself. But nonetheless, officers have engaged with that process. I think it was one of the hottest days of the year a couple of years ago in a very, very tiny room in Saffron Walden, where that process kicked off. And that was the day the dog chewed through the cable of the fan. So it was it was a very, very interesting start of the conversation. Okay, so in terms of stewardship costs, at the moment it's not defined, because, and the very reason for that is because the stewardship body has to develop. So you have to have a shadow advisory body, and that will be represented by East Herts, Neighbour Plan Group, the developers, local stakeholders, so that they are the ones essentially that set that parameter and set those things moving forward. So the way the stewardship will work is that, as say, you've got this shadow advisory body that does all the setting up. They are the ones that start all the charity and the trust itself, which is represented by all those people, are the ones that then start talking about the tariffs and the appropriateness of that. And of course, all that kind of ties in with the whole business planning approach, understanding what assets are to be transferred, understanding what value those assets have and what they will bring to the stewardship body as well. Are they things that generate revenue, for example, that will create cost savings that then go back into the stewardship body to be able to undertake its various activities? So all of that information will be developed over time. But of course, yes, because we're part of that partnership, we will have, you know, a say in that side of things, as will the local residents and representatives of the community as well. So there's not going to be exorbitant costs and things. We've got to build in those safeguards in the 106.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, and just a bit more detail on that. So there is a stewardship and governance strategy that's been submitted, and which will inform the more detailed arrangements which come forward, and the 106 will secure a series of milestones and checkpoints as to what detail needs to come forward, including business plans. It will be the developer's responsibility to maintain assets initially at its cost, and it's typical that there won't be a transfer of the assets to the stewardship entity until there's a cost plan in place, which the council has approved to make sure it is sustainable. It would also be typical to include in the 106 a provision requiring that any estate charges is set at a reasonable level. Any more detail beyond that will be for the drafting of the 106, but yeah, there will be that provision there.
In terms of the desirable location that will hopefully actually be developed as a result of the various woodland and ecological management strategies that are proposed, the strategic landscape master plan is the place for all of that level of detail. So at that point, we will understand where car parking could happen, acknowledging that yes, there will be some people that will travel by car to some of these destinations, and it's about making sure that's in the right location. So you wouldn't want to put a massive access track all the way from the edge of Village 5, for example, into the middle of the airfield and have a whopping great big car park there. You just wouldn't do that. So the strategic landscape master plan will set out all of those sorts of principles, such you would have the urban features like the car parks towards the edge of the villages, or indeed within the village developable areas themselves, and then retain the rest of the space for the purpose it's to be enjoyed for. So all of that level of detail is at the strategic landscape master planning stage. In terms of biodiversity net gain, I think we would love some minimums in national policy. We would love those minimums to be a bit more ambitious than they are. At the moment, there is no minimum policy requirement, although we've been long promised that there will be. But the way that we've proposed the conditions in this particular application is that at every stage, the application has to be able to demonstrate that they are achieving a net gain, achieving towards this minimum target, rather than it be hitting your head on the ceiling. It's a minimum, and we are always going to try to exceed that. To be honest, biodiversity net gain metrics and matrices have a role, but again, with everything else, they are not an answer. The answers will come from how we actually design these spaces in the first place. So every village, for example, must be making a contribution towards net gain. You can't just have wall-to-wall concrete. You have to have your green spaces, your trees, your water, your grey and green, blue and green, yellow, all sorts of infrastructure within each village to make sure that each village is making that effort and making that contribution as well. So at the moment, there is no minimum policy requirement. Nonetheless, we're building those safeguards into the conditions themselves. And hopefully national policy will catch up with some of our ambitions, because everyone in this room has the same ambition to try and achieve more. But unfortunately, yeah, we are constrained until they catch up. I mean, they're getting there. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the Environment Bill becomes statute and we start making some headway on that. In terms of green corridors, as I say, at the moment, some of those parameters aren't fixed. I think some of the spaces potentially range from 20, 30, 40 meters in terms of some of the distances and the widths of some of the green corridors. But as I say, because we've got the strategic landscape master plan and village master plan stages, all of those sorts of details will come forward at that time. Because in order to have a green corridor that works functionally for ecology, you have to have a bigger space. You can't just have a few trees in a row and expect it to achieve anything of any value. You know, a bird might hop from branch to branch, but it's not going to achieve much more in the way of biodiversity or ecology, and also in terms of distancing. And so part of the neighbourhood plan policy, for example, which will kick in when we get to the master planning, is all about making sure that there are, again, those green edges, those soft edges, distinction between villages. And that means that you have to have some sort of treatment at those edges. And so all of those things, again, will come forward through both the strategic landscape and the village master plans. In terms of wilding green spaces, yes, the part of the enhancement plan that comes through trying to mitigate some of the impacts arising from the loss of the farmland habitat, for example, is that you would have a conservation-led approach to managing the rest of that agricultural land around the scheme. And yes, you can't put houses underneath the pylons. So the idea is that, yes, you would have, again, a suitable treatment for that edge. Again, you're not going to have like a concrete line that runs in a weird diagonal across the site. You're going to have to plan effectively. And there are particular parameters and specifications in the development specification itself, which talks about those edges, particularly the edge of Village 4 and Village 5 in that regard. So also likewise within the tributary valleys, part of the ecological management plan for the Fiddler's Brook Valley, for example, is all about making sure that the river course itself is managed, is cleared of scrub, which is inappropriate down there. There's some species that aren't suitable, making sure that the shading is taken away and softening some of those banks as well. So again, you're increasing the actual naturalness of that particular valley, because there's been an awful lot of interventions over time, culverts, concreting banks and that sort of thing. So part of the ecological management plan is to then try to rectify and rewild some of that particular valley. And likewise, some of the other tributaries, they're all within the strategic corridors between the villages as well. So they're afforded that level of protection too.
Didn't hear you respond on Village Green. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So Councillor Stowe made raised a query about Village Greens. Village Greens have a particular legal meaning and tends to be where land has been used for 20 years by people walking over it. But I think the point is you want the green spaces to be protected and not changed. And the applicant in the application has made commitments to impose covenants on the land, so it can only be used for the purpose of open space. The 106 agreement as well will back up those commitments and include special protections to protect as much as we can against future development on those. It wouldn't be usual though for them to be registered as village greens. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now David's overriding question wasn't
Yeah, no,
responded to.
before we get to that, because that is overriding, and something else that I wanted to develop slowly, quickly, hopefully, is more specific. If we go to page, it's really a question of understanding and definition. If we go to page 88, there's a table 5, indicative housing to mixed ranges. We've heard that viability research has indicated that we're going to have to slip from our 40% position to 23. It's a mystery to me how, when we're doing a very, 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 very outline planning permission across quite a large area, we can be so specific about what the viability of the houses that come forward in 15 years. But okay, we're told that the 23 is a minimum. Forgive me if the cynicism in me emerges briefly. Been here many times before, but I just put into the mix that we're so far away from some of these being built out. How can they be so precise on a very, very outline planning permission? But that's where we are. Could somebody explain to me where we are with table 5? Because we've also heard in terms of commercial that there's a range from something like 10,000 square meters, but we might like 27, 28, 29. I get the argument that if there's no desire, no need, no necessity, it's pointless committing to 29 when we only need 15. I get that. But we do have to employ these people. And we do have to give them some reason to get out of bed in the morning. And I think that's an excellent way of doing it. But table 5, indicative housing mix ranges. Am I alone in thinking, what the devil does that mean? Thank you.
That's a good way to deliver a question, David. So what the devil does that mean?
Okay, so what that table means is that there isn't that preciseness at the moment because we are still, it's 23% minimum affordable housing is different to the range and mix. So the indicative housing range, housing mix ranges that are shown in table 5 reflect the bedroom size. So the number of units that might come forward of that particular bedroom size. So between 5 and 27% would be 1 bedroom properties. So again, the purpose of this particular range is because we don't know at this point in time what the first village is going to look like and what it's going to comprise in terms of bedroom numbers and house types, house sizes, number of bedrooms, the spaces within each property. So by indicating a range at this point, it means that we are able to then kind of refine that as we move forward. So the first village, for example, it might have more apartments because it's more sustainable location. You can get away with probably a bit more. It's about the authority having the ability because each village has to be supported. Each village master plan has to be supported by a housing scheme. So the housing scheme at that point says, okay, right, we're going to work with the officers. We're going to understand what the needs are at this point in time because needs change. So we already know, for example, in this authority that because of the success of the district plan so far, we have delivered quite a lot of small properties and family properties. So what do we know we need in village 5? We don't. What we will know what we need in village 1 probably by the time the village master plan for village 1 has been sorted. So we will know that within that range, which is identified in this particular table, that's about right for village 1. And then when it comes to village 2, again, we can address the needs that are coming through. We look at what else has been delivered within Harlow, within the villages, within other towns nearby, see what the housing needs are on our housing needs register. And again, we can try to tailor the village scheme for that next village at that point in time. So again, you'll be within that range. So you would never go beyond, majority of the scheme being 1 bedroom properties, for example, is to make sure that we as an authority have the ability to kind of tailor those needs based on each village in due course.
Some what I'm thinking of as macro points are beginning to emerge. So I'm just going to you made a point which has not been responded to yet, David. I'm going to put that on hold because I've got a feeling that Ruth is going to say something that would go in the same direction as the point you've made. So where you go, Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I wasn't. But I do thank Caroline for saying that, because as somebody who lives near developments, we battle. Can I just say, and the developers are not keeping to the construction plan, and we battle with them every day. So I'm waiting to hear the answer to that one. But actually, one of my concerns is it talks about the community infrastructure that to meet the needs of existing and the new communities. So I'm really asking, are you allowing, are you going to let the residents of the local area, and that includes Turling Park, Pye Corner, High Wyche, Gilston, Hunston, Eastwick, actually access the schools and the health facilities? And the second part of that is, you actually say, because obviously the schools and health centres aren't going to be built immediately, they will be introduced during the whole development. You actually say that they are to use their existing surgeries. Well, I'd like to know where, because certainly the Harlow GP surgeries are all very full. So, where are these extra, 1,000 people going to go before the health centre's been built?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ruth. If I might say, and I'm looking at the members now, if I'm misreading the mood of the group, do say, but I think I'm feeling a theme emerging, which is construction traffic on lanes, not on lanes, 2 decades of construction. Okay, so we're going to come back to that a bit later on. Officers, Ruth Buckmaster's points, in particular the surgery point, please.
Okay, so I think the proposal at the moment is that the health centre is completed by around 2,000 properties, 2,500 properties, but in the interim period, the community centre, which is proposed to be much earlier than that, will be the potential for that particular facility to be used for temporary healthcare facilities. There's also going to be within the section 106, the ability to make sure that there is temporary facilities on site too. And again, that's part of negotiations with the NHS over the next few months while we bottom out the detail of the 106. And what we've been advised is that we all know how difficult it is to get doctor's appointments. And we are advised that there is, I'm going to get booze from the room, that there is capacity within the surgeries, within the network, to be able to accommodate the first properties and occupations. This is what we've been advised, but again, we're building in that flexibility so that you can actually use the community facilities on site for temporary healthcare uses as appropriate. So all of this is to be set out in the detail of the 106 to provide that flexibility moving forward. In terms of, are we going to let existing communities access facilities on site? Yes. People will walk where they want to, go to parks where they want to. They have the ability to choose education facilities where they want to because there's parental choice. However, the burden on this particular application is to meet its own needs and to swallow its own smoke, as the phrase goes. So primarily the objective of the education review group will be to look at the yield arising from the existing communities. Again, we will understand, because education is dynamic, where people choose to go to schools and send their children to schools is dynamic, will change whenever there's a new facility provided. So again, part of that process of education monitoring is that we understand what those impacts are. What we don't want to do is to build huge large schools which remain half empty, drawing children from much wider, further afield, because that prevents that yield that capacity being available for the kids as they come into the scheme itself, and that they develop from the properties that are being provided for. But as I say, the whole purpose of this scheme of this scale is that there is community facilities provided. So ultimately, yes, it will have benefits for existing residents too.
Ruth, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just come back on that point? For the Turling Park and the Pye Corner residents, that's their local school. That will be the closest to them, certainly for primary and secondary. And for some residents who live there now, they actually can't get into local schools because they're already full. And that provision isn't there. We all know within the next few days we're going to have all the school provision announced, and what's the percentage of the pupils that don't get their first choice? It's actually very high around Sawbridgeworth and Bishop Stortford, and this is just actually going to make it worse. If you're not allowing the existing communities to be able to access these facilities, you're actually having a knock-on effect to the local community. And that's before I get onto construction traffic and another 10,000 cars.
By all means, make that point, Ruth, if you want to, but I don't think you need to make it because I think it's been made. Okay, so we're storing that one up. We're coming back to that. Did you want to come back on the comment there made by Ruth about schooling and access to schools, please?
I think what I've said is that there's not going to be restrictions, and the schools won't be able to turn away children that apply for them. I'm not sure if our growth and infrastructure unit want to discuss this as well a bit more. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, so in effect, we can't demand the admissions policy for an academy trust that might eventually operate the school, but they have to comply with a national admissions code, but the county council could object if they don't. And we would be clear in our competition documents that we would provide, in order to attract an eventual operator for the school, that it would be important to serve the local community as much as it would new future residents, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you for that very much. And I should just say, Kevin, you put your hand up a bit ago. Do you still want to come in?
Chairman, I was going to see if I could assist with the stewardship questions, but Lee and Jenny covered them very well. So I've been in some dialogue with the applicants on stewardship matters, but they were more than ably covered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Kevin. I might say that I might make a couple of broad comments on stewardship at the end of the discussion, but maybe we'll come back to that. Now, I think I've got some hands. Got Carolyn, Tim. You've had a go, Rishi. So we'll give Ben the go. So Carolyn, Tim, and Ben in that order, please.
I've got 3 issues I'd like to ask and comment on. The first, it may seem an inconsequential question, but why is this massive development referred to as a development of villages? I was heartened to hear the officer say she doesn't think it's an urban development. They are not villages by any stretch of the imagination. I've never seen a 5-story building in a village or a 4-story building in a village. 3 maybe in some. So let's be honest about what we're talking about here. These are not village developments. They are small towns, and the whole thing seems to me to make up a big satellite or a suburb of Harlow. And when we got the CGI thing through the door, the green pastures between the villages are hardly visible. It looks like a great urban sprawl, and there's no indication of the heights of obviously there isn't, because it's sort of a bird's eye view, but I just think it's so very, very misleading. And I don't think it's right to be misled in that way. My second comment is about the proportion of affordable homes. I understand the high price ticket for the Stortford crossings, but why does it have to be paid for by a reduction in the percentage of affordable homes? Once more, the practical costs of being loaded onto people who can least afford it. And that really, really concerns me. I know there's been a lot of work to raise the proportion to 23%, for which I'm grateful, but and there seems to be a section 106 in place about this, but how much can we rely on that section 106 agreement? And I know there's an upwards revision, and going to try as hard to squeeze as much more out of that, but I'm not satisfied that we'll even get 23%. I'm not. And if the developers can't afford to provide affordable housing when they are desperately needed, maybe it's not the viability of the development that's a problem, it's the viability of their business model. Because they should be able to afford to, maybe not 4%, 40%, but somewhere more approaching 40%. So I'm really unhappy about this. And my third point is, can we really agree to the decimation of bird life and other biological habitats by weighing them up against public benefits? Public benefits for when? Now? 50 years' time? 100 years' time?
In our present era of a climate emergency, we shouldn't. Part of the justification is that we have to fulfil East Hart's 5-year housing supply quota. But this could be a shocking mistake for which we may never be forgiven by future generations. Thank you.
In the nicest way, I wasn't quite sure there was a question in there. If you think you identified a question, do please respond.
I agree with the village description point. I've long been trying to get people to change it to neighbourhoods. For that very reason, because I am first and foremost honest, they are going to be urban features and urban developments. I think the village principle comes from the way that there will be small groups of neighbourhoods, and they'll be designed distinctively so that they are very separate in terms of design and the way that the street layouts and things like that will come forward. All that sort of information is to be kind of got to when we get to the village master plan stage. I've done it again because it's ingrained in this process, and it's I mean, I would rather we call them neighbourhoods and refer to them what they are. I haven't seen the image. I think what you're talking, there's an oblique view of a aerial shot. Of course, that's not a plan for approval, so it's not a plan before this committee. It is only an illustrative design and layout from the applicants to give an idea of the scale of the scheme, I suppose, but it's not before this committee. The crossings, oh yeah, that one, I have seen that one. Thank you. So as I say, it's not an application image for approval. It's not a plan as such. All that particular stage is to come. In terms of the crossings and why they have to be paid for by a reduction in affordable homes, well, it's not just the crossings. There's actually considerable infrastructure that is required on this scheme. So we've heard talk about the healthcare, education. I mean, the prices of schools. There's landscaping has to happen. The ecological management has to happen. The transport strategies have to happen. Funds have to be set aside for all of these mitigations. Funds have to be paid to the authority in tranches so that things can happen in time for other things to happen. So it's a very complex financial picture, essentially. And what that means is that because of that requirement to deliver as much as we can up front, delivering the first schools as early as we can, delivering the crossings as early as we can, that all has a cost. And that's why we recognise that particular impact, and we recognise that over time there's a requirement to, it's an onus on us to try to get a better picture out of that and get a betterment out of this scheme, acknowledging that placemaking will bring its own benefits. Once the villages start to happen and things, come to fruition, you've got new schools, you've got new employment spaces, then that will generate its own level of value that will actually help to make that viability picture better. And by having the review mechanism, it allows for, as I said, for us to try and claw back over time uplifts in that particular value. I think it's no secret to imagine really that the first 2 or 3 maybe of those affordable review mechanisms are going to say the same thing, because we're still going to be at that point in time where the majority of the infrastructure is going to happen. But as we get further down the line, again, at that point, we start to move into the realms of profit and less infrastructure costs. And so therefore the ability to claw back at that point is better than at the first few years, for example. The approach to habitats, that is the test. The National Planning Policy Framework sets the test that we have to assess and weigh up the impacts on ecological assets against what the benefits are. That's the way that we have to approach that particular test. And yes, the authority has a duty by national policy to meet a 5-year housing land supply.
Yeah, Karen.
But that section 10, is that section 106 commitment set in stone, or can it be kicked over by a viability statement later on?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, first things first, so the 106 will be a legally binding contract, and it binds anybody else who buys the site. And that minimum provision of 23%, if that's not complied with, then it will be a breach, and the council has authority to stop the development. There's no for that to be varied, the local planning authority would need to agree to it in the future. So it would need to be by way of variation to that agreement. And I'm sure if there was any attempt to do so, officers would scrutinise that very closely and very carefully. So as things stand, officers are basing their decision based on the viability information that will be pinned down in a legally binding contract. It's fair just to note that viability, it is provided for both in national and local planning policy. I know not everybody likes it, but it is in policy, and that's what officers are needing to deal with. And the commitment is to a minimum 23%, and as Jenny notes, and I'm not a financial advisor, but the advice we've had is, yes, in the early years, it will be based upon the modelled information. But as the place develops, you'd expect there to be a placemaking premium and the potential in the future to catch an uplift. But it's not my role to provide financial advice, but that's the advice that the local authorities had from its advisor.
Thank you. I meant to say before that I genuinely think the officers of East Herts Council have worked so hard and long on this. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Well said, Carolyn. Thank you very much for that. Tim, and then I think we've got Ben.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of things. One of my questions was going to be on affordable housing. I thoroughly agree with Councillor Redfern's observations and questions. But what is still absent from my mind, and perhaps I've missed it going through, is how officers can be so assured that there will only be upward reviews of affordable housing. I haven't heard the evidence or the method how we can rule out an even lower amount of affordable housing. Well, that was the main question I had. But secondly, I'd like to ask about the government grant of, I think, about 170 million, most of which was going towards the river crossings, but some of which was going to roads, tied in with comment from my Herts County Council officer that they weren't in that great a hurry to get the roads in place, or I may have paraphrased that loosely, but how important is this 171 million grant from the government? Who actually has their hands on the purse strings, and how soon can it be activated to get the road infrastructure in?
Thank you, Tim, very much. I'd just say now that if a highways officer wants to comment in response to that question somewhere, you're very welcome to do so. But we'll start with Jenny and Lee, and then if you want to pass the baton over, please do.
Thank you. Yeah, excellent questions. In terms of the upwards only review mechanism, that principle starts in national planning policy and guidance that the expectation is the review mechanism should be upwards only, and that it's not there to protect developer profit. That's already factored in. It's there to ensure that if things improve, that you capture any uplift, and that will be pinned down in the legal agreement, the Section 106 agreement. So the heads of terms, which are currently before members, are very clear that no less than 23% of dwellings in any village will be affordable housing, and there will be an upwards only viability review. So that review mechanism will have defined stages throughout the development when, on an open book basis, the finances will be looked at again. And then if there is an improvement, additional affordable housing will be secured. So that will be pinned down in the legal agreement. Yeah.
You haven't convinced me that they can't get out of the 23% and bring it lower. You've told me what the mechanisms are for officers reviewing the situation, but I haven't heard where the bite is, where the backup is to hold these developers to their agreement.
Yeah, if I may. So the bite is
the enforcement powers that the council has. So if 23% isn't provided in accordance with the contractual commitment, Section 106 of the Planning Act provides that the council can get an injunction to stop the development and can enforce against the developer to ensure it happens and bring the development to a stop. So there are robust enforcement powers that the planning authority will have. Hopefully that answers that question. And that's about as. Yeah.
Tim?
I suppose the question I should be asking is, what is the will of the council to do this enforcement action?
Yeah, there is I think an earlier query was about enforcement and monitoring generally. So I can either touch on that now, or we can come on to it.
If you don't mind, this is a specific, isn't it, in relation to the wherewithal of the council to enforce it. So I think we should take this now.
Okay, a couple of preliminary points, and then it maybe Sarah comes in. In terms of monitoring of Section 106 commitments, it is worth noting that there will be a detailed monitoring report which needs to be provided by the developer. There'll be a monitoring scheme secured, which provides each year details as to what's been provided, what obligations have been complied with, and what hasn't. And also there will be monitoring costs, because this will be a significant task, monitoring a development of this scale. There's no doubt for the local authority, but there will be significant monitoring costs paid by the developer, which presumably, and I'm looking at Sarah here, will help fund the necessary resource to ensure that the local planning authority can effectively monitor and enforce the 106 agreement. But Sarah.
Thank you, Lee. I think it links to Councillor Andrews' point as well, and what's different here. And Jenny had referred to, and Lee's just referred to, a specific policy that we have in the district plan. And I think Councillor Andrews, you were looking for that. That policy is actually in chapter 25, the delivery and monitoring section on page 317. And that's policy DEL 4, monitoring of the Gilston area. And that sets out, in recognition of the size and the complexity of the development at the Gilston area, that the council will draw up an action plan setting out key milestones for the delivery of the site, including master planning, phasing of infrastructure, submission of planning applications, and monitoring its progress on an annual basis. Now, that's a really important starting point for us that is different from what we've had on other sites. So I think that sends quite a strong message to the applicants from the outset, that we want to make sure that as development starts happening on the ground, that it is happening in accordance with the permissions, conditions and 106. And then this will be a matter for us in terms of enforcement, and if there are any issues, whether we take action or not. And then that will depend on what the issue is, the circumstances, and then what course of enforcement action we want to take. Now, you know, recently we have had some issues with resources in our enforcement team. There are issues about construction management plans and compliance with those construction management plans. And we have been talking to the Highways Authority about those and how we can deal with issues moving forward. We do have a compliance officer at the moment in respect of other sites and how we deal with issues as they arise. But as Lee said, the size of this and the complexity will mean that we will want to make sure in conjunction with the applicant that we have the resources to help us monitor what is happening on the ground. Now, I can't tell you what those resources are right now, but what I can say is in accordance with that policy, it will be for the council to take that forward over the coming months to make sure we have a good framework in place for monitoring moving forwards. So that is very different to what we've had in the past. And I think it shows that it's different here in terms of size and complexity. But, you know, I can't tell you now whether we would take action if there was a breach or not. But what is important is we have the right framework and mechanism in place to be able to do that as or if issues occur.
If I could just come in, David's going to come back in a second, but just to hopefully assist the debate. It's my understanding from most recently Lee's comments and then earlier from Roger Floweraday's comments that one of the things that is involved in enforcement is the ability to fund enforcement. And I think Roger told us earlier, but it's your opportunity to say if we've got this wrong, Roger, that this development will create a fund that highways can draw on to monitor and therefore by extension enforce traffic issues. And I think the same approach is being taken to affordable, that this scheme will create the funding that will enable us to have the resource we will need to monitor and enforce affordable. Is that the correct understanding or not?
It's not in just in specific relation to affordable housing. It's across the development as a whole. So we want to make sure that the development is built out in accordance with the permissions, conditions and the section 106. That could be any issue. So it could be in relation to the level of affordable housing that's coming forward actually on site and whether that complies with the permissions. It could be another issue.
Members will bear with me. It's a very, very helpful answer. So if we just take a different example, I don't know, a breach of a planning requirement in terms of a specific building. I know this is looking into the future. You've just said that there will be funding generated by this project that will enable us to enforce because the funding will be there so that we can fund our resource.
It will be a combination. So we will look at the resources that we need as a council, but we will also discuss with the applicant what resources can be made available to assist with that.
David, come in.
I do detect a certain amount of the police policing the police here. If I pay for a report, I usually want an input into what's in the report. Equally, and I take comfort from this. Thank you very much. I missed that. It was important. But this is about the monitoring. There's no connection, obviously, connecting this to the enforcement. The enforcement comes up elsewhere in section 106, which is why I'm beginning to warm to the idea that there's a connection between the policy and the enforcement, and that this committee should keep an eye on it. And Lee made the point that that's not usual. This isn't a usual application. It's a very unusual application. And I don't see we have to apologise for taking the steps that are slightly unusual.
Point made. Going to hold that point, David. Come back to that point as we wrap up, I think. Now, you're itching here, Ruth, but it's on Ben's behalf. You've got a friend there, Ben. So it's no, I think it's your moment, Ben. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Again, thanks to officers. Okay, yeah. So I'm generally happy about the way in which kind of biodiversity net gain can be mitigated and wildlife loss on the site can be balanced. It's a big site. A lot of it won't be developed. I get that. I think the Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust had a specific concern about mitigation and protection of the kind of ecosystems in the Stork Valley. And I think there was originally 5 million allocated to that, but it was reduced to 3. They put in an objection saying that 3 million isn't sufficient. And I just wondered if you could comment on why obviously you feel it is. So that was one question. And then following up on that slightly related issue, I wanted to follow up on a conservation and urban design team objection from 2021, where they raised the issue of the lack of sustainability targets at the outline stage. And they said it runs contrary to the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town sustainability guidance checklist. And of course, we as a council have got net zero ambitions. We've got a clearly stated policy. The county council has. I think Essex County Council has as well. I appreciate they're not planning compliant or enforceable, but they're there. And also, so the Harlow and Gilston Garden Town sustainability guidance, I imagine, would be a policy that we have to pay attention to it. And it's quite clear, I think, in its statement saying that if the development doesn't commit to net zero carbon in, say, 30 years or 50 years, it's a low quality outline application. So I wondered what your view is about that issue. you know, elsewhere we state that this is the most ambitious garden town-led regeneration project in the country. And I think, you know, with that in mind, you know, should we be putting this through without that net zero carbon ambition? So that's a question. Last one, which goes back to something Peter raised, the buffers on waterways. So there's a 20 metre wide buffer on existing waterways with 10-metre buffer on ordinary water courses, I think. And in condition 45, it specifically mentions those. But then there seems to be a get out clause saying that unless it is demonstrated that development is sited inside the 1 in 100 year plus 70% climate change allowance envelope. So is that a get out clause for those buffers? And if it is, do we know how much of our waterways that would apply to? Because I think it would be just helpful to know. Because if they're all obviously fall within that allowance, then you could potentially build up closer.
Thank you very much, Ben. Very, very good questions coming in from members. Much appreciated. Thank you. So we'll take your question. Did you put your hand up there, Tim? Or do you want to come back with a question?
Well, I would like a question answered that I left with you, Chairman, about the 171 million grant. And
Okay, officers, away you go.
Okay, so starting with the Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, originally, actually, it was officers that put forward that there should be a £5 million fund, because there is plenty within the Stort Valley that you could actually spend an awful lot more than that on. And so we did work with Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, who are the kind of the overarching group that helps to coordinate a variety of landowners and riparian interest in that particular in the valley. They also have Herts Ecology and Natural England as part of that group as well. So we've worked with Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust to understand what sort of projects would be required to mitigate impacts associated with recreational demands within the Stort Valley. And actually what they've advised us is that, as I say, you could spend an awful lot more than 5 million. But what you need to make sure, and what they are keen to make sure, is that the funding and the projects that happen within the valley don't in themselves create a more financial burden. So you wouldn't want to have huge amounts of habitat creation, for example, which would then have, again, a ongoing long-term management burden and cost burden associated with that. So the intention is that East Herts becomes the purse holder in that particular contribution. It's reduced to £3 million purely as a result of the viability exercise, because I say everything's been looked at. Everything that could potentially be looked at was looked at, and we, I say, if we're working with Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, we've agreed that because East Herts will be the purse holder, we'll be able to identify a range of mitigation projects within the valley, which by economies of scale you would then be able to achieve a lot more with a lot less money. So, for example, within that fund, we would expect there to be contributions towards improvement of the towpath, because that's one way of making sure that people use the routes where there's less ecological impact, by providing the proper routes for them to actually to locate and move through the valley. And also because you may well expect that you'll get more commuting, potentially cycles and leisure routes and leisure activities through the valley. Again, directing those to the towpath would mean that you would then prevent impacts on some of those more vulnerable landscapes within the valley itself. So East Herts will be the purse holder on that. We'll work with Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust and the applicant to identify the projects that goes to, with a view of making sure that it basically builds resilience rather than tries to increase more financial burden on the valley itself. In terms of the Conservation Urban Design team, yes, you're correct that the earlier application responses did identify a lack of sustainability targets in the application. Since then, an awful lot of work has been undertaken by the applicant, and they have produced an up-to-date energy statement. And within that, there is a vision of actually achieving net zero carbon by, I think it's 2035, in line with the government's commitment to decarbonise the electricity grid. And they have modelled that through unregulated and regulated carbon emission savings, you would be able to achieve between 50% and 75% above the building regulations Part L requirements. So that would exceed the highest recommendations within the council's own sustainability supplementary planning document, SPD. So they would be able to achieve that by following a number of principles, which, as I say, are captured within the development specification. Primarily, they look at master planning and a layout, orientation and massing to provide good access to daylight, enable effective natural ventilation, increase access to solar energy for renewable energy generation. And I think we've heard at the briefing that the applicant is actually committed to all properties to be supported by photovoltaic electricity generation, solar generation cells on roofs. They'll be incorporating green infrastructure and use of lighter materials to provide natural cooling and shade, reducing heat buildup, minimising urban heat island effects, and that's through your landscaping, through integration of water within the urban environment. Making sure that buildings themselves follow the passive design principles and building designs. This will help again create natural lights, encourage solar gains for space heating in winter, but also reducing excessive gains that could contribute to overheating in summer, because that's where we expect the majority of costs to be put to in household energy in the future. To deliver energy efficient building fabric, which is in line with the recently updated Part L. To ensure that homes are fossil free and heated with heat pumps to enable the delivery of zero carbon emissions as the UK grid electricity emissions are reduced to zero. Again, there's no gas on the site, so it's all electric. There'll be incorporation of smart meters within each property, and that will provide feedback to consumers on their energy demands. And again, through the use of technology, you can then assess overheating and develop detailed designs that seek to provide comfortable homes as a result of all these various strategies. So, as I say, the energy strategy is going to be embedded within the conditions. Each master plan will have to show how energy and sustainability principles have been met within the master plan, and then each reserve matters application will again have to demonstrate how those targets and principles that have been set out at the master planning stage have been captured within individual properties and individual plots as well. Condition 45, I might have to come back to that one, so Lee's going to
Thank you. I think the question, an earlier question was about HIG in respect of the crossings. I think the 2 points were how important is it and who has their hands on the purse strings. Perhaps I'll start, and Roger, I may look to you on some of the specifics. First things first, the officer report sets out the relevance in terms of a planning decision of HIG. Apologies for being a bit legalistic here, but it is necessary. And the report explains that the grant of HIG funding and how it will be used. Officers have concluded that the grant of HIG funding is not a local finance consideration to which regard is required to be had, nor is it a material consideration in and of itself. In the updated report, we have acknowledged that it is of relevance in the sense that it's one of many inputs into the viability appraisal. So it does assist with the viability in that it is intended to provide early cash flow, and the viability assumes that it will be forthcoming. And the viability has relied on that to an extent. And as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the key infrastructure that it will be delivering, such as the crossings, the developers have committed to take the financial risk on that. So if there isn't enough HIG funding, the infrastructure still needs to be delivered by the relevant thresholds, the 1,500 threshold for the central crossing and 3,250 for the Eastern Stoke crossing. Thank you, Roger. So it does assist in that respect. Otherwise, in and of itself, it's not material to this application, but it is a good question to ask where things have got to. In terms of who has their hands on the purse strings, as the report sets out, I believe, the contract has been entered into by Hertfordshire County Council as accountable authority with Homes England, and there is a back-to-back contract between the County Council and Places for People. So the intention is Places for People will use that funding to help deliver the crossings. It won't cover the full cost of the crossings, together with other related infrastructure. Roger, I don't know in terms of the stage that it's got to, there are a series of milestones that need to be satisfied in order for funding to be drawn down. Planning permission, as you would expect, for the crossings was one of those. There are others as well, but in terms of timings, Roger?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the specifics, but I think you've covered it, to be honest, mostly. So yeah, in essence, once we've completed the planning application process, in theory, that means we have access to the funding and we can start drawing down. So I think the important point is that the application sets out the triggers that need to be met to mitigate the impact of the development. That's irrespective of HIG funding. So those are the triggers. That is your fallback position, as by which point the infrastructure needs to be built. HIG potentially can accelerate delivery or cash flow in the wider sense, other infrastructure to come forward. And then there are elements within the agreement that cover the recovery of that investment, or the proportion of that investment that PFP are liable for, because they're not solely responsible for the Eastern Stork Crossing delivery, for example. So there's then mechanisms to recover that money, and that then will be reused by the authorities to deliver other infrastructure that supports the delivery of the mode share targets across the Garden Town.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Tim. Got your hand there, Rishi, but Ben, were you okay with the answers you got to your questions? Okay.
So in terms of condition 45, so this is buffers to existing waterways. Now, the SUDS conditions are, again, a dark art. I like using that phrase because I'm a Potter fan. So what this condition says is that when you do your master plan and you've done your detailed assessments at that point in time, if you can provide information that says that at that point in time, you provide the information which says you've assessed your 1 in 100 year storm event with additional 70% uplift to account for climate change, you will then know your build parameters at that point. So where flooding may occur during that event, you have to then make sure that you're building outside of that. It's only if you can demonstrate that there's no impact as a result of the 1 in 100 year plus 70% climate uplift that you would then be able to get closer to the waterway. But in either event, a 20-metre buffer would apply.
Sorry, just to be very thick. So it doesn't matter what the 100% plus 70% says. The 20-metre buffer is a 20-metre buffer,
yes,
and the 10-metre buffer is a 10-metre buffer. Okay.
Yes.
That's very good. Very nicely put. Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point, just when I know we're coming back to the construction, but just one thing, if it can be mentioned when we go back to that, is just with specific regards to Pye Corner, given the amount of comments from local residents, just if a bit more detail can be given on the proposed right in, left out, because I know within the condition it says to explore options of how that can be enforced. So just to see what weight there is actually to that. Two other points, which was following on from comments by other colleagues about the buffer zones and corridors between developments, that this is a scheme that will be going on for 20 plus years. Most of the development over the years within East Herts and wider Hertfordshire has been infill development. There hasn't been development of this scale. So how robust is the protections against buffer corridor infills that's going to be actually enforceable in 25, 50 years? Because it's all well and good saying, oh no, it's definitely protected, but what protections are there actually for the long term? Because this is something that will affect future generations. The second point was, I think it was just the actually Herts County Council's traffic and transport data latest report came out. So I'm not sure if members have had a chance to see that, but within that, there was some interesting stats, which was in 2022, 32.7% of Hertfordshire residents walked for something that was less than 1 mile. Only 2.1% of trips under 3 miles were taken by cycle. Given that there's an ambition of the 60% sustainable and active travel, if only 2.1% of current trips are done by cycle over under 3 miles, and from my rough workings out by looking at maps in terms of the distance to Roydon Station, which I know Roydon Parish Council has raised concerns over the over-reliance on the cycle links between Roydon. How realistic are those projections? And especially where condition 30, which was formerly 31, has deleted fully to allow flexibility. But my worry is that by reducing the weighting on the deliverability of this sustainable travel corridor in full, once residents move in and get used to using non-sustainable methods of transport, to then get them to shift into sustainable is going to be very difficult. So I just have concerns over that.
Thank you, Rich. I should just say to members, I'm feeling that we're moving now towards the decision phase of the discussion. I've got Ruth's hand first, so take Ruth now, and then we'll come back to you, Ian. And we'll come with you, Terence.
Thank you. This probably carries on from Rishi's comments. You know, as much as I accept this development has all the facilities and everything for the residents who live there, you know, I'm still not sure about the surrounding settlements. And, you know, you're talking about Pye Corner and their access and everything else. I mean, the surrounding settlements, they're going to have 10,000 more dwellings on their doorstep. And with that 10,000 dwellings, they're going to have all the air, light pollution, all the extra cars. You talk about having value, adding value to the area, but I'm not sure that the existing residents are actually going to feel or even appreciate this added value, because they're actually going to be impacted by this construction traffic for the next 20 years. So I feel it's going to be a long time before anybody gets any benefit from this. Now, looking at the mitigation for the highway, the Amwell roundabout is getting, I think, 2.5 million. Sorbishworth London Road is going to get less than 1 million from villages 1 to 6. It's been reduced. It's now only 1 million in total. Well, I'd be really interested in knowing how on earth you're going to widen London Road in Sorbishworth to take all the extra construction traffic. Taking into account the river crossings as well, somewhere in the report I found it's talked about in the whole area 170 HGV movements a day. Now this is the whole surrounding area, so that's going through Hertford, Ware, Amwell, Sorbishworth. You know, the whole area is going to be impacted by this construction, and I'm just really not sure that we have enough mitigation in place.
Thank you, Ruth. Going to let officers take those 2 points, then I've got Ian and Terence in the queue. Thanks.
Okay, so if I recall, the first one was about the right in, left out access at Village 2. Roger, can you help with that one?
Yeah, so the principles around that are, you know, you should limit the amount of turning movements that can go through Pye Corner. So the practicalities, the reason why we've been a little bit less clear in terms of how you actually enforce it is because there are powers that are likely to be made available to us relatively shortly. Part 6 powers of the Traffic Management Act, which we haven't yet enacted, which allows us to actually manage those movements, which up until this point only the police could actually enforce those. So potentially we could use camera enforcement to enforce those movements, which historically we haven't been able to do. So that's why we've not been specific on how we will enforce, because we knew in the fullness of time we would have emerging powers that we don't currently have. But we'd look at the detail of how we'd actually do that. And also you need to look at that in conjunction with how Village 2 gets master planned to work out exactly what you need to do and whether or not you need to do additional measures or something slightly different within the settlement area itself. So you might be able to say restrict through access for a period of time, so there's no benefit for people to drive all the way through it, or, you know, whatever you need to do. So keeping our options open. There was a point made around, which I'm really impressed with, that someone's read that already, around the county travel survey data report. It's actually 2.2% of total journeys are cycled in Hertfordshire, not specifically within the 3 miles. And I think the point about that study is that there's actually sort of, I think it was 51% of journeys that are made in Hertfordshire are actually less than 3 miles. So what it's actually saying is that they're eminently walkable or cyclable distances, and yet we've only got 2.2% people actually choosing to cycle. We don't have figures around, I think actually 32.7% were walked. So I think what it's showing is that there's a real massive opportunity to increase the amount of sustainable journeys made, walked or cycled. And I think what this development does is it creates those opportunities because they're developments with all the facilities that are needed. They're within that walkable and cyclable distance. And I think the development specification that forms part of this planning application will help us ensure that those journeys are prioritised over the private vehicle journey, so that in the fullness of time, you would be mad to drive those shorter journeys because it would be quicker to walk them or cycle them. So that's what we're trying to create, is that opportunity, and accept that up until this point, you know, it's been difficult to increase patronage, but to a certain extent, some of that's because the network isn't conducive to it. People don't feel comfortable cycling on all of our network. But if we have the opportunity, which we do here, to purpose build the network, then we can make every effort to increase that. And with the added provision of extending the tendrils of the development through the sustainable transport corridors to the other key destinations that we think people will use on a regular basis, including the town centre and the train station, we increase opportunities beyond the extremities of the site that can be made in an active way. And for journeys that are slightly longer, we'll have, you know, public transport, so bus usage at this point in time.
Thank you, Roger. Yeah.
Just back on that one, it was just again specifically with the change in the condition 30, which is the deletion of fully. So it was just how that came about and what was the reasoning behind that.
Jenny.
Okay, so on that condition, so the removal of the word fully means that you can actually have a route available, which might not be the final route. So in order to make sure that you can deliver active and sustainable routes as early as possible, you wouldn't necessarily need to wait until the full STC connector between villages is completed. You would be able to discharge that condition by providing a suitable walking and cycling route between the villages that would provide that functionality, and without needing to wait for all of the rest of that route to be provided to its full adoptable standard. So you can run a bus on a road surface which isn't your full adopted road, essentially. So that's to provide flexibility to actually allow some things to happen earlier in that regard. In terms of the 170 HGV movements is collectively, cumulatively across the modelling network, so it encompasses not only the development site but also sites around Harlow also being constructed at the same time. So it assumes all of the developments are being delivered at once across the wider network. Roger, do you want to talk about the Amwell and Sawbridgeworth?
Yes. So Amwell contribution is towards a scheme that looks to address the impact of the development. We've sought a contribution because, you know, some of the councillors might be aware that we're looking at a sort of a wider strategic piece of infrastructure across the whole 414 corridor. So whilst we have a mitigation that's identified within the proposals, we don't want to hamstring ourselves if through the development of the HART proposals that we might have to do something slightly different. So we've secured the kind of flexibility to secure a contribution towards whatever that solution looks like, or, you know, we can fall back and look at developing the solution or delivering the solution that's within the planning application. In terms of Sawbridgeworth, I just want to make people kind of sure that we're not looking to widen the road through Sawbridgeworth. Don't want to set those hairs running. So initially when that contribution was identified, it was kind of a high level principle set out within the growth and transport plan. We've obviously been doing work subsequently to look at not only through the growth and transport plan work, but also the local walking and cycling infrastructure plan works, trying to look at a package of interventions for the Sawbridgeworth location, and it's very much a contribution towards that wider package of measures that needs to happen. And it's actually about ensuring that we have an environment that is conducive to what it is, which is a town centre or a village stroke town centre location for the people that live there, and trying to almost reclaim that, slow the speeds down, make the environment easier and more conducive for people to get around the area.
Thank you, Roger. Okay.
One more on
Jenny.
the green spaces. So there's a question about the enforcement and protection of green spaces in the longer term, because obviously once you've got housing there, you're going to have additional pressure. for possibly building on green spaces. So the way that that is approached is obviously, as Lee's touched on, the green spaces will come with their own covenants, but also the green spaces between the villages will be part of the assets that get transferred to the stewardship body. So it's almost like another layer of protection, because it would then be the stewardship body over time that will say, well, hang on, no, that's not our plan. We don't want that. So even if an application was to come forward in the future, there would be very legitimate reasons why it shouldn't happen, and also an awful lot of objection to it. So there's multiple stages to those. So in forms of the Section 106 and the covenants that come with that, and also because those assets will be part of the stewardship ownership in the future.
Okay, so I think we're getting near the end now. So Terence, then Ian, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little statement just on impact and residents, and I just want to acknowledge that I think the whole of the committee have heard the residents on their worries around the impact of the development, certainly from construction traffic. I know there was suggestion that you're going to get the benefits of leisure centres and local shops and all of that. Well, I'm pretty sure when you move there to have fields and not have leisure centres. And also that probably by the time they're built, you may have moved on one way or another, not being indelicate. I don't know whether I'll be around by the time it's all built. And I did just have a question, if I may.
You'll be 9.5 stone, Terence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I might have wasted away by then. Yeah. Who do we know who will own the community centres yet? I'm assuming it'll be the stewardship group. The only reason why I asked that is that there was a Bishop Stortford Town Council meeting last night where a developer in the town is trying to offload a community centre onto us and all the district councils. So whether we'll have a plan or a clear view on who's going to own that going forward.
And Ian?
Unless you'd like to take Terence first, I've got a few questions.
It's a reasonably concise question. We'll take you now, if that's okay, Ian.
Yes, mine's not. Yes, I'll try and mix the comments and questions together. I think what's very clear for us all is that we've got some very different offs to consider here. We'd have loved to have seen more than 23% affordable housing, but the independent viability assessment actually showed a lower level than that. And if it was just the developers themselves saying that, yeah, but that is the independent assessment. But on the other hand, we do have 8,500 houses here. And if you've got 10 people competing for 9 houses, the 9 with the most clout and the most money will get the 9 houses, and the last person's left to fend for themselves. If you supply a 10th house, then everybody gets one. And also there isn't such a tendency for all the prices at the lower end to inflate. So I think the housing supply, the idea of increasing it, is a good one, because even if not as many of those houses we'd like are affordable, at least we may release some pressure at the lower end. But I think the key question with that is there any provision that allows us to meet specifically local needs with this housing? Can we direct it so that local people, genuine local residents, have some priority in getting hold of the housing, and particularly the affordable housing? Is that built in any way to the system? So that's my first question. Secondly, looking at the overall plan, there's a lot of detail. Obviously, it is going to occupy a large area of countryside, but it's good to see that many things have been left intact. All, as far as I can see, of the woodlands have been left intact as green areas. The best views in many cases are in the valleys, and those have been left intact as spaces between the villages. There's also the existing lanes going through those valleys. Hopefully those will not be needed for general vehicular traffic once the main corridor road is in. And I wonder if those could then be converted to cycleways and walkways that would enable people to access all those green areas effectively and in peace. Is that something that can be done? Other comments, objectors mentioned that, we've got all these extra houses, but they also mentioned we've got hundreds of people living in converted office blocks in Harlow. And that's not something you want to see because those are drastically unsuitable. We want to see people able to move out of those and into real homes. And likewise, it was said, you know, is this just something that helps the roads of Harlow? Well, actually, if it is, it's not a very good solution, is it? Because my reading is that we're not getting the Eastern Stork crossing till 2033, if it's when it's 3,200, 3,250 homes. So just like confirmation on that, but also whether that could be moved forward if the traffic projections prove to be wrong and actually gridlock occurs in Harlow before that time. Quick one on, it's great to see all the heat pumps, air source heat pumps, low carbon, good infrastructure, and so on. Just wanted to check on gas. Hopefully not needed for domestic use. Might it be needed at all for either the commercial or the retail buildings for their specific needs? And finally, just one thought on the Harlow Town North access in the section 106. Again, a very worthwhile thing. It's really good to see that being done. But I was a bit surprised at the price tag. £5.2 million for what's basically an extension of a footbridge, a gate, maybe some cycle racks, and some sort of small access building. That seems a lot. And £520,000 just for the feasibility study. Now, I've got to ask the question, are Network Rail taking us for a ride?
There, you should be on Radio 4, Ian. That's just a very nice way of leaving it. Well, there's quite a lot there. Terence, if I'd realised that Ian was going to make so many points, I would have taken you in isolation. So let's be very clear on Terence's point: community centres, ownership, longevity, and all that sort of thing.
Indeed, the intention is that the community centre is one of the assets that's transferred to the stewardship body. So that's built into the stewardship strategy. In terms of the station access, it's a towards figure. So this one is not the totality. It's not this application alone that would actually benefit from any changes to the station. So indeed, this is a contribution towards that particular piece of work. The reason why there's a contribution to the feasibility study is it's a 10% figure rather than someone's costed a feasibility study and come to 520,000. So it's about making sure that there is a proportion of the overall fund available for that early assessment work to occur, so that you can actually understand what sort of facilities and changes to the station are necessary. So if we're talking massive changes to moving the actual overhead lines or making clearance over the lines, there's a cost associated with that. So Network Rail have already looked at some of that information. It's not going to take you very far, but it's a contribution towards ultimately. There's a separate contribution towards cycle racks at the station as well. So that's a separate contribution.
Chairman, yes, I was going to pick up that point about the affordable housing nominations, but I was just going to add on the end there, because I think Councillor Kemp was coming at this from the view that actually that figure, the 5.2 odd, is actually possibly excessive. I think was how he was phrasing that. The station itself is a listed building, it's a modernist listed building, and as Jenny was saying, there's some quite detailed technical issues that are going to need to be resolved. I understand around the heights of getting a bridge over the overhead supply lines there, and then landing it land on the as you say, the northern side of the station. Ownership of that land to be identified and secured. So there are some quite detailed technical issues, which do mean that it is likely to be a fairly detailed feasibility study and quite an extensive piece of work in due course. So, what will the final cost be? Don't know, but there are good reasons to believe it will be a costly exercise. moving on to that housing question and regulating it. Obviously, we can't have a role in intervening in the open market housing. So obviously that's supplied onto the open market, and the open market works in the way that it does. Of course, we do have a role in the access to the affordable housing that's provided through the registered providers, and there'll be arrangements in place in due course that registered providers come on board and are agreed between us and the developer. We operate on the basis that the authority that the members of the council give to these officers are to work within its published allocations policy. So our policy gives priority to people who have a current local connection, so they either live or work in the district, and you know that we have a points-based system, and people who have those attributes get a significant additional points boost that takes them towards the top of the priority list. So in that way, it is focused on local, and now local is the whole of East Herts residents. So of course this is in one southeast part of the district, but your whole of your East Herts residents have access to that housing waiting list. And indeed, we don't have a closed register. East Herts doesn't have a closed register, so that means that you do not need to be a resident of East Herts to put yourself forward for inclusion on the housing waiting list in East Herts. Of course, if you have no local connection, then you tend to be a low priority, and our experience shows that it's very unlikely that you get towards the top of the priority list. It's likely in future that they'll so a number of factors will come into play here. Our housing colleagues tell us that people who are on our housing register prefer to stay local to where they are. They've got connections and children at school and all those sort of things. So that residents in Hertford like to stay in Hertford, and those in Bishop Stortford like to stay in Bishop Stortford. At the moment, new properties coming on stream in Gilston may not be attractive necessarily to residents on our register because it will be a new place. They need to be comforted about it will provide for all their needs. So as well as a house, the kids getting to school and people getting to work and so on. I expect as the place grows and becomes known as a place, and as a place with we anticipate lots of facilities being delivered to support people in their in their lives with workplaces and schools. It will become an attractive place, and then it will be very favoured by those who are on our waiting list. So there's lots of dynamics that will come into that, but yes, at the moment we will operate within the current arrangements we have. I'm just only going to add that there have been discussions with our Garden Town partners about whether we should look to enable access to the properties for those across the Garden Town partnership. So that's our housing authorities in Harlow and Epping Forest as well. If we do move towards that would not be taken. Those steps would be taken without clearly the agreement of this council as a housing authority, so through a different decision maker than this committee. And of course, as a partner in that, we would expect reciprocal arrangements such that if housing in East Herts was made likely to be more available to others, the housing across the rest of the Garden Town would be more available to potential residents from East Herts. So long answer, sorry, to possibly the short version is that at present we'll work with the current arrangements which do give priority to East Herts residents for affordable housing provided through new development.
Could you just clarify, is that both for rent and for buy?
So it's not so purchase on the open market, clearly we can't intervene in. So the open market operates independently of any authority. So we have a role in what we call intermediate housing, that's shared ownership. There's still an element of rental, fully rented properties. So that's the extent of our ability. And again, the arrangements that we normally operate with our registered provider partners, those who work regularly with us, that we exercise 100% of nominations on the first occupation of a property, usually reduces down in the future so that the registered provider have their own ability to nominate. Obviously, it's got to be attractive to a registered provider to take on the role. So it usually reduces down to around about 75% on future nominations.
Thanks very much, Kevin. A good answer to a good question. Thank you very much. Okay, with the permission of the, is your hand up there, Rishi? And sorry, Tony's, oh, you want, well, I'll let you come in first, Jenny, and then we'll take you, Rishi, and then.
Okay, so there was a point about whether or not existing lanes could become greenways. That option is available through the master planning process. So we've already talked about Gilston Lane. There are others within Eastwick as well. So that will all be subject to the community consultation that will actually occur as part of the master planning process. So yes, that will potentially happen. So far, the intention is that there will be no gas for any of the site. We've even discussed at the education planning meetings that actually the whole school site performer has to also change to accommodate no gas boilers in schools. So everything is going to be moving towards that particular route to make building regulations in time anyway. Roger, I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything about High Corner at all.
Yeah, I think there was a question, Councillor Kemp, around the programmed completion date for the Eastern Salt Crossing. So at the moment, obviously subject to, there's a lot of milestones to go through between now and then, but it's currently programmed for 2032, like you said. In terms of ability to move it forward, I think you suggested that, you know, if congestion was worse in the Garden Town in Harlow, that we, you know, would there be an ability to move it forward? I think what I would say is that with HIG investment, you know, there's a possibility we could accelerate delivery, but we need to work on the basis that it's going to be 2032 at this point in time. In terms of bringing things forward, I think it would be difficult just because the size of that endeavour. It's quite a big scheme, difficult to kind of accelerate it because it's going to be committed to, and work will start, so it will take as long as it takes. In terms of the monitoring, I go back to that. So the development's only responsible for mitigating its own impact. It can't possibly control congestion that may be created by other factors remote from the Gilston site itself. So we will be monitoring the development, and I think in terms of the transport review group mechanisms, we will be ensuring that the development doesn't generate any more trips onto the network than we anticipated or that was modelled. So we have an ability to in effect control the amount of traffic that exits the site and therefore its impact. So what we can say with a level of surety is that the development will not cause any more problems than has been modelled, because we will be able to control it through the traffic signals, for example. So I think that's the only assurance I can give you on that point.
I think I saw your pen go upwards. Yes. Okay. So we'd maybe make this the last question if we, oh, no, we've got more coming in. So we'll take you back to Rishi, Ben, and then Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies if I missed if it has been covered, because I think Councillor Andrews did bring it up, but just with the delegation to the head of planning regarding conditions to add, amend or delete, just given the nature of this and with comments about committee losing control or not having oversight, I think in previous applications we have had a set where it's in consultation with the chairman. So if there is significant changes, it can be brought, the committee can be made aware and it can be discussed. Is that something that's been looked at, just to ensure that what is potentially, or what is in the conditions today, if there is a major change to it, it's not an automatic snuck through, so to speak? Thank you.
I'm just going to come in there, Rishi. I think Victoria might want to speak to this, but I think this is clearly a theme that's emerging through the debate, isn't it? I was going to come back and include that in the wrap up. Can we do it that way, Victoria, if that's okay? Or do you want to speak now? If you wish to.
I'll just cover off now. So obviously looking at the constitution in terms of the delegations to head of planning, it's very specific in that it's delegated to head of planning to finalise the wording and requirements of the planning conditions following the approval to grant planning permission by the Development Management Committee. There is no basis to bring it back before this committee in terms of the conditions. There's no procedural basis for that. I don't have an example of where we've done it previously before. I don't know if there is in consultation with the chair on other aspects, but not specifically in relation to conditions. And also the same, whilst we're on topic with 106, it is delegated to the head of planning to finalise and negotiate legal agreements under section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act, following the authorisation of the heads of term of such agreements by the Development Management Committee where relevant. So again, that's delegated. There's no provision under the Constitution currently to bring back before committee.
But that's very helpful, Victoria. We'll come back to this theme, as I say at the end. Now, I think we've got Ben, and then we may let Councillor Rutland Barsby close the show. Let's see what happens. Ben, over to you, please.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. So obviously, as part of the sustainability transport plan, we want to try and get services in each village so people don't have to go very far. In my naive mind, I would think that perhaps one of those key things would be having somewhere selling food in each village. I think we can assign class to retail or to that extent. Have we got any other levers that allow us to kind of encourage or enforce or put food selling in each village? That's my first question. Second question was the sustainable travel corridor. And I appreciate it's just the sort of outline at the moment, but can you kind of give us a view of what it might look like? Is it 1 lane, 2 lanes? How do you stop it being clogged with cars and delivery vehicles, preventing the buses getting through? I presume it's the only route round. I'm just curious. And could you give me an example, probably, Roger? Is there anywhere else that's achieved this level of mode shift? Don't mention Nottingham. So anywhere else apart from Nottingham that has done this?
Yeah, we'll start, Roger.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in terms of how it looks, I suppose we've had the benefit of kind of turning the development specification and starting to work on the master planning, which you guys won't have seen. But it's given me the confidence that what we intended to happen is going to happen. So, for example, for the most part, it will be single carriageway. We don't want to build dual carriageways through the middle of our settlements. That's not the thing that we want to do. I think in terms of when we are approaching areas where we think there will be an element of congestion, i.e. you get to a traffic signals, for example, and you think you're going to get some congestion. In those instances, what the development needs to do is to demonstrate how it's prioritising those active and sustainable modes over the private car, so that you can generate that journey time reliability for people that are using those other modes. So it's one thing creating the right environment. So we don't want to just have tarmac everywhere. We need to have these streets need to be places in their own right. So they need to be appealing places to be in. And then what we do is by assessing the locations where we're likely to have potentially some congestion, we need to create almost like bus bypasses so the buses can get past. So there might be short sections where you'll have a bus lane to get you past where the traffic is, to get you to the head of the signals, like you'll see in parts of Harlow already. And then that gets you to the front of the queue, have separate, segregated, high quality provision for active and sustainable modes of travel. And then there are sections within the development that might be, well, they will be sustainable transport corridor only. So there'll be sections of routes that you can only use if you are in an active or sustainable mode. So a private car will not be able to use them. So the private car route will be what we use a term more circuitous. It's more wiggly, takes you around the houses, for want of a better term. And so the most direct route into your centres, your village centres, where all of the facilities are, will be the sustainable option of choice. The other point there was, remind me. I think most of the places which have achieved those high standards are cities quite often. But I think what is different here is the scale of development and the proximity to other key trip attractors like the train station, like the town centre. Elements of Gilston are closer to the train station and the town centre than the majority of Harlow. So you are providing, it's quite a unique opportunity to provide a new settlement quite close to facilities. And the connections beyond the site, equally with the sustainable transport corridor networks that we're talking about, are a level beyond what you'll see in this country. So the closest analogies are good places in Europe like Utrecht and Ghent, where they do definitely achieve these things. And it's all predicated on not stopping people driving, but in effect saying you've got to go further or you've got to go out and around, and the most direct and quickest route is to be active or sustainable.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, it was just to come back on that point, because I found the reference I was referring to. It was the meeting of the 20th of November 2022, application reference 3212615 FUL, where it stated that subject to the conditions detailed in the report and subject to a Section 106 legal agreement, with delegated authority being granted to the head of planning and building control to finalise the detail of the conditions in consultation with the chairman and vice chairman of the Development Management Committee in respect of following matters.
It's very impressive. Okay, so we'll leave you left to think about that, Victoria, because I think this is going to be part of our wrap up, isn't it? So, okay. Right, I just
Sorry, Bob, can we just?
Oh, Suzanne, I'm so sorry. And Ben wants to come back. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm leaving the last word to Suzanne, Ben. So yes, leave us, please, Jenny.
Okay, so the very definition of the use classes now, as we know them, are flexibility. So class E and F are the uses which cover the main town centre type uses that you would expect. So the facilities within each village centre will cover those board uses. So there would be what the NPPF refers to as main town centre uses. So your retail, your leisure, that sort of thing. So you have to have a critical mass to be able to support retail. So it is anticipated that you're going to get a variety of scales of facilities. You're going to get everything from your Tesco Express style, sorry, other brands are available. You're going to get your Express style store. You might get a small supermarket. You might get lots of individual boutique style stores as well. So at the moment, we have not defined that because that is the role of the master planning process. And again, the market will respond as we move forward. So again, you would expect different villages of different sizes to accommodate different facilities within those villages to serve the needs for those particular villages. So you would expect village 1 and village 4 being the larger villages to have facilities that village 5 and 3 potentially don't. So all that will be to come through for the master planning. Again, there are ways that we are working with the applicant to understand what those village centres will be as we move forward.
Thanks, Jenny. I mean, just to say the obvious, it's a very well made point, isn't it? Because if every location has a food store, it just minimises the extent to which people will need to go beyond that point to get their food. Suzanne Rutland-Barsby.
Thank you, Chairman. You'll be pleased to hear it isn't a list of questions. They've all been answered through a very good debate and very good answers from officers of both councils. And I congratulate you on your report and the way this has been conducted. No, I just want a little bit of clarification for the future. The reserve matters. At the moment, as I understand it, they will be decided under delegated powers. However, this is huge. And there are an awful lot of concerned people out there. And another thing I understand is any member, any elected member of this council, that's 50 people, can request that the chairman calls those matters in for committee consideration. I know we can't make a decision about it now, but it's something to be borne in mind. It's something for people out there who are worried about the very detail of this huge development. So if it's out there, they go to their local member and they say, please ask the chairman to call it in. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. That's a very valuable point. I appreciate there's not a question in the way you put your comment, Suzanne, but I will just, so we're very clear, just ask Victoria to confirm whether you are or not right in what you have just said. So
Yes, Councillor Rutland-Barsby is correct. Under the Constitution, when one member considers that delegated powers should not be exercised by the head of planning control in respect of applications, they can contact the chair of Development Management Committee, completing a referral request form stating the reason why the decision shouldn't be delegated. It remains delegated until the chairman confirms the referral request.
very good. Thank you. Very important point. Now your red light's still on. Did you want to come back on that?
No,
Suze?
I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so if with your permission, just a couple of points from me, and then I'll move into what I hope are the wrap-up comments. Let's do one thing at a time. So my first comment, I'm afraid, is a little bit self-indulgent. It feels like a year ago, maybe 18 months ago, I received a petition here from a group who were very worried about otters, and they were very nice people. And I'd just like them to know that they're not forgotten. So if I could just ask Jenny, I know you've covered all sorts of habitat and biodiversity things in the report, but could you just offer a specific comment in relation to otters, please?
Okay, the nature of the tributary valleys within this particular application area aren't conducive to habitation by otters. The habitat which is suitable is that within the Stork Valley and not within the tributary valleys. The surveys that were undertaken showed that there was no evidence nor anticipated there to be otters within those particular locations because of the nature, the steep valley sides of the tributary valleys.
Thank you very much indeed. My second quite specific point relates to what I'm just going to term GP facilities. When this came up in our debate, there was a groan in the room. I think everybody knows it's not easy to get GP appointments, etc., etc. So could you just remind us to what degree are GP facilities part of the project? And if insofar as they're not, to what degree can we stipulate that there should be GP facilities?
So the evidence that the NHS provided for suggested that there would be a need for 10 GPs as a result of the overall Gilson area allocation, and so the floor space that's provided for within the Village 1 within the floor space for primary healthcare is around 3,500 square meters. 3,512, I think it is, square meters, and that would provide for far greater that floor space than the GPs themselves require rather. Also provides floor space for mental health care and for community health care in there as well. So there would be a GP practice with the additional community-based care from the NHS for primary care.
And that leads me into one of the broader themes that's obviously emerged right through this discussion, which is broadly enforcement. So if we just stick with the GP point, not least because there was such a groan in the room, are we confident that we will be able to see to it that that GP provision is actually provided?
So as we've set out earlier today, the intention is that the applicant are the ones that deliver the healthcare centre. So they will actually provide the shell and core of the building. As to whether or not the GP or a GP practice wants to take that facility, we can't enforce that, find a GP and say, go and take that space. But in terms of discharging the obligation on the application, by providing the facility, they would have discharged that.
Okay, just to be clear, so we can enforce the provision of the physical facility, but of course we can't force any GP to come and practice there. I take that point. Okay, so if I might just then move off that, I think I'm looking at members as I'm speaking, so please nod or disagree or something as I'm speaking. But I think a theme that's run through the debate is the long-term nature of this project, 2 decades, construction, traffic, the needs of local residents, and therefore our ability to see to it that what is in these papers does actually happen. So can I just broadly call that enforcement? So Section 106, affordable housing, highways issues. I appreciate I'm putting that in a very broad way. And again, I'm looking at the room, but I'm sure this is a theme that we're all alive to. And I'd like one or more than one officer to sum up where you think we are on that and whether there's any scope for us to improve the scheme that's set out in the papers. So I don't mind which officer speaks to this, but I think members would like a wrap-up comment from officers on this, please.
I think members have to determine what's in front of them today. What we can say in relation to enforcement is I'd be repeating what I said. We do think that through what's being proposed in the committee report and the heads of terms, and what will follow through the section 106 and the points that Lee has talked about, that there will be the right hooks there in terms of enforcement. It will be a matter for the council, if issues arise, as to whether it will be expedient to take action if there is a particular issue. And as I said before, there could be a good reason for something happening, there may not be. And that would be for us to deal with at the time that an issue may arise. It may not, but certainly from the other strategic sites that we have dealt with, we have kind of fed all of that learning into kind of, you know, to date, and what we will take forward as part of this, and taking the detail forward in relation to the conditions and the drafting of the section 106. So we will make sure, whereas we can, we've got the right hooks in there to be able to take that forward in the future.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and that's fine that you have repeated. It's fine. It's a very important point for this group, I think. I don't know, Lee, whether you wanted to comment at all.
Just generally on the delegations, and as Victoria rightly said, the general position in this authority is that the finalisation of conditions and 106 is delegated to officers. And just to add to that, if there was a fundamental change on the basis in terms of the commitments from what members are endorsing today, then it would need to come back to committee. That is standard practice, and there's case law which supports that. And the delegation sought in the resolution is that the 106 must secure the items set out. The detailed drafting, the detailed terms will be for the officers and legal advisors. But if an item was to be dropped, for example, and it's a fundamental item that you know would have affected the decision, then we would need to come back to committee.
Again, I hope I've got the mood of the meeting right. So, with absolutely no disrespect to any officer now, in the past, or in the future, I suspect what's in the mind of this committee is that this is, as everybody can see, it's a very big project. It's going to run on for decades. It may very well be that, you know, within 5 years, who knows, the people in this room will substantially be different. And the question is, how is it kept track of? So if the eventuality that you've just touched on were to happen, how do members know that officers, when it's required, are going to bring that back to this committee? And I do repeat, there's no intended criticism of officers in that question.
Well, I think if officers were to bring it back to committee, there would be a report in the usual way setting out the reasons. If actually by the time we've concluded the 106, we've got it in a form that we're satisfied with, which will take a number of months to do, finalise the conditions. They're already very detailed, but there'll be lots more detailed review on those, I suspect. There will be a delegated decision report by officers, which will set out an audit trail as to how what has been promised has been secured in the agreements. I'd expect that to be there, and Sarah's nodding. And if there's a fundamental change, as I say, the standard practice will be to go back to committee.
I'm just going to push this a shade further, because I'm sure this is important to the committee. What would be the whys and wherefores of this committee saying that it would like some sort of progress report at at periodic intervals? I don't necessarily mean frequent intervals, but some sort of periodic interval.
I think that's something that we could look into, and we could pick up as part of taking forward the action plan relating to policy DEL 4. That's got to be reported on an annual basis. I think we could take that away and look at it and work through the process that we would need to go for sign off of that action plan anyway, and then how we report that on an annual basis.
Okay, I think we can hear that. Thank you. And then I think I'm very near the end of my own comments now. So Rishi made the point that, again, just putting this neutrally, that Rishi thinks there have been occasions where decisions have been left to be taken in the future by officers in consultation in some way with the chairman of this committee. It is my recollection as well, Rishi, that we have had that experience. I can see people nodding around the room. Now, Victoria's just gone straight to the Constitution, and I don't know whether there's a sort of a disconnect on these points, but Rishi incredibly quickly found a minute in his system somewhere. I don't know whether you just knocked that up, Rishi, but anyway, you found it in his system. So I think we need to get precision on this, because again, I'm not necessarily reading that the room would want this, but it's up there for consideration. And I think if it's legitimate, it's something that we should make a decision on. So let's just leave the legal eagles to sort themselves out, shall we? What's that?
Two lawyers, 5 opinions.
Yeah, yes, indeed. No light bulb on either. Yes, Rishi.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It was just a quick one, just in addition to that, is part of your wrap up as a suggestion. Just given the comments made, the general consensus and comments by the speakers about the request not for objection necessarily, but for deferment.
Yes.
So if it would be possible just to, again, I know it's been spoken about before, but just to make clear why officers don't think a deferment is.
Yeah,
in the
well done, Rishi. Thank you very much. That's an important point. I was going to get to it. I'll just save my comments until I'm sure that they're all.
Chair, whilst they're still talking as well, can I just make the public aware and just remind members of the committee that each village will have to come back to this chamber for determination in detail, where we can pick up on a lot of the points if they've gone wayward.
We'll get to that in a second, Terence. Yeah. Ah. All right, so Victoria, before you just take the microphone. So where we've got to is, I know I'm not put this to the vote, but I'm not seeing any disagreement in terms of body language, that this committee is very conscious that this has got a long tail. We want some sense of reporting back. Sarah's offered the thought that there could be some form of report that would come back annually. And I think we've heard that. You want to just come in on that?
I think we'd take it away and we'd work through the best council process where that's reported. So it may be this committee, it may be another committee, but we would take that away.
Okay, just hold that. So then that brings us back to Rishi's reference to a previous decision where the agreement of this committee was that, yes, there would be a delegation to officers, but for whatever it is to be undertaken in consultation with the chairman of the committee. So you've still got that on the floor, haven't you, Rishi? That's or on the table, I should say, not on the floor. Victoria, do you want to come back on that now?
Yeah, I'm not going to retract what I've said about what's in the constitution, and that's my advice to the committee this evening. What I read out earlier about how it's delegated, and there's no provision in the constitution to consult the chair to bring it back, regardless of what may have happened on a previous application at some point last year. So my advice this evening is that it still stands what I've said. There is no provision. However, as Lee has said earlier, and which is endorsed by Douglas as well, if there's a fundamental change, so if there is a departure from the terms of the Section 106 agreement, then we will be bound to bring that back before committee.
Rishi, I don't know, since you raised this point in the discussion, I don't know whether you want to come back on it and in effect just try and counter to what Victoria's just said to you.
No, I mean, I take the point, and I understand the difficulty. Obviously, if that's what the Constitution says, that is what the Constitution says. My main overriding concern, along I'm sure with other members of the committee, is that we are as robust as possible in ensuring that this application is scrutinised and continues to be scrutinised, given that there are elections in May. The committee may change. We want to make sure that we don't get tarnished with saying we didn't do everything we absolutely could, because I know I for sure want to do everything I can to ensure that I live in the area. I want to make sure the development is sustainable for its lifetime. So I do take the point, but also at the same time, I would feel more comfortable, but I also will take on board the legal advice that has been provided.
Thanks, Rishi. And I'm just going to come back to Sarah in that case. And so, Sarah, I think you were reasonably careful with your language in the way you put it to me just now. So I think the mood of this committee is that they would like something to come back to this committee, not another committee, not another bit of East Herts District Council, this committee. I'm not quite sure you committed to that.
I haven't, because I want to make sure we are able to do that. So I've noted that that's what the committee would like to happen, and we will take that away and make sure that when we look at that, if it is possible, then we will bring it back to this committee. I just want to manage expectations there. We
okay,
will do it if we can.
That's fine. And you've offered up annual. I'm just going to look around the table. Would some form of annual report back be sufficiently frequent? Not seeing any shake. Tim, are you shaking your head, Tim? Well, do say you think it's not rapid enough, or what frequent period of frequency would you look? David?
I understand the position officers find themselves in, and they're absolutely right to give us solid, sound advice. But having said that, we determine policy, and it may well be that if this policy is not fitting this particular situation, then we need to reflect on that. I think this committee, as it's formed here, wants to maintain some degree of ownership over this as it goes forward. Now, there will be different faces, there will be different approaches, but I think the fundamental feeling I get is that we want to keep ownership of this going forward. It's not a be built out in two years, forget about it. This is a long-term thing. So I think we should work with officers, and if the constitution and policies need looking at, then perhaps we should spend some time doing that.
That's fine. I think members are on the same page here. So I'm looking in all directions. The far end. You lifted up your microphone, I say.
What Victoria says about the Constitution seems entirely right on my reading of the Constitution, but just by way of assurance, if there's a resolution to grant planning permission this evening on the basis of the officer's report, including the conditions and the heads of terms, then the Constitution provides that the officers then take forward, negotiate and finalise the details of the condition and the 106. As Lee said, if there is a change during the course of those negotiations, such as one element of the conditions or one element of the section 106 materially changes from the basis on which the committee resolved to grant planning permission this evening, there is a legal obligation to bring it back, because that is a change of circumstances. And if for whatever reason officers omit to bring it back, then there would be an opportunity for judicial review of any granted planning permission. It's as simple as that. So there is that ultimate fallback that any material change to the basis upon which members resolve, if they do so, to grant planning permission needs to be brought back before permission is granted. And of course, if permission is granted, the only way the scheme will then change is by way of further formal application, which no doubt will come back to this committee in the usual way for determination. So that's providing some sort of comfort, I hope.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make a proposal for just mood, not for voting on just yet. So we understand what you're saying, Sarah. We understand why you're saying it, and we appreciate why you're saying it. You're managing expectations. You don't want to make a commitment you can't live with. Can I? Leave it there. Can I suggest, with members' agreement by way of just nodding at the moment, that what we will suggest is that we should get a report every 6 months, and it will come to this committee unless, so we're reversing the burden of proof, unless officers report back to us that for some constitutional reason that is not possible. Ian's looking pained. I've got quite a lot of nods at my end of the room, Ian, but you're looking pained.
Yes, I'm not sure that every 6 months is necessary, to be honest, given that there was it depends how fast things are going to move on this. And maybe I've got too used to the glacial pace of some things.
No, indeed.
They moved before.
Tim? Yes, correct. Okay, well, yes, Tony, yeah.
I think our advice is if a significant change with 106 money, it would come back to the committee. I mean, surely that's the timescale. If a big change comes, like in the next few months, it has to be advised back to the committee.
Sarah.
It was just to come back on the point about timing, and just to go back to the policy, which refers to us drawing up an action plan and a kind of monitoring framework. And that's our starting point. We need to do that. That can look at the timing. It does talk about monitor its progress on an annual basis, but we can give some consideration to the reporting, because it might be, to begin with, we don't need to report every 6 months, but as things move forward over time, we may need to report more frequently. So I don't think this committee has to make a decision on that now, because I think we've noted the feeling and the strength of that feeling, and we've got a policy in the district plan to help guide us setting up that monitoring framework, and that hasn't been done yet. And I think we could take that into mind as we develop it.
I'm just looking around the room all the time, so disagree by nodding or whatever it is you do. But how about we move to a situation where the first report is at 12 months, and at that point we can take stock as to whether we think the next report 12 months down the road or just 6 months. Yes, we did that kind of work. Okay, and then forgive me, there was one other general, or two other general points I wanted to make or raise. The first is that quite a lot of the speakers today were at pains to say that they were not objecting. They wanted a deferral. And of course, we're all mindful in this room that this is an application for outline permission. And there's quite a lot of process to come, isn't there? I mean, obviously there's reserved matters. There are the master plan processes. So again, it's an extremely broad comment, but if we, insofar as the sentiment that lies behind the suggestion of deferral is that more time is required to input, does the process ahead of us, being dealing with reserve matters and dealing with all the master planning and indeed the stewardship, I've got a slightly specific point to make about stewardship as well, does that offer people the opportunity to keep participating in the process?
Yes, so the process of master planning in particular, for example, is one which is collaborative. So it is a collaborative endeavour between the applicants and East Herts Council and also stakeholders. So as we said before, we've got the parishes, the neighbourhood plan group, we've got various other stakeholders that have been involved already in the master planning process, and that will continue. And then we have a process by which the council actually endorses each master plan as well. So the master plans themselves come back to the democratic process in that way.
My last just general comment is what I'm broadly going to refer to as stewardship. You've made emphasis to stewardship in your presentation, Jenny. It runs through the paper. We've obviously got a very high level of public engagement on this issue, which is excellent. I thought the speakers here who took the trouble to say that they were not objecting were very gracious in doing that. So can you just, briefly just set out to the room how people can become involved in the stewardship processing, the community aspect of this? How will they find out how to get in on that?
I'm not sure if I have all the answers for that one. Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
So yeah, give Jenny a bit of a thinking time and a break. Yeah, so the stewardship arrangements, clearly you've seen from the papers that what we've set out in the heads of terms are a number of steps to take us through to the longer term, effectively in perpetuity stewardship arrangements. So there are a range of steps to be taken to get there. So we don't have the full scope of what the outputs will be at this stage, but again, it's a collaborative endeavour that Jenny was just referring to there, and would start off along the basis of some form of shadow stewardship body. So this would be your, if you like, your putative body that would start to be set up primarily as a sort of consultative, collaborative organisation to start with, because it wouldn't initially have assets to manage, green spaces to look after, and so on. It wouldn't be, if you like, doing the traditional work of the stewardship body. It would be starting to work to generate that involvement that will shape the longer term stewardship body. So So we will certainly, with the applicant as well, I'm sure, supporting us, we will certainly be looking to ensure that that shadow body and the steps we take towards it are fully transparent, are taken in a fully transparent way that involve obviously the community representatives that we regularly have contact with, but we're also looking to build on wider work that again East Herts have done as one of the Garden Town partners to ensure that we get views from a whole range of representative stakeholders, some who may normally be unrepresented in these forms of endeavour. So we can't quite say exactly where it will take us, and of course that's the benefit, isn't it, of collaboration and consultation. If we were saying now what it's going to be, then the consultation would be a little bit void, wouldn't it? We want that to shape where it will take us, but certainly we'll be starting off with the steps towards a shadow board, which we would look to bring forward in a collaborative way, which would ensure the community engagement, which would have probably a role in the master planning. So a lot of this relates together and will be a whole range of opportunities for residents, community, future stakeholders, those who may be not represented widely in this, to continue to get involved as we move along that sort of stewardship spectrum.
Thank you very much, Kevin. David. Well, whilst we're on the subject of the Constitution, could I just add my two penneth? I don't think, and we recognise, and we of course are bound by the Constitution, it's our own work effectively, but I don't think it's done us a service on this occasion, because the reports have to be published a certain time, or no later than a certain time before the meeting. And as I alluded to earlier, to receive a report in its raw state at 700 and something pages, to then find we have appendixes that run to 300 plus pages, to find then that we at short notice get a whole variety of late representations. I'm sorry, that's just not on. We've all got lives, we've all got jobs, we've all got responsibilities, and to cram that amount of work, or expect us to cram that amount of work into the time that was available, I'm afraid is completely unreasonable. So I think that as other developments come forward, and there are, as we know, other large developments coming forward, I think we need officers to reflect on that, because we will get a better sounder decision and a better outcome if we have the appropriate amount of time to consider the evidence that's being put before us. Thank you.
Sorry. So I'm going to move towards decision now. So I think what we're moving towards is making a decision on the basis of the application in the papers, which includes all the conditions set out in the papers. But can I just remind members that you all have table B, which has some proposed amendments to the proposed conditions. So the vote that we will be taking will be based on the paper as amended by table B, and also with the point that we've just spent 10 minutes discussing, which is that officers will report back to this committee in 12 months' time, unless they identify a constitutional reason why they can't. So that's what we're going to vote on. Can I have a proposer, please? David Andrews is a proposer. Can I have a seconder? Suzanne Rutland Busby is seconding. All those in favour, please show a hand. All those against, please show a hand. And I think there might be an abstention. And there's one abstention. Okay, so in that case, bear with me, everybody. I'm just being a little bit formal. I'm going to just formalise that decision. So we have just decided to grant application 319-1045 OUT, which is for outline planning with all matters reserved, apart from external vehicular access for the redevelopment of the site through the demolition of existing buildings and erection of a residential-led mixed-use development comprising up to 8,500 residential homes in 6 separate village developable areas, including market and affordable homes, retirement homes and extra care facilities, provision for gypsies and travellers pitches, travelling show people plots, a range of community uses, including primary and secondary schools, health centres and nursery facilities, retail and related uses, leisure facilities, business and commercial uses, open space and public realm, sustainable urban drainage systems, utility and energy facilities and infrastructure, waste management facilities, vehicular bridge links, car parking, creation of new vehicular and pedestrian access into the site, and creation of a new vehicular, pedestrian and cycle network within the site, improvements to the existing highway and local road network, undergrounding and diversion of power lines, lighting, engineering works, infrastructure and associated facilities, together with temporary works or structures required by the development. This is all in relation to land north of the Stork Valley and the A414 Gilston. And this is subject to the various amendments to the conditions set out in Table B, and the point that we have discussed, which is that officers will report back to this committee in 1 year's time, unless there is a constitutional reason for them not to do so. That is the decision that we made. Thank you all very much indeed. We do have, as you know, members, now just 1 or 2 other standard items on the agenda. And in fact, we've only got 1 other item on the agenda, which is urgent business. I'm unaware of any urgent business. So that therefore means that at 6:31, I'm calling the meeting to a close. Thank you all very much.